Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 5 of What If Naruto was in Star Wars and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. As the war between the Republic and the Separatists intensifies, many are driven from their home planets, and it is up to Senator Amidala to secure aid for them. All eyes turn to the banking clan and the planet Scipio. In an effort to remain independent from the Republic and the Separatists, all operations are divided and money transactions are performed in a neutral zone surrounding the main vault. For operations to continue, there must be no war on Scipio. However, worry about the stability of the banking clan is brewing within the Republic as the wellspring of money may be in jeopardy. Scipio. This until the bold one will be canon, feel free to skim. Welcome to Scipio, Senator. A moon banker greeted Padme, who walked with her 2 guards, her handmaiden, and Nick's card. If you will follow me, we will be traveling into the neutral zone, he said as she nodded. Neither party sees Embo watching them from a building with his pet Anuba. I am afraid your guards will have to wait outside, the banker said as they got to the gate. Of course, Padme nodded as her handmaiden followed in the gate before it closed. Just as a small circular droid got in right as it closed. They got to a large circular room with a glass floor showing gears moving and 5 bankers up in rooms beside each other with screens on top to project themselves on them. As Council of 5, we are honored but surprised that you have traveled all this way for a mere bank transfer, one said to Padme. A transfer that has not been forthcoming. By request of the Supreme Chancellor, I am here to expedite matters. Of course. We would merely request that you meet with our special representative who will go over the terms and conditions of your loan. Senator Amidala. She turned to see Clovis walk in and stand beside her. Clovis. You two know one another. Sir, I was assured that this transaction would be free of prejudice and partisan allegiance, she said to the one in the middle who spoke. This man is a known separatist and traitor to the Republic. Padme. I can assure you. Rush Clovis is our most trusted and best negotiator, the banker replied as Padme stepped forward. I am sorry, gentlemen, but I insist that this man be removed from these negotiations. Until then, we have nothing further to discuss. She then walked away at that as Clovis looked back. Later that evening, Padme in her room with the banker that greeted her and her handmaiden turned from the window as Clovis got in and hid in the shadows. Milady no longer requires your assistance this evening. Thank you. The banker nodded and left just before Clovis walked up as the handmaiden turned. Milady, watch out. Padme turned with a blaster and pointed it at Clovis. I would stop right there if I were you. Ah, how did you get a blaster into the neutral zone? We're resourceful. Now, why are you breaking into my quarters? Padme asked Clovis, who had raised his hands. Padme, you don't understand what is going on here. I need your help. Last time you needed my help, I ended up poisoned, and you did nothing. That's not true. You stole data files from me, he said as she narrowed her eyes. That revealed the location of a separatist's droid factory sponsored by you. Look, it's not safe. We can't talk here, he said before walking to the balcony. Senator, I really don't think, the handmaiden said before stopping as Padme spoke up. It's all right. I want to hear what he has to say. As she walked out, the droid camera floated over just out of sight. It then went over to Embo, who looked at the two through binoculars. The simple fact is the economics of this war are not adding up. You're here for a bank transfer, but I can assure you there is no money in the bank, Clovis said to her. That's absurd. They were ready to give me the funds today. Oh, they will give you your first installment, yes. But they're robbing one side to save the other. The entire banking clan is on the verge of collapse. Collapse? Where is the evidence? She asked him as he looked out to the city. In the vault. The accounts are sealed there, and no one is allowed to see them besides the Core 5. Convenient. Well, now that you're here, you must put pressure on them, Clovis said, missing Embo aiming his weapon at them. And do what exactly? Help me gain access to the vault, he said as she scoffed. You're insane to think I would ever trust you. I'm sorry, but I cannot help you. A blast went by them before Clovis tackled Padme to the floor. Take your hands off me, she yelled as an alarm went off. I've risked everything to tell you this. Don't you see they're trying to kill me because of what I know? Please believe me. Our past must count for something. I can't stay here. Think about what I ask. He jumped off onto a speeder as cops came to the balcony. Later, Padme held a holocron with Palpatine on it. If what you are saying is true, then this information Clovis is offering is vital to our security. I need you to be very clear in this matter for the Republic. Is he telling the truth? Yes, I'm sure. Perhaps then, in this scenario, it would be best for you to trust an old friend and do what he suggests. He said before she turned the holocron off. She then went back to the Core 5 where Clovis stood. I have decided to accept Clovis as the representative of this transaction as long as I can go into the vault and accompany the funds throughout the entire process. No outsider is ever allowed into the vaults. I come with the authority of the Supreme Chancellor. If you have something to hide, then that is something we should discuss. She said to the banker who spoke. Hide. I think considering last night's attack on the senator, it is only fair that we are transparent and agree to these terms. What harm will come of it? Clovis asked as the five looked at each other. The vault will be open first thing in the morning. Please make sure you are here, Senator. Mountains. Clovis landed his ship at a house on top of a snow-covered mountain and walked out with Padme and her handmaiden. Where exactly are we, Clovis? This is my personal residence. A bit remote, but we'll have more privacy here. Inside, Clovis went over the plan with her via a hologram of the vault. Once I detonate the charge here at the main power source, the vault will go into immediate shutdown. No one will get in or out. This will give you very little time before the emergency generator cycles and takes over. He then handed her a device before continuing. You'll then use this to locate the exact files and download them from the mainframe. The vault is one of the most secure in the galaxy. But it was designed to keep people out. Once you're inside, and the power is down, there is little they can do. Sigh. You make it sound so easy. She sighed at that. If you don't mind, Senator, I will retire for the night. Of course, Tekla, Padme said to her handmaiden who left. The information we get tomorrow will go a long way to expose, perhaps, the real criminals behind this war. These are war profiteers, she said to Clovis. I've exposed that before. Nobody cares. Truth is not on the battlefield, he said before she stood. It's late. Good night, Clovis. Morning, vault. The next morning, the Core 5 activate the identification scanners to admit Amidala to the vault. Clovis then turned to leave as the door started to open revealing the credits on shelves and Padme walked in. Clovis, where are you going? I have some business to attend to, he said to the banker as he looked over his shoulder. This was your idea. I would very much like for you to await the senator's return. Clovis then handed Tekla the device, having her leave as one of the five went to Padme inside and had the door closed. If you'll follow me, the credits for the Republic are in this section. Outside, Tekla put the bomb in place and set it just before Embo shot her right before it went off. Inside, the vault shook before the lights went out. What happened to the lights? I can't see a thing. Outside, one of the bankers spoke up. Find out what is going on, and open the vault immediately. Power has been cut, and the security lock has been engaged. It will take some time to switch over. After a moment, the lights came back on before the door slightly opened letting the five out. Where is the senator? We got separated in the darkness. I'm here. No thanks to your security system. Padme got out and walked up to them. This isn't a vault. It's a tomb. What is going on? My deepest apologies, Senator. It seems I'm witness to many firsts on Scipio. Is this an unfortunate incident or a cover-up? She said to them. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm afraid I'm going to have to report on your sad state of affairs to the Chancellor, Padme said before she and Clovis walked out. Later, the two sat in her room before he spoke. Let's see if you got what we needed. She put the device she had in another having several small holograms come up. As I said, the vaults are empty. The Chancellor must see this immediately, she said before the doors opened and Plane walked in with Nix who held a datapad. Senator Amidala, you are under arrest for espionage. No, there's been some kind of mistake, Clovis said after he took the device from Padme. Take her away. I have powerful friends. The Chancellor will hear about this, Padme said as she walked with them. A few days later, morning. A shuttle landed before Anakin walked out with R2 and up to plane. This way, Master Jedi. He followed the moon to the cell where Padme was sleeping before walking inside. Well, what exactly is going on here? Ani, I'm so glad to see you. Ah, I guess I'm not only useful for fighting wars after all. He smiled as he sat down beside her. How long have I been here? A few days, he replied, crossing his arms. They say Tekla is dead. Is it true? Sigh. Yes, she was found shot at the bomb site. He replied, looking over. By who? They don't know. The moons say she sabotaged the power grid. What exactly is going on here? You have to get me out of here. Clovis is. Clovis. He interrupted and stood. What exactly does Clovis have to do with this? Sigh. I can't explain it here. How could you ever put your trust in a man like Clovis after what he did? It's for the Republic, Anakin. She said, looking up. Something is very wrong with the banks. Why is it that when Clovis is around, your excuse is always that you're doing it for the Republic? Anakin turned at that. Anakin, please. You know, maybe I'll just leave you here. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Ani. You've already been released into my custody. You better come with me before I change my mind. He walked out with her before walking to the shuttle. Anakin, please trust me. I can't leave without the files Clovis and I took from the vault. Where exactly do you suggest we look? The discs may be outside the city at Clovis' private residence. She replied as he sighed. Fine, I'll do this for you, not for Clovis, R2. He brought up his comlink at that. Beeps. Have the ship ready in case I need you. Trills. They then went to a large speeder and left. Later, they got near Clovis' house. Over there, she said before they landed. They then went inside and saw it was messy. Stuff. Cozy place. Anakin commented as he crossed his hands. Someone was looking for the files. They must know Clovis has them. Well, maybe they found what they were looking for, and that's why he's missing. We can only hope. Anakin joked as they walked around the room. Anakin, you're not helping things. You don't seem to understand how important these files are. They'll expose the corruption that goes to the very core of the banking clan. She sighed while they continued looking around. And saw Clovis hiding on the lower floor. Clovis. Padme. I knew you'd come, he said walking out and seeing Anakin. You again. Yes, me again. All right, lover boy, where's the disc? I'm not about to hand over the information to some pilot, he said to Anakin, who sighed. I'm a Jedi Knight who can save your life if you hand over the files. So, what's it going to be? You gonna give us the disc? Why? So you can leave me stranded like last time? Clovis asked as Anakin shrugged. Well, that depends on how well behaved you are, he replied as they all walked back up to the top floor. Can you both stop bickering so we can get out of here? Padme interrupted the two. Anakin then looked out the window and saw a glint before pulling his saber down. He deflected the blasts before the others ran and hid at the door. Thanks, Clovis said to Anakin, who got to the door as well. It wasn't you I wanted to save. Anakin, get us out of here, Padme said to Anakin before opening the door. Follow me. Run for it. They make a run for the speeder, pursued by Embo's Anuba, Merrick. Amidala and Clovis take off, and Skywalker leaps after them, but Embo hits the speeder, causing it to fall and slide down the mountain slope. Using his domed hat as a sled, the bounty hunter takes off in pursuit, firing at massive overhead icicles, which Anakin deflects with the Force. Anakin calls R2 to their location, and the droid pilots the ship to catch the trio as the speeder flies off a cliff. Embo stops following and contacts his employer. Darth Sidious came up on the holocron before speaking. It seems your mission was a success, bounty hunter. From this point, I will deal with them myself. War Profiteers. In times of war, credits are the fuel that funds all operations. Senator Amidala is sent to Scipio to resolve matters between the Republic and the intergalactic banking clan. Here she is reunited with Rush Clovis, a once close friend, but now known traitor to the Republic. When Clovis reveals corruption at the core of the banking clan, Senator Amidala helps him steal vital files that may uncover the full extent of the plot. Anakin Skywalker is sent to rescue the senator and escort the information back to Coruscant, leaving the banking clan in chaos. The Vault. The Jedi Anakin Skywalker should never have been allowed to leave with the senator in tow. Any future disruptions will be placed upon your shoulders, Nix Card. One of the 5 said to Nix. As you wish. Another male moon walked in at that. Sir, we have confirmed that Rush Clovis was on the Jedi's ship. Then there's nothing we can do. One of the 5 said, getting Nix's attention. But they have the files. Unfortunate, yes, but they need more than just files to incriminate us. That will only take them time. We will all be destroyed. Another said before the first continued. We must remain calm. The only way they could find our secret accounts is if one of us told them. I want it noted that you and you alone allowed this to happen and that it has put us all at risk. Nix said before leaving the room. He went into his room and closed the blinds before pulling a holocron and had Sidious come up. You're late. What news? Clovis, the senator, and the Jedi are on their way, Nix replied to the Sith. With the information. Enough, Nix replied, having the Sith nod. Good. Then we can continue to the next stage of the proceedings. And what about me? You will be protected, I can assure you, Sidious replied before shutting off the feed. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. The group met Yoda at the dock landings, Master Yoda. We weren't expecting such a formal welcome, Master, Anakin spoke after Padme went seeing the guards that were with Yoda. A personal request of the Chancellor's, my escorting you was, Senator. Adventures have you had on Scipio, Have you met Rush Clovis? Padme asked the Jedi, who nodded. Met we have, yes. Intrigued, we are, by your return to Coruscant. Much distrust is focused upon you. I understand, but I hope to right the wrongs that I have done, Clovis spoke to Yoda. Delay, we must not. Later, in Palpatine's office with Organa, Plo Koon, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and Windu. Excuse me if I find it hard to trust you, Clovis. You used to sit on this very Senate even as you funneled credits into the droid foundries of Count Dooku. Organa said to Clovis, who sighed. I understand all of your trepidation. But there is corruption in the banks. And once we find this corruption, I believe the ones responsible should be ousted from control before the entire banking infrastructure collapses, Clovis replied to Organa's question. Oh, and I suppose you're the man to do it? Anakin asked, having Clovis look back. I only want the banking clan to be what it once was, a fair system of trade and commerce. I came here to root out the criminals and reveal the truth behind what is happening. Now, we are grateful for you bringing us this information, but what exactly can you prove? Palpatine asked from his seat before Clovis pulled holograms up of the data they took. These files show that huge funds have been diverted out of the banks and into what I believe are private accounts. And the veracity of this information? Organa asked before Padme stepped forward. I was the one who downloaded the files from the moon's secure mainframe. I believe that what Clovis is saying is correct. Then, Senator Amidala, I would like you to spearhead this investigation. Work closely with Rush Clovis and find and expose these secret accounts. Palpatine said to her as he turned in his seat. Once we know exactly what we are dealing with, then we can decide how best to handle this situation. Later, as they left, Anakin stopped Padme before speaking. Why didn't you just say no? Say no. Why? I don't want you working with Clovis. You don't want me working with him? She asked, raising an eyebrow. A serpent can shed its skin, but it is still a serpent. Well, you're just going to have to trust my judgment here. Like the last time, when you almost ended up dead. Or how about you just getting arrested, and it was me who had to bail you out? Anakin asked, crossing his arms and getting his wife to turn around to sigh. The Chancellor has asked me to do this, Anakin. But I am asking you to say no. As your husband, I demand that you tell the Chancellor you are stepping down. Demand. We've been over this before. I'm not foolish enough to allow myself to be deceived twice, Anakin. My sole intention is to defend the Republic. If you can't trust me. Ahem. They turned to see Clovis walking over. Excuse the interruption, Padme. Shall we begin? Yes, of course. General Skywalker. The two then left at that, having Anakin sigh. Count Dooku's palace. Darth Tyrannus, it is time for you once again to recruit our friend Clovis. He appears to have lost his way. Sidious said via hologram before Dooku looked up. And how would you like me to do that? We're going to help him take over the banking clan. But first, you must entrap him, so he has no one else to turn to. Of course, my lord. As you wish. Coruscant Jedi Temple. Obi-Wan walked into a room to see Anakin working on something at a table. I've been looking for you. Something wrong? You tell me, Obi-Wan replied, stopping by the wall. Not that I'm aware. Master Yoda feels that your judgments concerning Rush Clovis are clouded. I believe he can't be trusted. Anakin replied to Obi-Wan. Yes, but there is more, isn't there? I sense deep anger in you by my simply saying his name. He almost got Senator Amidala killed, and I would have been responsible. The senator has risked her life many times, Obi-Wan commented, crossing his arms. She's quite capable of taking care of herself. They had a relationship once. I simply feel she's vulnerable to her emotions. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow at that before speaking. She is, or you? What are you implying? Anakin, I understand to a degree what is going on. You've met Satine. You know I once harbored feelings for her. Senator Amidala and I are simply friends. As a Jedi, it is essential you make the right choice, Anakin, sometimes that does mean for the Order. I understand my responsibilities. Responsibilities that must be observed whatever relationship develops between Clovis and Senator Amidala, Obi-Wan said leaning back up as Anakin stopped working and walked to the other side. They have no relationship. It is simply business between them. Then we should have no problems, should we? Night, Padme's apartment. The opera was wonderful, but I am glad we can get down to business. Padme said as Clovis was looking at the holograms at a desk. If you look here, the Separatists haven't been repaying any interest on their loans. But still, the banking clan promised to lend credits to the Republic. Credits they simply don't have. But where have all the savings gone? Each of the files that you downloaded shows hundreds and hundreds of small withdrawals. Small enough to remain undetected individually, but as a sum total, a devastating theft. Clovis replied as the screen he was at turned red. Whoever is behind this is no fool. We need to find out who's benefiting. We're still lacking a critical piece of information. Whatever we find must remain between only you and me, Clovis said, standing and walking to the couches where 2 plates of food were. This would be highly dangerous information should it get into the wrong hands. Of course. This reminds me of when we had 3 nights to prepare for the Senate hearing to rescue Bromlurch's planetary aqueduct system. She said, fixing them both drinks. And together we saved a people from total drought and famine. I don't think either of us got any sleep that whole week. He said as they clinked the glasses and drank a sip. Let alone eat anything. We're not as young as we used to be. We're not that old either. He said, putting an arm around her shoulder before she stood to take some food. You might be right. Perhaps we should eat something. So, Clovis, why have you gotten so involved with the moons? I believe in the banks. The system works. The moons aren't bad people. It's just a dishonest few who are destroying everything for their own gain. You know, you've never told me how you rose to such heights within the banking clan. She said, sitting down after handing him his plate. It's not a happy story. My father was personally attached to the household of one of the head moon families. We were basically servants. I had no idea, she said before he continued. As I grew up, the head of the family took a personal interest in my education. I was the same age as his children, and so we all studied together. When my parents and his wife were killed in a shuttle accident, he adopted me. How old were you? She asked as he looked over. 12. That must have been very hard. I was accepted as their child everywhere we went. I almost forgot where I was from until I looked in the mirror. They sound like good people, she said as he nodded. They are. Most moons are, and they want this corruption ended more than I do. You should know my contacts within the moon government run deep. I have many allies, should I need to call on them. He said before walking to the window. I didn't appreciate how personal this was for you, she said, walking up as well. Now, maybe you will trust me. I'm here, aren't I? I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. I don't think I would have had the strength alone, he said, taking her hands before she pulled away. Clovis, don't. It's that Jedi, isn't it? General Skywalker, she asked, turning around. We're friends, nothing more. Word has gotten around the Jedi changed their rules. Friends don't argue the way I saw you arguing today. There is nothing romantic between him and I, she said before Clovis grabbed her and dipped her for a kiss. Just as Anakin walked in. Get away from her. He started to choke Clovis and pulled him forward. Anakin, no. Anakin threw Clovis aside and pulled his saber out as he stood. Why don't you try fighting like a man without your Jedi tricks? Oh, it would be my pleasure. Anakin then threw his saber away and started fighting him. Padme begs them to stop as Anakin beats Clovis. Anakin then realizes what he is doing and stops the fight. Captain Typho enters the room, and Clovis tells him that they were attacked and that Skywalker had saved him. As Clovis leaves to be treated for his wounds, Anakin apologizes for his attack on Clovis, but Padme tells him that their relationship is based on lies and secrecy, even though the Jedi now allows relationships, and his lack of trust in her means she no longer feels safe. She says they should not see each other again for a while. Clovis. In Clovis' room, the droid that was treating him spoke up. Nothing appears to be broken. But more importantly, someone wants to speak with you. What are you talking about? Clovis asked as the droid dropped a holocron on the floor. I am a servant of Count Dooku. He stepped back as Dooku appeared via hologram. Hello, Clovis. What do you want, Dooku? It appears we have a mutual problem that I would like to fix. Clovis stood up at that. I know the Separatists have not been repaying their loans to the banks. Now why would we support corruption? You expect me to believe that Lesser and his associates have no ties with you. They've allowed you to borrow credits and not pay any interest, Clovis said, walking to a pitcher for a drink. What you say is correct, but that information, if made public, will only bring the war to Scipio, and the banks will fall. Nobody wants that, so in the interests of all, I suggest we come to some arrangement. Dooku explained as Clovis turned. What are you saying? That the banks need new management, and that it could be you. That I would like help. Clovis then walked back to that. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were afraid. I prefer the term careful. The Sith replied, hands behind his back. These are delicate matters. We need funds just as the Republic does to pay for this war. I can give you the location of the secret accounts you are searching for so you can plead your case to the Senate. And you won't stand in my way. We'll even start paying the interest on our loans to show the Republic our full endorsement. What do you get out of this? Clovis asked as he sat down on the bed and crossed his arms. Stability in unstable times. The location of the accounts is on this disk. Now, where were we? The droid asked when Dooku turned the feed off and handed Clovis a disk. Later, he stood in Palpatine's office with Padme and Nix, who spoke up after the evidence was shown. The Moon government has seized the accounts and arrested the heads of the banking clan. We are indebted to Rush Clovis for his service to our people. Well, I have done only what I thought was right. Considering the information, it appears that the Separatist government has agreed to allow you to be the new head of the banks, Palpatine said as Clovis looked over. And the Republic? I can only give you my endorsement. Now, all that stands in your way is the Senate, Padme said to him before they left. Later, the Senate is convinced, and a majority votes for Clovis to take control of the IGBC. Afterward, Anakin finds Palpatine and 2 Republic Senate commandos and warns Palpatine that Clovis is not to be trusted. Although he acknowledges Anakin's concerns, the Chancellor cites his own private confidence in Clovis and says there might be something they have not unearthed yet. With that, the two depart the Senate. Corruption discovered at the core of the banking clan. Reunited, Rush Clovis and Senator Amidala discover the full extent of the deception. Anakin Skywalker is sent to the rescue. He refuses to trust Clovis and asks Padme not to work with him. Determined to save the banks, she refuses her husband's request, throwing their relationship into turmoil. Voted for by both the Separatists and the Republic, Clovis is elected the new leader of the Galactic Banking Clan. Now, all attention is focused on Scipio as the important transfer of power begins. Scipio. Welcome back to Scipio, Clovis. The Separatist Senate leader Beck said to Clovis, who landed with Padme and a clone trooper. Our Separatist government has great hopes for you. Thank you, Senator. Only you and Senator Amidala will be allowed to monitor the exchange proceedings. No forces on either side will be allowed into the neutral zone. Senator Amidala, we will be right here if you should need us. The clone leader said to her as the others came out of the ship. Thank you, Commander. They walked in to see the 5 leaders being arrested before the moon in front of the seat spoke. We are grateful to you, Clovis, for everything you have done for the moon people. To have lost the banks would have been a historic disaster. I would like you to know I have no interest in controlling the banks. I am simply here to re-establish order. Clovis said, getting applause before Beck glanced at Padme. Do you think our friend is up to the task? There are few men I have met in my career who are more dedicated to a cause than Clovis. Once he decides what he is fighting for, little will stop him from achieving it. Let us hope you are right for all our sakes, he said as she turned to look at Clovis. Later, Clovis with new clothes on in an office looked out the window before Dooku appeared via hologram. Ah, Clovis, how are you liking your new office? I must say, you look very comfortable behind that desk. Count Dooku, what do I owe the pleasure? He asked after turning around in his seat. Come, my boy. You don't think I'd let such an important day pass without wishing you the best of luck. Thank you, but luck has nothing to do with it. The transfer has occurred without a hitch, Clovis said as Dooku nodded. Well, of course, it has. The Separatists are fully behind your appointment. After all, aren't we the ones who put you there? For your support, I am grateful, but I now must lead without allegiance towards either side. Is that so? Dooku asked, raising an eyebrow. Quite the idealist you have become in so short a time. What do you want, Dooku? To collect on my investment. How do you think the Republic would like to know that it was I who supplied Clovis with all the information he needed to topple the leaders of the bank? I will tell them myself, Clovis said leaning forward. Oh, but you can't. I put you in power. You belong to me, and if you want to stay in control, you will do as I say. The banks will remain unbiased. Clovis bit back at the Sith. Then I'm afraid the Separatists will be unable to pay the interest on our loans. Clovis stood up at that. But the banks will collapse, and then? Not if you raise interest rates in the Republic. What? Clovis asked, looking over. You know I can't do that. Oh, but you can, and you will, or everything that you fought so hard for will be destroyed, Dooku said to him, arms crossed. Later, Padme stood in the room as Clovis took his seat. By the new order of the Traxxas division and in an attempt to stabilize the banks, it is essential that interest rates on loans to the Republic be raised immediately. Her eyes widened at that. What? But you can't do that. Clovis, what are you doing? She asked before he left. Coruscant Senate hearing. In the Senate, Chancellor Palpatine announces the rate rise to the angry senators. Yoda and Mace Windu tell Anakin his instincts about Clovis may have been correct, but his motives are unclear. Palpatine calls for restraint as the senators argue about their next move. Later, Palpatine in his office with Anakin had Padme come up via hologram to explain there's an attack by the Separatists. Our garrison has been attacked by the Separatists, and it appears they are staging an invasion of Scipio. An invasion? What did they hope to achieve? With this news, the Senate will vote immediately to attack Scipio. It appears war has already come to Scipio. She said to him. I want you off that planet immediately. I can't. Surely you can get to a ship, Anakin said, taking a step forward. General Skywalker, I'm afraid I'm trapped. She said before a commando droid grabbed her. Let me go. Invoke an emergency meeting of the Senate. There is no time to lose. He said to Moss before looking at Anakin. I feel it is only right that you should handle this matter, my boy. A lot will be entrusted to you. Scipio. Don't touch me. Padme yelled as she was pushed into Clovis' office where Dooku and Beck stood with Clovis. What have you done to her? Clovis, what is going on? I didn't want this, Padme. Why don't you tell her what you did want and how you got it? Dooku walked up to that. Dooku. Padme, this is not what it seems, Clovis said before Dooku spoke. Hasn't she joined our cause? Clovis here told me how instrumental you were in getting him to power. If I had known, she said before Dooku spoke again. Either you are with us or you are against us. Arrest her. We can't do this, Dooku. The Separatist Senate will never approve. Beck said as the commando droids tried to grab her before Padme got one of their guns and aimed it at Dooku. Only for Dooku to use the Force to point the gun at Beck and shoot him. No, 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 no. Are you insane? Clovis asked the Sith. This was not part of the deal. What deal? What have you done here, Clovis? Padme asked after going to Beck's body. He's given us the banks. Gone are our debts, and gone is any credit for the Republic. Dooku explained walking to the door. All of your idealism was just a front, she said to Clovis who looked down. There was nothing I could do. Everyone has their price, my dear, Dooku said before leaving as the droids grabbed Padme. Coruscant Senate hearing. At the Senate emergency meeting, the Chancellor tells them that Clovis has betrayed them, and allowed the Separatists to invade Scipio, and the Senate votes to launch a counter-invasion. Palpatine, as Darth Sidious, then informs Dooku of the Republic fleet's impending arrival and expresses glee that Clovis' ostentatious treachery will place the banks under his control. Scipio. Dooku arrives on his flagship and orders the tactical droid Kraken to withdraw their forces from the battle, leaving the droids on the planet behind. Inside, Padme was still in the office talking to Clovis. Why are you doing this? You wouldn't understand. I had to strike a deal with Dooku, but don't worry. I am the one in control. As soon as things have settled down, I can get rid of him, and I'll control it all again. Listen to yourself, she said as she struggled against the droids. The Republic is sending its armada to take back the banks. You've brought war right where there cannot be war. Your actions have destroyed the banks once and for all. Up in the atmosphere, Anakin's fleet appeared and they started attacking the ships that were still there. Down below, a moon informs Clovis that the Republic invasion forces have arrived and that Dooku has left the planet. As Clovis bemoans that his reputation will be ruined by these events, Anakin bursts in and takes out the droids, but Clovis takes Padme hostage. It's over, Clovis. Stay away from me. I didn't do anything wrong. You have to believe me. Clovis pleaded as they walked around the room. You don't want to do this. You don't understand. You've all been deceived. Yeah, by you, Anakin said, holding his saber. No, by Dooku. I'm not the villain here. Tell him, Padme. Let me go, Clovis. In the skies above the city, Hawk shoots down a vulture droid which crashes into Clovis's office. As the three of them slide off the ledge, Anakin manages to grab Padme and Clovis but struggles to hold both of them. Clovis tells Anakin to let him go, then says sorry to Padme and breaks free of Skywalker's grip, falling to his death. As Anakin pulls Padme up from the ledge, she apologizes to Anakin about their fight and he forgives her with open arms. Coruscant, Senate. In the Senate, the Moon government dissolves the banking clan and cedes control of the bank to the office of the Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. As the senators chant, "Long live the banks," Palpatine accepts the responsibility with great humility, promising to return the banks to their former standing once the Clone Wars end. Konoha evening, Naruto's apartment. 1. Naruto sat on his couch in his apartment making out with Hinata who only had on her mesh top and short shorts. She pulled back and smiled down at Naruto who reached back and groped her ass. It's been a while since we had some time alone. Well, the war keeps me busy and then there's missions when I'm here. He replied before she leaned forward and pressed his face into her breasts. Later, Naruto walked out of his apartment and saw Rosely walking up. Oh, hey Rose, what's up? He stopped as she got up and pressed him against the door. Don't make any plans tomorrow night, you're taking me out on a date finally. She then walked off as Naruto watched her retreating form. And glanced at her ass before blinking. What the hell was that? Next afternoon, top of mountain. Naruto sat on a blanket with Rose and a picnic basket. Any reason you wanted a date? I'll admit I've started developing strong feelings towards you, Rose replied as she took a bite of chicken. Started. You tried killing me when we met. I'd say that's a strong feeling. Water under the bridge. She waved him off. She then picked up a pastry and took a bite, having cream fall on the top of her cleavage. Naruto froze as he saw the cream start to melt before Rose used her other hand to scoop it up and bring it to her mouth. He took a calming breath as she put the finger in her mouth to suck and gave a low moan at the taste. Now you're messing with me. Now, why would I do that? Rose asked with a smile as she leaned back on her hands and flashed more of her cleavage as her breasts bounced. Because you're a tease. Continuing smiling, Rose moved to crawl over to Naruto and pressed him on his back. She then moved to straddle him, flashing her cleavage again as she leaned down before leaning back up. A little forward, huh? Maybe I'm just trying to catch up. Later, when saying goodbye to Rosalai after the date, she pushed him against his door again and kissed him before leaving with a sway in her hips. Shaking his head, he walked into his apartment and turned on the lights. Hey, lover boy. He blinked as he saw his girlfriends in the living room. Enko only had a black thong and tape on her nipples. Oola was the same, but she had mesh panties on. Hinata had a lavender thong on with yellow tape. And Sabine, Ayla, and Rio had on white thongs and tape over their nipples. Hope you're not tired, Tilda, Enko purred as she shook her chest slightly. Cyblock atmosphere, station. Police droids were running down the hallway and came into a room before one spoke. Fan out. I want a scan of the entire perimeter. They walked around before the first droid put a hand to his ear. SD-357, have you found anyone in the South Passage? He asked, opening the door and looking down the hall before turning. 357, where are you? Hearing a noise, the droid turned to see another being thrown to the floor from a side hall before being stabbed by a red lightsaber being held by Maul. Maul then looked down and the droid ran down the hall. Intruders. You are trespassing on Intergalactic. Maul crushed the droid's head with the Force and walked into the room as Savage dashed in and sliced another. Savage then got the other two droids and crushed them with the Force and threw them into the wall. They then started searching the room before Savage came across a safe, sliced it open, and saw it was full of credits. Look, brother, a fortune. True fortune will be the demise of Kenobi. Credit chips are meaningless without a plan to survive. The Jedi are hunting us. We will be forced to make a stand. Maul sighed as he crossed his arms. And we will deal with them. There are too many. To continue, we need one singular vision, my vision. Maul said, walking over as Savage held his saber up. Brother, let us share our strength. There is no need for dominance between us. Always two there are, my brother, a master, and an apprentice, and you are the apprentice, Maul said, turning to walk away. And stopped as he heard Savage turn his saber on. So it is time for a lesson. He turned and used his own to parry Savage's before grabbing his throat with his clawed foot, then pushed him to the floor and held his saber at Savage's throat. You have grown so powerful. Maul then got off and pulled Savage to his feet. And I shall complete your training. Not as your brother but as your master. Later outside, a ship came out of hyperspace with Obi-Wan and Adi before he pushed a button. The distress signal is coming from here, the Meridian Sector, Cyblock system. It is close enough to the earlier attack. I have a feeling it's them. He replied as they got inside and had an officer take them through the halls. They ought to be flush. The chips were all unlocked. No way to trace them. All done by the two crabbiest Zabroks this side of the Hydean. They were alone, Obi-Wan asked, turning to the officer. Yup. What were they, a couple of Jedi gone rogue or something? He asked as Obi-Wan and Adi glanced at each other. They're not Jedi, Obi-Wan replied, walking up. Do me a favor. Spark up that lightsaber, would you? Obi-Wan followed and turned him on. Well, the droids that got attacked said that theirs were red. They are Sith, and we need to find them before they strike again, Obi-Wan explained, turning his saber off. Well, they took my cargo ship. The droid survivor said they heard something about the Surtar sector. What is in the Surtar sector? Adi asked as they went to the other side of the room. That's where Florum is. You've been there. What can we expect? Pirates, he replied before they walked off. Florum atmosphere. Get me a readout on that ship. A weak-weight pirate asked another in a ship as one was flying towards them. There are life forms aboard. The main reactor and hyperdrive generator are down. Another said from his seat. I think they're stranded. And their communications. Operational but silenced. We'll kill anyone on board and take the ship. Let's hope they have a wealth of cargo. The captain said before sitting on his seat. They then docked the ship and walked in to see crates of weapons and spices before a red light caught their attention. They looked back to see Maul and Savage. Jedi. The two attacked before using the Force to hold the crew up before Maul spoke. Do you want to live? Yes, very badly. Maul dropped the pirate as Savage opened one of the safes they stole and followed. We will make you rich. Your skills and talents could serve us well. The choice is yours, Maul said as the leader looked at them. Are you hiring us? What kind of Jedi are you? We are not Jedi. We are lords, crime lords. Maul replied, putting his hands behind his back. We work for Hondo. You'll have to pay us well to get us to betray him. Money is of no object for men like us. You will have all that you desire and more if you pledge yourselves to me. Maul said to the captain. All right, I'm tired of working for Hondo anyway. I'll call up a couple of boys and see if they'll join us. Later, several more pirates joined before one spoke. I am certain Captain Hondo will never throw in with you. Hondo's base will soon be ours, and he will not survive this unless he embraces the same choice I give you now, Maul explained walking up to them. I'm in. So am I. I am not sure. Let's see what Hondo says about that. Maul then called up Hondo on a hologram. 3 of your lieutenants have already sworn allegiance to me. Traitors. Scum. I'm so proud, but so betrayed. There is a penalty for resistance, Maul said before killing one of the pirates as Hondo stood. Let me warn you, you are not the first laser sword-wielding maniac I've had to deal with, and Hondo Onaka survives every time. We shall see, Maul said before the call ended. Later outside, the Jedi showed up before Adi spoke. We have a match on the cargo ship. It seems Maul and Savage have picked up a pirate escort, Obi-Wan said, looking at the ships around the cargo ship. Maybe to unload the stolen cargo. I'm not sure the pirate Hondo would have an alliance with Maul and his brother. So you know this Hondo personally? Adi asked as Obi-Wan sighed. Unfortunately, yes. He's a worker for Naruto. Down at the surface, a pirate walked up to Hondo. Oi, Hondo, a Jedi is contacting you. Says his name is Kenobi. Kenobi. My, aren't we popular today? Put him through. Go. Hondo followed the pirate to the hologram of Obi-Wan. Greetings, Hondo. Greetings. What kind of menace have you brought to my planet now? First, you lose this system and Grievous comes in and destroys my entire stronghold, leaving me here to just rummage through the leftovers of my once great empire. And now these 2 horned men show up. Who are these horny-headed maniacs? They don't seem like normal Jedi. Not Jedi, Hondo, Sith. We tracked them here. They just threatened to attack with a group of my men. Yes, we are looking at them right now, a cargo vessel and 3 of your starships. They are heading toward you, Hondo. More to the point, are you going to help me when you get here? There's nothing we can do about your men, but we can certainly do something about the Sith. Good. I'll deal with my men. You deal with those tattooed crazies. Right. Obi-Wan nodded as the call ended. Several minutes later on the surface, Hondo walked to the edge as the ships attacked them. Well, that settles it. Those traitors are no longer my men. I want their tongues. Maul and Savage walked out of a ship before looking to see a ship coming in. The Jedi, brother, they've found us. No, it's too soon, Maul growled out. My plan isn't finished yet. Too soon. They then took off after the ship and saw the Jedi overlooking the fight from a cliff. Throwing in with pirates now. Oh, how the mighty Sith have fallen. Obi-Wan commented as Maul leapt forward to attack, and Savage went towards Adi. The 4 dropped into the market area and split up as Obi-Wan dodged Maul's strikes before the 2 jumped onto a roof. No, I have plans, Kenobi, and you will not stand in my way this time. After parrying his strikes, Obi-Wan kicked Maul back before looking to see Savage headbutt Adi, impaling her with his spikes. No, he yelled as Savage stabbed her with his saber. He jumped over and kicked Savage away as Maul jumped after Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan picked up Addy's saber and jumped back as Hondo yelled out. "Kenobi, this way." Obi-Wan followed with a force jump and went into the building where Hondo was giving orders to his men. "Take this cannon down the hole. We will ambush those traitors there." "Where are the rest of your men?" Obi-Wan asked the pirate who turned to him. "They are setting up an ambush. We can use your help." "Where is the other Jedi?" She's dead," Obi-Wan replied, shocking the pirate. They are too powerful for even you. I am semi-speechless. I shall draw the brothers away. Once that's done, blast the passageway closed," Obi-Wan said to Hondo as the Sith walked down the hall toward them. "And leave you alone with the two crazies. Well, okay. Retreat. Retreat. Do not let them escape." Maul yelled at his men. Hondo's men attacked the ceiling before getting to the back of the hall. Now, in another hall, Obi-Wan was running from the brothers before stopping and having Maul speak. "Surrender. We are two, and you are no match for us both." "You are mistaken," Obi-Wan said, turning both sabers on. The three then fought with Obi-Wan, who parried the attacks and kicked Maul away before blocking Savage's strikes. As Obi-Wan dodged the attacks, he focused his kicks on Savage's leg, eventually forcing him to his knee. He was then forced to the wall, where he used both his sabers to block the brothers before kicking Savage's leg again and then dashing forward, severing the Dathorian's left arm. "Ah! Savage!" Maul yelled out before pushing Obi-Wan down the hall via the Force. "Come, my apprentice. This plan has failed, but we will have another opportunity." Obi-Wan got up before running out to see Hondo and his men attack the brothers and even hit one of Maul's legs, severing it. The brothers got in a ship and took off as a missile hit one of the engines, causing it to crash not soon after. "Well, Kenobi, let's get out there and see what riches have fallen from the sky for me. And you, shall we?" Hondo asked the Jedi. "Very well." They got to the crash and looked around before one spoke. "There's no sign of those two, boss." "Well, if the condition of these goods is any indication, your friends have been vaporized," Hondo said as Obi-Wan sighed. "I wouldn't be so sure. I cut one of them in half once, and he survived." Coruscant. In Palpatine's office, Obi-Wan explained what happened to Palpatine as well as Yoda, Windu, and Anakin. "Well, isn't that interesting? I think we have closure on this matter, Master Kenobi." "I disagree, Chancellor. Everything we've learned from this is that the Sith are persistent. They will not die. I understand your reservations, Master Kenobi, but I am afraid we can no longer allow this personal matter of yours to be a Republic concern," Palpatine said before turning to Pace. "It does not appear that this Darth Maul is a direct threat to the Republic. We need to redirect your efforts to the cause at hand, stopping Count Dooku and thus ending the Clone Wars. Maul was trying to build an army of pirates. So let him," Palpatine said to him. "Let him play with the rabble. They're just petty crooks. It is of no relevance to the Senate compared to the Separatist threat." "Good day, gentlemen," Palpatine said before leaving as the Jedi got up and walked to each other. Something is stirring in the underworld. The crime families have had too much free rein since the Jedi have been distracted by the Clone War. I fear it is a fertile place for Maul to flourish if he has indeed survived," Obi-Wan said before Yoda looked up. Right you may be, Obi-Wan, but heed the words of the Chancellor, we must. A personal matter, this is for you. Clouded your judgment, don't let them be. In time, if he lives, and reveal himself again, Maul will. And then swiftly we shall act. Evil alliance. Darth Maul and Savage Opress escape Obi-Wan Kenobi's assault once again. With their plan to build a crime organization in peril, the brothers' fate is about to be changed forever as they drift, barely alive, through an unknown space. Maul's and Savage's escape pod drifted as they lay unconscious before a ship picked it up and pulled it inside its docking bay. A dark lightsaber cuts a hole before Vizsla walks in with other Mandalorians and looks around. Vizsla looked to see one of the saber hilts and picked it up before looking at Maul as he saw his breath, signifying he was still alive. "What are you? Should we rub him out?" a female in blue armor asked. "No, I want to hear their story. If they're an enemy of the Jedi, then they're a friend of mine. Load him up." Zanbar. In a medical tent, Maul woke to see a droid working on his new robotic legs that looked like regular legs as Savage was still out with a robotic arm beside him. Savage. Vizsla without his helmet walked in and up to the Sith. You're not a Jedi. So what are you? We are Sith. Do you serve Count Dooku? Vizsla asked, having Maul shake his head. I serve no one. I thought there could only be two Sith, a master, and an apprentice. We are brothers. The true lords of the Sith. Maul said before leaning his head back. What happened to your ship? Destroyed by Jedi. Do you know which Jedi? Vizsla asked as Maul growled. Kenobi. And what do you seek now, Sith? Fortune, and power. Repair this one's legs, and do what you can for the other, Vizsla ordered the droids before leaving. Yes, sir. Later, Maul walked out before a Mandalorian pushed him towards another tent. Go on. Get moving. Inside they saw Vizsla with others at tables before he spoke as he saw Maul. In time for tea. Come join me. Made with the florets of a cassius tree. Maul sat down as Vizsla gave him a small bowl. It's good for your health. Maul took a sip before seeing Vizsla's helmet. Your mark. The sign of Clan Vizsla. I am Pre-Vizsla. We are the Death Watch, descendants of the true warrior faith all Mandalorians once knew. Now my people are living in exile because we will not abandon our heritage. Our people were warriors, strong, and feared. Now they're ruled by the new Mandalorians who think that being a pacifist is a good thing. They've given away our honor and tradition for peace. Duchess Satine and her corrupt leadership are crushing our souls, destroying our identity. That is our struggle. He explained before Maul spoke. If they are weak, why do you wait? The Duchess has powerful allies, including your Jedi friend, Kenobi. He is also responsible for our exile. Perhaps fortune brought us together. It is the will of the Force. We can help you reclaim Mandalore. And punish Kenobi for his trespasses, Vizsla said before the female from before walked up without her helmet. Revealing fair skin and auburn hair in a bob cut with a blue headband. We allied ourselves with the Sith before. Count Dooku betrayed us. Sith are no better than Jedi. They claim to be powerful, but we put these two back together after the Jedi gutted them. She stopped as Maul lifted a hand and squeezed, having her float and grab her throat. Doubt will only lead to failure, he said as the others aimed their weapons at them. Hold. Vizsla raised his hand at that. Our combined strength will be rewarded. Mandalore will be yours, and Kenobi, this Sith pretender Dooku, and all our enemies will fall. Maul said letting the woman go. Check on your brother. We'll put it to a vote. Vizsla said before Maul left. The woman got up and smiled with Vizsla. Outside, Maul walked in on Savage destroying the droids. Rest, apprentice. You're safe. Our crash was discovered by enemies of the Jedi, and we are in their care. Are we prisoners? No. Allies. They have much to offer, including their planet. They are strong, and unlike pirates, they possess honor. Another weakness, Maul said as Savage lay down. They know nothing of our intentions. Those revelations will come too late, Maul said before looking back as Vizsla and Bo-Katan walked in. I see you have your strength back. I never got your names. I am Maul. This is Savage. Maul replied before Vizsla nodded. Our brothers are in favor of an alliance to liberate Mandalore. This Duchess of yours will soon discover the true burden of peace, Maul said before they walked outside. Your people are strong and skilled, but you'll need an army to free Mandalore. There are more on Mandalore who will join us. Their help would come too late. We can assemble an army, beginning with the Black Sun. They're a crime syndicate, hardly a force to rally with, Vizsla said as they walked past those who were training. They can provide us with the resources we need to sustain a war without the scrutiny of the Republic. Mustafar. Maul, Savage, Vizsla, and Bo-Katan landed on a base beside a large lava river and walked out to see the Black Suns, one without a mask showing he's a Fallen. A battalion, brother, Savage said as they walked with other Mandalorians landing. They will serve us well. We request an audience with your leaders. Maul said to the Fallen. It'll be your funeral. He took them inside to a room with a table that had the leaders in robes. Why do you come here? The one at the end asked. We seek an army. Fools. We are not mercenaries. Dispose of them. Keep their ships and weapons. The leader said before another spoke. Give me that one sword. Savage killed the guard that was beside him and tossed him onto the table as Maul spoke up. This is your last opportunity to join us. Quiet. We are the Black Sun. The leaders stood at that, having Maul nod. Very well, then. He ducked as Savage threw his saber and beheaded all of them in one strike. Pulling the weapon back, Maul looked to the falling as he stood. It would seem the decision to join us is now yours. After careful consideration, we will join you. Show us your supplies. Later, having gotten the supplies, Vizsla went to Maul. We have our army now. I have a plan to undermine Satine. The army is weak. We are not ready for the Duchess. With my plan, we won't need a bigger force. There is only one plan. One vision, Maul said, turning to Vizsla. And it belongs to Death Watch. Your vision lacks clarity. Without us, you have no army and no reason to replace the Duchess. The depth of this opportunity eludes you. You shall watch and learn. Maul then left at that. Later that night, several ships landed before Pikes walked to them. We know you've been forming an army. The leader said to Maul, Bo-Katan, and Vizsla. Were you expecting us? Underworld's a small community. I have no desire to oppose you. We come to join you. Very good. Then ready our troops. We leave for Nal Hutta immediately. Vizsla said before shaking his hand. Nal Hutta. Maul and the others stood before the Hutt Council, some Hutts via holograms, before Maul spoke after they talked to him. There are many things the Hutts influence and possess that would be useful to us. We have no credits. Your lives in exchange for Hutt space and everything in its borders. Maul said before bounty hunters came up, a couple that helped Naruto defend the farm on his Padawan days before they all fought. Maul's group easily fought off the attackers, once getting outside, and drove the bounty hunters off. Sir, the Hutts have escaped. Except one. One Mandalorian said as Bo-Katan kept a Hutt with black hair and a jacket. Where are the others? The Hutt spoke in his language before Maul turned. Kill him. Savage turned his blade on getting the Hutt to speak. Give me a location, Maul said before the Hutt spoke. Tatooine. Jabba's palace. So the only thing that you can tell me is that I will find Jabba at Jabba's palace? Maul asked before letting Savage kill the Hutt. Tatooine. Maul walked into Jabba's palace and into the room where Jabba was. Give up, Jabba. You're the only one left. Submit or suffer. Jabba spoke to another that had a headset on before the droid translator spoke to Maul in a female voice. The mighty Jabba and the Hutt families have decided to join you. Outside, Maul walked with Vizsla, who spoke. Between the Hutts, Black Sun, and the Pikes, we'll have a large reserve of muscle and supplies. Yes. Then Mandalore and Kenobi are still our priority. Vizsla asked as they continued to walk. They are vital. I'm curious to hear the rest of your plan. The vision has expanded. You will still rule Mandalore, and under your protection, I will command a new galactic underworld. Maul said as Vizsla looked over. Mandalore influences a league of 2,000 neutral systems. It gives you plenty of options for your enterprise. You have learned from your previous oversights. With their combined forces, the Republic and the Separatists will be irrelevant. Then are we ready? Vizsla asked, having them stop and Maul look over. Mobilize the army. Send an advanced guard to the capital. I want a list of targets vital to Mandalore's security. Choose wisely. There will be no second chances. Vizsla walked to Bo-Katan before speaking. Stay focused. Mandalore will soon be ours, and Maul and his brother will be dead alongside the Duchess. Villainy swells. With an army of the galaxy's most vicious criminals, Darth Maul and Savage Opress conspire with Pre-Vizsla and the Death Watch to topple Duchess Satine, ruler of Mandalore. While the conspirators prepare to attack the Mandalorian capital of Sundari from a base on Zanbar, the fate of 2,000 other neutral systems is under threat, as Darth Maul moves closer to establishing a vast criminal empire. Zanbar. Where are my targets? Maul asked as they all looked at a hologram of the capital before Vizsla spoke. We've identified them at these locations. However, as I've said before, if we try to take Mandalore by force, our people will turn against us. I will use my army of crime lords to attack different targets across Sundari and sow chaos to undermine the Duchess's rule. Our gangsters will make her look too weak to maintain control. Then you and your Death Watch will capture and arrest us, bringing order where Satine's weak government could not. Maul explained, looking at Vizsla. We'll be saviors. Exactly. A good plan. Indeed. I'll prepare the troops, Bo-Katan said before leaving the tent and seeing Vizsla come out. It's a risk to trust those monsters. How do we know they'll keep their end of the bargain? We need those Sith and their thugs to cause some pain and show the Mandalorian people how weak Satine is. After this is done, no one will doubt why we're in power. Most will welcome us. Then what? Bo-Katan asked him before he continued. Then we execute Maul and those thugs. Those criminals will scatter, and Mandalore will be ours. Inside, Savage looked at his brother before speaking. I believe Vizsla will betray us. We have no other choice. We cannot rule openly without drawing the attention of the Jedi. We need Vizsla as the face of our rule. For now. The promise of wealth will find us a new face on Mandalore, Savage said, crossing his arms. You've learned well, my apprentice. Greed never fails to motivate. Mandalore. A guard was looking over containers before a droid scanning one caught his eyes. What's the matter? I am scanning life forms. I believe this spice shipment is infested. Step back, the guard ordered before opening it. And had Maul and Savage jump out as the other containers opened to reveal the other crime groups and attacked. Gangsters. Were under attack. The criminal contingent overpowered the police and customs officials, violently subduing and imprisoning the new Mandalorians and their droids in shipping containers, securing control of the docks. In Peace Park, in the shadow of the destroyed memorial shrine, Black Sun soldiers and Pike gunmen opened fire on the crowd, killing police and civilians alike in an indiscriminate manner aimed at causing panic. At the Mandalore Banking Center, Lom Pike led a team to attack and rob the facility, using the combat prowess and force abilities of Savage Opress to carve through the police defenders and enter the bank. Within short order, the Shadow Collective's operatives had overwhelmed Sundari's defenders too and overran Duchess Satine Kryze's forces throughout New Mandalorian territory across the desert regions of Mandalore in which the new Mandalorian people made their home. The concerned new Mandalorian citizenry gathered in the plaza outside of the Sundari royal palace demanding action, prompting Duchess Kryze to issue a statement. I need you all to remain calm, she said with speakers amplifying her voice. These attackers are just thugs, brought on by the lowest element. The Duchess Satine has led us to ruin. Vizsla said as he jet-packed down on the platform. Death Watch. Guards, stay back. Vizsla, you must be the one responsible for these attacks. Satine said to Vizsla who took his helmet off. No, I am not responsible. But I can offer a solution. He said before turning to address the crowd. People of Mandalore, I am Pre-Vizsla of Clan Vizsla. Death Watch is here to save you from these intergalactic gangsters that threaten our great city. This is a war, and we will win. Join me and let us defend Mandalore against the criminals. We need action, not pacifism. Do not listen to him. His war will cause the end of Mandalore as we know it. Satine yelled after him. We are under attack. There is no time for discussion, he said before putting his helmet on and flew up with the others. The name, Mandalore, should set fear into the hearts of these gangsters. A detachment of Death Watch soldiers struck at the Black Sun and Pike gangsters holding the docks of Sundari, securing the area after arriving in force. The rogue Mandalorians freed the grateful hostages from their confines in the docks, shipping containers and apprehended the off-world criminals. Deeper into the city, Pre-Vizsla's lieutenant and the Death Watch's sergeant-at-arms, Bo-Katan, engaged the foot soldiers of the Shadow Collective alongside her unit, the Night Owls. Capturing the criminals with fiber cord whips, the Night Owls led the subdued horde of thugs away at blaster point while Bo-Katan assured the frightened citizens nearby that they would be safe now, assurances that were met with thanks and approval. 1. Outside the Mandalore Banking Center, as Savage Opress and the Pikes fled the pillaged facility, Pre-Vizsla confronted the Sith apprentice in a staged lightsaber duel as his troops secured the other thieves. Overcoming Opress before the eyes of the police, Vizsla disarmed his opponent and turned him over to the office's custody. For their actions against the Shadow Collective, the people of Sundari were vocal in their praise of Death Watch, and with the popular support of the new Mandalorians, Pre-Vizsla marched into the royal palace to confront Duchess Kryze. The deposed Duchess was imprisoned along with her supporters in the new Mandalorian government, including Prime Minister Armadan, while Vizsla flaunted the captured leaders of the crime syndicates before Sundari's citizens as his prisoners and a symbol of his worthiness to rule. Vizsla installed himself as the new Prime Minister and took up the title of Mandalore of the new Mandalorian people. Later, Maul and Savage go to meet Vizsla, who turns to speak. The transition of power will be seamless. We now have the support of the people, and Satine to bait Kenobi. With his demise, our deal will be complete. Your oversight requires correction. We now have a base, an army, and the means to expand to other neutral systems. It wasn't an oversight, it was intentional. I don't have an interest in the other systems. Your vision no longer matters. Vizsla said as Maul was handcuffed. Oh, don't fret. I'll still honor our deal. Kenobi will be dealt with. But now, you'll do as I say. They then walked to the balcony where Vizsla talked to the others as Bo-Katan held Maul. The violence is over. The last of the parasites infecting Mandalore has been caught. The Duchess has abandoned her duty to protect Mandalore. Her political dream only encourages aggression against our planet. We have learned from this beast the consequences of pacifist principles. It's now time to restore the traditions of Mandalore. No one will ever threaten us again. Later, in their cell, Maul paced as he spoke aloud to his brother. Vizsla has captured the support of his people, just as we planned. However, he is not their anointed leader yet. There is still time for us to put in place a leader under our control. Then let us escape, and we shall find one. Patience. We must move cautiously. Maul said, sitting. By placing us in prison, Vizsla has unwittingly put us in reach of several candidates for his successor. Who do you mean, brother? Vizsla has imprisoned the Duchess here. Other political advisors of hers will be within these walls who will suit our purpose as well. Hey, quiet, you two, one guard said, walking to the cell. Apprentice, I wish for a tour of this facility. Savage used the force to break the glass cell and throw the guard off the railing. They walked out and up to Satine's cell after killing several guards. You are the now former Duchess Satine, are you not? What do you want, you monster? Nothing yet, but I will have a use for you in time. Maul said before continuing. Where are the other leaders of your people? You should know already. They've either sided with Vizsla or have been killed. There's no one left now but Almec and I, but he's as corrupt and vile as you. Really? Maul asked. Thank you for being so cooperative. He said, turning to the cell beside hers. Almec. Yes. I can deliver you from this prison. What was your position in this government? I'm the former Prime Minister, Almec replied as Maul walked in. Satine imprisoned me on charges of corruption and conspiracy for using the black market. He's a murderer, Satine yelled out. He caused the death of children. Quiet, Savage said before killing another guard as Almec looked at Maul. What do you want from me? Mandalore requires a prime minister. I thought you were in league with Vizsla. We were. Maul nodded before Almec continued. Oh, clearly, you are powerful. But how can two of you overthrow Vizsla and his supporters? Vizsla is a soldier. And like every soldier, he is bound by honor. I will challenge him to single combat in front of his men. He will not deny me. Ooh, if you defeat him, according to the ancient laws of Mandalore his soldiers will be honor-bound to follow you, Almec said following Maul's logic. Precisely. Later, Maul held up a guard in front of Vizsla before dropping him. I challenge you, one warrior to another, and only the strongest shall rule Mandalore. So be it, Vizsla said, taking his saber out. Give him his weapon. Vizsla then dashed over for them to clash their blades. After being kicked back, Vizsla used his pack to fly and then shot Maul with his blasters. Maul deflected the blasts before Vizsla came down and the two clashed blades again. Vizsla then kicked Maul back before shooting him with his blaster again before using his flame flower. He then flew around throwing grenades and having Maul roll away. Vizsla then flew above the Sith and dropped another one before dropping and attacking with his saber. They dashed toward each other and then kicked the other back. They got up and continued to clash with each other before Maul hit Vizsla's backpack before he ran over and broke the Mandalorian's arm. Maul walked over and punched him to the throne before pulling the dark blade over as Vizsla got on his hands and knees. As you said, only the strongest shall rule. Maul then beheaded the man before looking at his men. I claim this sword and my rightful place as leader of Death Watch. He said as all but the Night Owls knelt. Never. Bo-Katan yelled out. No outsider will ever rule Mandalore. If you will not join me, you will all die, Maul said as the others turned on her group to attack. You're all traitors. Unfortunately for you, history will not see it that way. Execute them, Maul ordered, driving the group out. Later Almec went to speak to the crowd. Silence, please, silence, hear me now. Duchess Satine, the so-called pacifist who could not protect you when your lives were at stake, has murdered Pre Vizsla, the true hero of Mandalore. Satine is now under arrest, and it was Pre Vizsla's last command that I was reinstated as Prime Minister. I know my past is checkered, but I promise you, I take full responsibility for my people. And my heart now bleeds for your pain. However, from this point on, Mandalore will be strong, and we will be known as the warriors we were always meant to be. He finished walking back inside where Maul sat on the throne. You have done well, Prime Minister. I shall waste no time in building my administration. Choose wisely. I will hold you personally responsible for their failures. Yes, Master. Is there anything more you require? Almec asked after bowing. Go. Rule my people. Neutral star systems in peril. Darth Maul and Savage Opress command the planet Mandalore through the puppet Prime Minister Almec while they expand their criminal enterprise. With the Death Watch removed from power and the Jedi unaware of the villainous plot, nothing stands in the way of Darth Maul's vision for a vast criminal empire. We now find Duchess Satine imprisoned as her few remaining loyal subjects make a desperate attempt to rescue her. Mandalore. What do you want, you traitor? Satine asked the guard who opened her cell door. Only for him to fall face first, revealing Corky with a pistol. We'll never betray you, Auntie Satine. I'm here to rescue you. Corky. She hugged him and walked out before they turned. Freeze. Hold it there. Another guard came up before being shot. Death Watch. Satine and Corky looked behind them to see Bo-Katan with her helmet on, walked up, and took it off. Bo, it's been a long time. It's okay, Auntie. She's on our side now. Why are you helping now? Satine asked Bo, who stared. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. There was a time when we weren't enemies. Perhaps that time has come again. Come on, let's go, Satine said before leaving towards a dock. We need to contact the Jedi Council. Corky, give me your comlink. It won't be any good unless we get outside the city. All of the frequencies are jammed. You are all taking a terrible risk by helping me, she replied to the man and two women at speeders. Nothing we haven't done before. Right, Auntie. Let's get going, one said as a ship came down and they flew off. As they flee in speeders, they are chased by several Mandalorian super commandos. Bo-Katan and the others hold them off, but finally, the speeder is shot down, and the Duchess is taken by the commandos, but not before sending a hologram message to the Jedi asking for help from Obi-Wan Kenobi personally. Coruscant, Jedi Meeting Room. 1. You summoned me, Masters? Obi-Wan asked, walking into the room where Yoda, Naruto, and Ki-Adi-Mundi were before Mundi played Satine's message. This is a message for Obi-Wan Kenobi. I've lost Mandalore. My people have been massacred, and Almec is now the Prime Minister. I can't explain everything now, but Almec has the support of the crime families. Obi-Wan, I need your help. Your thoughts on this, Master Kenobi, Yoda said as Obi-Wan walked around. Satine has been at odds with the Death Watch for years. And according to a report from Padawan Tano, they're no longer in league with the Separatists. If there was a takeover of Mandalore, it was most likely an independent act caused by the Death Watch alone. Without involvement from the Separatists, this is an internal affair for the Mandalorians, Mundi said as Naruto looked over. I'm afraid we cannot help. We cannot just hand Mandalore over to these crime families and let Satine become a martyr, Naruto said, putting his hands on the table as BD looked over his shoulder. I'm afraid her decision to keep Mandalore neutral makes this situation difficult. Understand your feelings, I do, Obi-Wan, Naruto. But to take action, support from the Republic Senate we will need. You know what the Senate will decide. Naruto scoffed at that. They wouldn't help a neutral planet unless there was a need to get them on our side. At this time, nothing more can we do, Yoda said looking down. Naruto then walked with Obi-Wan before looking at him. I'll go with you. What makes you think I'll? I know you. I gotta meet with someone first, so I'll see you at the docks. Oola's bar. Naruto walked into his girls' bar before seeing Juno at a table, then walked over and dropped a bag of credits on the table. "What's the job?" "Supply run, got everything at the docks," he said before turning to the bar and pulled up his arm. He pressed a button and up came Sabine with Naruto's swirl painted on her left breast. "Hey, Naruto. What can I do for you?" "I need your help at Mandalore." "Okay, I got to show you something." She turned and saw his full name painted on the bottom of her armor before cutting him off. "We're all thinking of doing that." Naruto looked up to see Oola walking up cleaning a glass. "Really?" "Yeah, Anko suggested it." "That doesn't surprise me." He sighed before kissing the Twi'lek and left to meet up with Obi-Wan. Mandalore. In the woods, Sabine stood outside a patch of trees before Rouge's shadow landed. The hatch opened before Juno walked out with a crate on a dolly. "Naruto's not with you." "He's coming with Obi-Wan," Juno replied, dropping a crate off before both went inside the ship. Throne room. Satine's accomplices have escaped, including the renegade Death Watch soldiers. But we will find them. The Duchess appears to have contacted the Jedi just as anticipated. Almec said to Maul, who was facing away from him, arms behind his back. "Good. You have done well," Maul said before turning. "What of the people? You are the legitimate Prime Minister. Mandalore is a sovereign planet and you will maintain its neutrality," Maul explained, walking to Almec with Savage. "And what of the Jedi?" he asked as Savage growled. "Because of Mandalore's neutrality, the Jedi have no jurisdiction here. If Kenobi comes to rescue his friend, he will have to come alone." Outside in the city, a very beat-up ship landed before two Mandalorian men walked out as the ship's armor started falling off. "You better get your ship looked at." They turned to see two Death Watch walk up to them. "Oh, it's my friend's ship. He told me it was perfectly fine," one said as a pipe fell off. "Terribly sorry about that. Do you have a landing permit?" one asked as the second man nodded. I think I left it on the ship. Come with me, and I'll get it." He took the two men inside as the first man walked behind them. A moment went by before two thuds came from the inside, then out walked Naruto and Obi-Wan in the Death Watch uniforms. Naruto's black with Obi-Wan's red. BD then jumped up onto Naruto's jetpack before they walked ahead, putting their helmets on. After getting to the jail, they went to Satine's cell and opened it. "Here to do more of your master's bidding?" she asked as they took off their helmets. "I do my bidding." "Obi-Wan." She got up to hug him. "Are you alone?" "Yes. The Jedi Council and Galactic Senate will be of no help to us here." "I trust you have an escape plan then." "As always, my dear." They walked to the elevator as another guard came in. Naruto grabbed him and knocked him out before jumping up to open the hatch on top and place him on top of the elevator. Once the door opened, Naruto used his Shoto to weld the back door before they got on speeders. "We have to contact my sister for help. She'll send reinforcements," Satine said as she rode with Obi-Wan. "Who's your sister?" he asked as they got to their ship. Guards in the area saw them and opened fire. Suddenly, one hit them with a rocket launcher, causing the dock to fall open and Naruto rolled back and fell out. Boom. SSHH hit. "Let's get out of here." Satine and Obi-Wan fell out as well before the ship blew up. Boom. They landed on the dock but didn't see Naruto before Obi-Wan saw Maul and Savage through his blurry vision. "No, it can't be." Maul then pulled Obi-Wan to him and grabbed him by the throat. "We meet again, Kenobi. Welcome to my world. Take them back to the palace." He finished throwing Obi-Wan to a guard. In the throne room, Maul stood as he lifted Satine by the throat via the Force and walked to Obi-Wan. "Your noble flaw is a weakness shared by you, and your Duchess. You should have chosen the dark side, Master Jedi. Your emotions betray you. Your fear, and yes, your anger. Let your anger deepen your hatred. Don't listen to him, Obi." Satine stopped as Savage spoke. "Quiet. You can kill me, but you will never destroy me. It takes strength to resist the dark side. Only the weak embrace it," Obi-Wan said as Maul looked at him. "It is more powerful than you know. And those who oppose it are more powerful than you'll ever be. I know where you're from. I've been to your village. I know the decision to join the dark side wasn't yours. The Night Sisters made it for you." "Silence," Maul yelled out. You think you know me. It was I who languished for years thinking of nothing but you. Nothing but this moment. And now the perfect tool for my vengeance is in front of us. He said as he pulled the dark saber hilt out. I never planned on killing you. But I will make you share my pain, Kenobi. Maul then pulled Satine to him and stabbed her with the dark blade. Satine, Obi-Wan said, running up to her. Remember, my dear Obi-Wan, I've loved you always. I always will. Do we kill him now, brother? No. Imprison him below. Let him drown in his misery. Take him to his cell to rot. Maul said as guards took Obi-Wan away. Coruscant Chancellor Palpatine's office. You summoned me, Chancellor. Mas Amedda asked, walking in as Palpatine was at the window and closed his eyes for a moment. Prepare my ship. Mandalore. At the prison docks, Obi-Wan was walking with guards before darts hit them. Ah, it's the rebels. Obi-Wan kicked one away, having the dart blow up before Bo-Katan, Sabine, and Naruto, sans helmet, dropped down. Took you long enough. Sorry, took the scenic route. Naruto rolled his shoulders as he looked around. Satine, he asked as Obi-Wan stayed quiet. Naruto sighed at that before Obi-Wan looked at Bo-Katan. Sorry, I don't believe we've met. You are. Bo-Katan, I'm here to rescue you. That's all you need to know. Sounds good to me, Obi-Wan said as Bo-Katan put a jetpack on his back. You ever used one of these before? No, but in this case, I'm a fast learner. Let's go, Naruto said before he flew with Sabine. They dodged blasts as they flew before coming to a door and opening it to see a large battle. Bo-Katan looked at Obi-Wan. Maul must really want you dead. You have no idea. On the other side, a ship landed as Darth Sidious walked out and up to two guards. Halt. The two grabbed their throats as Sidious walked past them and up to a vehicle before leaving. In the throne room, Maul was meditating before opening his eyes. I sense a presence. A presence I haven't felt since, he trailed off as looked up. Master. Sidious walked in and up to Maul who knelt. Master. I am most impressed to see you have survived your injuries. I used your training, Master. And I have built all this in hopes of returning to your side. Maul said as Sidious smiled. How unfortunate that you are attempting to deceive me. Master. You have become a rival. Sidious turned and threw them against the windows, cracking them. He let them go before they got up and dashed to him as Sidious pulled two red sabers out to parry the brothers' blades. With the others, Naruto and Obi-Wan got to a ship as Bo-Katan looked at them. Go back to your Republic and tell them what has happened. That would likely lead to a Republic invasion of Mandalore. Yes, and Maul will die. But Mandalore will survive. We always survive. Now go, she said before Obi-Wan looked at her. You're Satine's sister, aren't you? I'm so sorry. With the Siths, Sidious fought them outside in a hangar. Maul and Opress at first were able to rival Sidious's overwhelming dueling skill, but Sidious knocked down Opress with a kick before stunning Maul with a powerful force push. Savage got up to attack but was stunned with a swift blow to the face and was then stabbed through his chest with both of Sidious' lightsabers in a reverse lunge. The Dark Lord shoved the towering Zabrak onto the lower pavement below with the force. Brother. Momentarily forgetting Sidious, Maul ran to his brother's side and held Savage's metal hand as he lost his size and bulk with the magic leaving him. Brother, I am an unworthy apprentice. I'm not like you. I never was. Remember, the first and only reality of the Sith, there can only be two. And you are no longer my apprentice. You have been replaced, Sidious said as Maul looked at him. Maul dashed over and did his best to kill Sidious to avenge his fallen brother but was eventually defeated, when Sidious gradually overpowered him and forced the hilts of his lightsabers apart, disarming him. Sidious then beat his former apprentice against several surfaces using the force. Have mercy. Please, please, Maul said as Sidious dropped him at his feet. There is no mercy, he said before using lightning on him. Do not worry. I'm not going to kill you. I have other uses for you. Sidious started laughing as he continued his attack. Invasion. The planet Cato Nemoidia is under separatist attack. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, rush to the rescue as they lead a squadron of starfighters to the planet below. Cato Nemoidia. Ahsoka, punch a hole for the gunships to get through. Anakin told Ahsoka as both were fighting in their starfighters. I know the drill, Master. They flew to the city and continued their attack as separatists hit several of their men's ships. Look out, incoming missiles. No problem, Anakin replied as he weaved to avoid missiles. And had one explode in front, having buzz droids land on his ship. Ah, slight problem. Ahsoka, I've got buzz droids. How badly did you get hit? I'm all clear. What? You always have it easy, Snips. Anakin sighed before R2 hit some of the droids off. Good job, R2. Someday these droids will learn they keep messing with the wrong Jedi. Anakin used the Force to throw more off before Ahsoka spoke up. Looks like you're clear. Just keep watching and learning, Padawan. Anakin smiled before a droid drilled its way in from the bottom. Uh-oh. Ahsoka notices smoke off his ship. You're trailing smoke. What's wrong? Oh, nothing serious. Just a small malfunction. Anakin replied, hitting several buttons before being knocked out by the shockwave of a blast from his engine. Master, come in. R2, what's going on over there? She asked R2 who beeped. Unconscious. Fly back to the cruiser. She ordered only for R2 to beep again. Beeps. What do you mean there's something wrong with the engines? Tip your wing. I'll see how bad it is. She flew close as R2 turned and showed nothing but buzz droids. Oh, that's not good. Let's say now would be a good time to land. R2, can you land the ship on that cliff ledge? She asked as they got to a mountain with a cliff. Trills. I don't care if the landing zone is too short. Get that ship on the ground. R7, take over the ship. I'm going after Anakin. Somebody has to save his skin. She opened the hatch and got to the ship as they got close to the cliff. Anakin's ship skids on the ground before she jumps on and opens the hatch with her saber. She pulls Anakin off as the ship goes off the other side and R2 goes with it. R2, she yelled hearing an explosion before the droid flew up. Boop beep. Ah, very funny, R2. She sighed before turning to see Anakin waking up. Are you okay, Master? Yeah, what did I miss? Oh, not much. She shrugged, walking over as he glanced around. Wait a minute, wasn't I flying? Where's my fighter? How did I get here? Fighter crashed. I saved the day. You're welcome, she replied to each as he sighed. Sounds more like your Naruto's Padawan than mine, he said before bringing his arm up. Captain Rex, Ahsoka, and I need a little help. Right away, sir. Suddenly, a call came in before he answered, having Yoda come up via hologram. Master Yoda. Return to the Jedi Temple quickly, you and your Padawan. We're kind of busy, Master Yoda, Anakin replied to the Master. The reason we need you, important it is, Skywalker. Bombed the temple hangar, someone has. Your assistance to find the terrorist, we need. Who could successfully bomb the Jedi Temple? Ahsoka asked as Yoda showed a hologram of the incident. We'll be right there, Master. Jedi Temple. Naruto in a closet made out with Ayla squeezing her breasts through her shirt. She moaned as one hand went to her ass to squeeze it before she pushed him away. I got a mission. Naruto sighed before leaning back. Okay. They walked out before Naruto smacked her on the ass. Smack. She jumped as BD got on his back before walking to the hangar and saw the destroyed ships. I can still hear the screams. Naruto turned to see Ahsoka and Anakin walking in with Barriss behind them. Do you believe what they said, Master, that a Jedi could do this? Not every Jedi agrees with this war, Ahsoka, Naruto said walking up as BD scanned various spots. There are many political idealists among us. But a traitor. I'm afraid one can eventually become the other. Remember Count Dooku and General Krell? That's how they started, too. Naruto finished. Only analysis and investigation will prove what is true or not. Naruto turned to see a droid walking with a datapad before Barriss spoke. Who are you? I am Russo ISC, crime scene analyzer for the Jedi. I will be working with you and your Padawans on this case. I was assigned by Master Windu. Okay, Russo, you Barriss, and Ahsoka should begin the interviews, Anakin said as Russo looked over. I would rather interview the witnesses alone. Why? Ahsoka asked him. Many of the wounded have heard rumors a Jedi was behind this explosion. There will be ill will toward you. I think you're exaggerating, Russo, Anakin said, walking to the wreckage. There were Jedi killed in that blast along with the maintenance crew and clones. The rumor's out though. Naruto sighed walking up. If the witness sees a Jedi they'll be fearful and would lie thinking if they said anything they would be in trouble. Barriss, Ahsoka go but stay out of the room for any that seem uneasy with you. They then went to interview the survivors of the blast. There they find a potential suspect, Jacker Bomani. Later, Naruto and Anakin are outside on the steps, where they see protesters. No more clones. Stop the violence. End the war. Stop the violence. They're all family and friends. Anakin asked Sin, who was watching as well. Yes, looking for answers. So am I, Sin, Anakin said before bringing up a hologram of a Jacker Bomani. This is the guy who might be behind all of this. If you see him, alert me immediately. That is Jacker. They turned to see a human woman. You know this man? Naruto asked her. He is my husband. I've been trying to reach him since I heard of an explosion. Where is he? I need you to come with me. Later, they're in a room inside. You have no idea where Jacker is. No, Naruto replied as BD got on the table. Trills. You are a Jedi, and you cannot find him. I understand your frustration. We will find him, hopefully alive. Letta, do you think Jacker could do something like this, blow up the temple? Anakin asked as Naruto sighed before Letta replied. Do you have any idea what someone has to go through to work in the Jedi Temple? Jacker dedicated his life to serving the Jedi. It had been his dream. Not just anyone can walk into your precious temple. He passed all the entry tests that were needed. Okay, we had to ask. Unfortunately, everyone's a suspect at this time. Naruto spoke up as she looked over. Jacker would never do anything like this. Please, find him. In the hangar, Barriss and Ahsoka were watching the hologram of the explosion. Based on the trajectory of the debris, it seems the blast came from there, Ahsoka said when they paused at the blast. Why is there no bomb residue? Barriss asked as they got to the area. So you think whoever did this triggered a ship to explode? Anakin asked as he and Naruto walked up. We think so. Russo's trying to use the shrapnel to determine that now. The witness says he saw Jacker in the area. Maybe Jacker planned to do this and just kept quiet. Ahsoka said as Naruto looked over. Or, it actually was a Jedi. I found something, an anomaly, something that should not be here, Russo said as he rewound the hologram. These pieces came from the blast origin. They are covered with microscopic droids of a highly volatile nature. Nano droids. Naruto asked as Russo highlighted areas on the ship he stopped at. Yes, nano droids. Great. Now we're chasing nano droids. Ahsoka sighed as Anakin looked at the droid. Russo, go through the security footage. Try to see if Jacker went to other parts of the temple. Ahsoka, let's go find out how Jacker got his hands on these nano droids. Or anyone else acting suspiciously, Naruto said as he followed along with Barriss. They went to another room where a small droid handed Anakin a file. Bomani's file, Master Jedi. He's a munitions expert, Ahsoka said with a hum. Jacker was the foreman overall of the gunships, bombs, and weapons. His specialty was nano-weaponry. We've got to find this guy. Still innocent until proven guilty, Naruto said as Ahsoka looked up. But the file can be faked. Kamino was hidden until just before the war from our archives, Barriss said as they walked back to Russo, who was speeding through the footage. Isn't that going a little too fast for you to make sense out of it? Anakin asked the droid. It is simple data. At this pace, I can view hundreds of hours of footage. Have you found Jacker? No, Russo replied looking over. I'll gather some Jedi and search the temple. If he's still here, he might be planning another attack. Instead of Jedi, I have droids that can do the job much faster. Anakin nodded as the other droids walked up before the group left. Later, the group is standing in the Jedi Council, some there as holograms. So you've found nothing so far? Mace asked them before Barriss spoke. We have a clue we're following. But we still don't have answers, Anakin spoke up as the masters looked at each other before Windu stared at them. It is imperative that the truth be found soon. There are whispers that the Senate will have a meeting to decide whether the military police will need to become involved in the investigation. They can't do that, Ahsoka spoke as he leaned forward and laced his fingers. Clones died in that explosion, maintenance clones working on the gunships as well as civilians. The Senate tends to take notice of these things no matter where they happen. Anakin's comms went off before answering as Russo spoke. Master Skywalker, we have found Jacker. Lock down all exits so he can't escape. They left at that and met Russo in a room with coffins. Where is he? Well, part of him is here. I don't think now is a good time to joke, Anakin said as Russo took them to the back table where a single right hand lay. This is all that remains of Jacker. His hand. The rest of him exploded. Because he was so close to the bomb. Ahsoka asked as Russo shook his head. Because he was the bomb. He brought up a datapad. What's this? The connection we were looking for to the explosion in the hangar, Russo explained as he scanned the hand as well. The nanodroids, Naruto spoke as the nanodroids came up on the scan. How did they get in his bloodstream? Oh, this just keeps getting better and better. We're going to have to search Jacker's home for evidence. They go to his house to search for more nanodroids, finding them in the food. Suspecting that someone fed the droids to Jacker, they are interrupted by Letta. They decide to bring her back to the temple for more questioning, suspecting that she might know more than she is telling them. However, Letta makes a run for it and the Jedi follow, chasing her through the streets. Finally, they corner her in an alley. The Jedi now believe that she was responsible for the explosion and faced with Anakin's anger she admits to it. The Jedi bring her back to the temple. Although still unaware of her motives, they intend to question her further. Jedi Temple. We're holding Letta in the cell below the temple to await further questioning. Anakin said as the group walked with Mace and Yoda before Russo called. I am pleased to report there were no other nanodroids found in the sweep of the temple. I am also pleased to report, based on the security footage, Jacker Bomani acted alone, which means no Jedi was involved. Thanks, Russo. Good job. Ahsoka said, closing the call as Mace looked at them. Did this woman say what her reasons were for attacking us? Not yet, but we're working on that. I think we can guess her motives easily enough. Public opinion is swaying against the Jedi. That is becoming clear. This war is becoming less and less popular every day it persists. Mace said before he and Yoda walked off as Ahsoka looked over. Master, I'm relieved we solved this case, but what if it had been a Jedi? Yes, I don't know how I would have felt if a Jedi was really behind this. There are going to be Jedi who disappoint us, Ahsoka. But as long as we know there are good Jedi who fight for what's right, it makes it all worthwhile. Anakin replied before they left. Terror at the temple. The Jedi temple is in disarray after a vicious terrorist attack. Naruto Uzumaki, Barriss Offee, Anakin Skywalker, and Ahsoka Tano set out to find the truth about who was really behind this horrendous catastrophe. Their investigation led them to discover the true saboteur, Letta Termond. Now the Jedi attempt to return the temple to normalcy. But first Master Yoda must give a eulogy to the fallen Jedi warriors. Jedi Temple. One with the Force, they are. And our job is to remember that we will, in time, also pass on. Luminous beings are we, but temporary vessels, our bodies are. And we shall all find ourselves here in time. A moment of silence, I ask, to remember and to move on. Yoda said as he walked by each cloaked body. You were close to one of them. Ahsoka asked Barriss who stood beside her. Tutso Mara. We trained together. He taught me how to hold my lightsaber correctly. She replied as Yoda continued. Live for the living Jedi, we must. Live through us, forever they will. Yoda finished as the bodies were lowered into the flow and a golden light shined from their centers. Later, the group of Naruto, Barriss, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Tarkin are walking down the hallway. So what happens to Letta now? Ahsoka asked as Tarkin glanced over. The bomber has been moved. Moved? Where? Why should she be moved? Ahsoka asked as they got to the end where the elevators were. The Republic military has taken her into custody. But why? This is a Jedi matter, isn't it? Clones were killed, which makes this terrorist attack a military matter. An attack on the Jedi is an attack on the Senate. Admiral Tarkin is right, Anakin said as he glanced over. Leia isn't a Jedi. It's not for us to be judges and jury over a citizen of the Republic. If Leia's guilty, she's guilty, and she should be dealt with. Calm down, Ahsoka. Remember, revenge is not the Jedi way, Anakin said to his Padawan. The evidence seems clear, Ahsoka, Barriss spoke before Tarkin pressed a button on the door of the elevator. The Chancellor feels very strongly that the Jedi be removed from as many military matters as possible. You said that you're peacekeepers, not soldiers. I hope Chancellor Palpatine knows what he's doing, Ahsoka said with a sigh. I assure you that he rarely does anything without a strategy. I have many things to attend to, masters. Good day, Ahsoka, Barriss said before leaving after a bow. You wanna go with her? Naruto asked Ahsoka. You haven't hung out and I gotta do some stuff myself. Later, Naruto was in a room with the other Jedi and Zul before looking at Obi-Wan who was there via hologram. We've uncovered a separatist plan of attack. We shall travel to the Anot system here, then move across to Seleucami, he said pointing to a planet that came up in front of him. So far out of our way? Windu asked, getting Obi-Wan's attention. Unfortunately, we must avoid these neutral systems, he replied before Tarkin came up beside Obi-Wan. Excuse me, Master Jedi. Yes, Admiral. Commander Tano, your presence as well as Commander of Freeze is requested by prisoner Leia Termond. The prisoner from the hangar bombing, she asked Tarkin as she walked up. Why is she asking for them? Anakin asked as Tarkin looked over. Not exactly sure, but they're the only ones the prisoner will speak to. I'll report back with whatever I find out. Arriving at the facility, Leia reveals to the two that she was told to speak to one or both of them if she ever needed help. Ahsoka asks for privacy when it becomes clear Leia does not want to speak in public, and she then reveals that the idea of bombing the temple was not hers, but a Jedi's. She explains that many believe the Jedi have become weapons of war rather than peacekeepers, and claims a Jedi agreed with this and bombed the temple to make a statement. Fearing that this Jedi may harm her, she asks them for protection. Ahsoka does not make the promise but presses Leia for more. Just as Leia is about to reveal the Jedi's name, she is force-choked and dies. The clones in the security room see this as both Jedi raise their arms making it seem like they're doing it and rushes to arrest the two. Later, Anakin and Naruto tried to get in to talk to them, only to get turned away by the clones on Tarkin's orders. Sometime later, Ahsoka notices a key card lying outside of her cell. Believing it to be the work of her master, she uses it to free herself and Barriss who was in a cell beside her. As they make their way through the corridors, they come upon wounded clones. They find their lightsabers and comlink lying next to the clones. At that moment, Commander Fox comes through the door and quickly slams the emergency alert button, and the Padawans take off down the corridors. As Fox is about to give a comlink alert with a warning to shoot on sight, Anakin belays the order. He attempts to call out to his Padawan, asking her to return and await judgment. She explains that he is the only one who really believes in her and thus keeps running. Outside, the clones see the two and a chase ensues in which the Padawans run into the industrial areas in an attempt to shake off the clones. Eventually, they surround the two, and Ahsoka loses her Shoto while deflecting their stun blasts. They jump onto a nearby pipe and escape through the pipe system. They got to an opening and saw the large area with ships floating past them. Naruto and Anakin ran up and looked at the two. What are you doing? You didn't even try to come and help me. We couldn't get past the clones as this is a military prison, Naruto said to Ahsoka. If we barged in or anything it would give Palpatine more ammo to take us off of more stuff and tell those you were guilty. But we have to prove you're innocent. The only way we can do that is by going back, Anakin said as Naruto looked over. I don't know who to trust, Ahsoka said as Naruto took a step forward. Listen, we would never let anyone hurt you, either of you, never. I'm not going to take the fall for something I didn't do. Naruto saw Ahsoka move a foot back at that before speaking. Then find your evidence. The two jumped off as the Jedi ran up to see them falling on a ship. Why'd you say that? Because they're right in that they're being set up. You and Ahsoka have been off the planet for far too long for her to be a part of the bombing. I think Leto was working with someone else and they used Ahsoka and Barriss to take the fall for them. Naruto said as Fox and Rex ran up. Where are they? They did a Peter Pan right here off of this pipe, Naruto said before walking away. Ahsoka Tano, and Barriss Afi, are on the run. After an attack on the Jedi Temple, Anakin Skywalker's young Padawan and Naruto's girlfriend found themselves accused of murdering the person responsible for the bombings with no choice but to run. Knowing there is little hope of being cleared of the crimes, Ahsoka decided to find out the truth and prove their innocence on their own. Coruscant, Jedi Council. After further investigation, there can be little doubt that the clone officers murdered in the escape were killed by none other than Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Afi. They used a Jedi mind trick to convince the clone to open the door and then proceeded to cut him down along with 5 other clones along the way. Tarkin via a hologram said to the council as Plo Koon looked at Windu. I do not believe that Ahsoka could have fallen so far. The beliefs of the Jedi Council are irrelevant. We deal strictly with facts and evidence, and the evidence points to Padawans Afi and Tano being guilty of the attack on the temple and the murder of the Republic officers. This is sedition. Skywalker, was there no way to stop your Padawan before she escaped? Mundi asked Anakin as he and Naruto walked up as Tarkin signed off. No, Master Mundi. The council believes that Ahsoka and Barriss may be guilty of the crime, still believe they are wrong, do you, Yoda asked as Naruto looked at him. 110%. I believe she didn't kill the clone troopers or the woman who used the nanodroids to blow up the temple. That's why she's running. To prove their innocence, Anakin said about Ahsoka. Now they're in the lower depths. With their skills, they will be hard to find. Mace mused looking at Yoda who closed his eyes. 3 teams we will send. Master Naruto, Master Skywalker, and Master Plo Koon, with clones you will go. I think it would be best if Skywalker and Uzumaki stayed here, Mace said leaning forward. Having you involved may make things worse. Master Windu, with all due respect, she is my Padawan. And my girlfriend, Naruto spoke up, as well. Barriss, not Ahsoka. The reason for you not to go. I think we're being foolish if we take Anakin and Naruto off this mission, Obi-Wan spoke via hologram in his seat. Who knows them better? He's emotionally tied to her. And Naruto as well, Mace explained to him. Probably too emotional to do what needs to be done. I'd rather capture Ahsoka and find out the truth than let her run because of a lie. Same here, Naruto shrugged. I want to find her before some trigger-happy clone, military personnel or bounty hunter gets them. You must prove to us that you will stay focused. Can you? Yoda asked them as Anakin looked at him. I've already alerted security on the lower levels to be on the lookout for them. Go swiftly then, Skywalker, Uzumaki, and bring back these lost children before it is too late. Yes, Master. Anakin nodded as the 3 left. Having BD looked back at them. Lower levels. Ahsoka and Barriss walked in a dark alley before Ahsoka pulled her comms up. Zul, it's Ahsoka. Ahsoka, I'm so glad you're safe. Safe but on the run. Where? Zul asked her. I can't tell you, but someone is definitely trying to frame me and Barriss. It's not safe for you to call me using the Jedi communicator. Find another way to contact me. I will. Ahsoka nodded at that. In the meantime, I'll do some digging and see if I can find anything out to help you on my end, Zul spoke as Ahsoka nodded. Thank you, Zul. Be safe. They walked down the alley, gave 2 homeless people food for their cloaks, and got on a train. They hide from the police who are requesting passes. At the next stop, the 2 try to exit but are caught by guards who are preparing to board the vehicle. They engage them in hand-to-hand combat, and then open the door and dive onto a nearby platform. More guards see them and chase them to an elevator area, where they promptly get stuck in a falling elevator with a young Twi'lek boy who helps them escape by hitting buttons. Once getting to the bottom, Barriss cuts a hole in the window and they climb out as the boy runs to his mother. They then continue their walking, missing a woman in tight black clothing and mask following from the catwalks. The woman then jumped down once they were alone and swung off lines to tackle the 2 and held red lightsabers to their throat. Well, I didn't believe it when I first heard it, but I guess it's true, the Senate has put a bounty on your horned little head. The woman then had her mask pulled up revealing that she was Ventress. And I'm going to be the one who collects. Ventress, it was you, wasn't it? Ahsoka asked as Barriss glanced as their lightsabers were taken. You were behind all of this, and you framed us. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do, Ahsoka said as they were pulled up. So what are you now, a bounty hunter? Barriss asked as Ventress nodded. Yes, and someone who knows how to make easy money. As they walked, Ahsoka negotiated a deal with her. If Ventress helped her prove their innocence, Ahsoka would request a pardon for Ventress from the Galactic Senate. The three are spotted by Anakin's ship, and they quickly escape past a force field. The three then travel further into the underlevels, and Ahsoka contacts Zul via a public holographic system. Zul tells Ahsoka that Letta frequented a warehouse where most likely obtained the nanodroids. As they make their way toward the warehouse, they are ambushed by a squad of clones led by Commander Wolf. With no success in negotiating, they engage in a fistfight, temporarily incapacitating the clones. At the warehouse, Ventress departs, reminding Ahsoka that she still has her half of the deal to hold up. As she leaves, she is attacked by a cloaked, force-wielding assailant. She is knocked out, and the assailant takes her lightsabers and helmet. Meanwhile, the Padawans investigate the warehouse. There, the mysterious male assailant attacks them. The two pull their sabers out and hit the two red ones before being pushed back. They then rolled under swipes and turned to block the sabers before pushing back. The attacker pushed them back via the force and ran to the top. The Padawans follow before being pushed off onto the floor and then slowly standing up, shocked into unconsciousness by Wolf. Explosives. One clone said, opening a crate. These are the same types of nanodroids that were used to blow up the Jedi Temple. They then take the two back to the temple via their ship. Captured they have been. Naruto turned to see Yoda via hologram before Kun spoke. Yes, Master Yoda. Without incident. No, they were subdued by the clones and found in possession of explosive nanodroids. It still doesn't explain Ventress's involvement. Anakin mused as Naruto sighed. I heard she's a bounty hunter, she must have caught them as the Senate put up a bounty that I couldn't stop. Barriss Afi and Ahsoka Tano were captured. While on the run to prove their innocence, Padawans Afi and Tano teamed up with the deadly Asajj Ventress to find the rogue Jedi who framed them for murder. The Jedi Council sent Anakin Skywalker, Naruto Uzumaki, and Master Plo Koon to track Ahsoka and Barriss down and bring them back to the temple. Now captured and imprisoned, the two face punishment for crimes they did not commit. Coruscant Jedi Temple, Council. The Senate requests that Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Afi be indicted for acts of treason against the Republic. Tarkin said to the Masters via hologram. A fair trial, Padawans Afi and Tano will have in accordance with Jedi tradition, Yoda spoke up from his seat. Ah, yes, Jedi tradition. I'm afraid, Master Yoda, that the Senate believes that an internal Jedi trial would seem biased. Therefore, the Senate asks that the Council expel Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Afi from the Jedi Order so that they may be put to a Republic military tribunal, where they will receive more impartial judgment. And who would represent Ahsoka and Barriss in this tribunal, Admiral? Obi-Wan asked, leaning forward. That would be up to the Council, General, but I would recommend someone outside the Order, Tarkin replied to Obi-Wan, who nodded. Of course. The Council will act as they deem necessary. Thank you, Admiral, Mace said as Tarkin signed off. Surely we cannot do what Tarkin suggests. We need to stand together with Ahsoka and Barriss. Obi-Wan said to them as Mundi looked over. And yet there's evidence that they are indeed the mastermind behind the attack on the temple. They were found in possession of nanodroid explosives, Saci said from his seat. This alone is enough to convict them. I understand your sentiment, Obi-Wan, but if the Council does as you suggest, it could be seen as an act of opposition to the Senate. I'm afraid we have little choice, Mace said, looking at Obi-Wan before looking at Yoda. To the Chamber of Judgment, summon Skywalker and his Padawan, and Uzumaki and his girlfriend, and in our decision, may the Force guide us. Later, in the chamber, Anakin paced as Ahsoka and Barriss sat on a couch with guards around them. You're not helping, Ahsoka said as Naruto sat down beside Barriss and had BD jump over. Trills. I'm sorry, Snips. I just don't know what to do. It's okay. I don't either. Ahsoka replied before the tone went off. The four stood and went to the middle of the room where a circular platform raised them to stare at the council members before a smaller one put the Padawans higher. Padawan Tano, Padawan Afi, serious charges have been levied against you. How pled you? Yoda asked the two. Not guilty, Master. Not guilty, Master. The two spoke together. We would never take the lives of innocents. The values of the Jedi are sacred to us. Barriss spoke up from her spot. There is evidence to the contrary. You two were alone with Letta Termond when she died. Can you explain this? Mundi asked them as Ahsoka spoke. Someone used the Force against her. Which brings us to Ventress. Can you explain your association with her? Kun asked them. She caught us for the bounty the Senate put on our heads, Barriss explained. Then we convince her to help get evidence to prove our innocence. And them being at the warehouse could have been them looking for that evidence, Naruto spoke up from below. We were set up and deceived, as you are being deceived now, Ahsoka said as Mace looked down. The question is, Padawan Tano, who is deceiving us? Ventress, you, or someone else? We are not deceiving you. I don't know who is. Ahsoka sighed looking down. I can't be sure. My senses are clouded. Clouded by the dark side these things are, Padawan Tano, Yoda spoke from his spot. Dangerously clouded, but not just surrounding you, surrounding many things in these times. You've already made your decision, haven't you? Anakin yelled up clenching his fist. This meeting is just a formality. Reached a decision, we have, though not in total agreement are we. It is the Council's opinion that Padawan Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Afi have committed sedition against the Republic, and thus, she will be expelled from the Jedi Order. You can't do this. Anakin yelled up at Windu as the guards stopped him with their yellow sabers. Your Padawan status will be stripped from you, and you shall forfeit all rank and privileges within the Grand Army of the Republic. You will be turned over to the Republic courts to await your trial and whatever punishment they will set for you. Mundi spoke as the platform lowered and the guards ripped Ahsoka's braid from her and cut Barriss' rat tail. Henceforth, you are barred from the Jedi Order. Later, the two former Padawans are in a cell before Naruto and Anakin walk in with Padme. Padme has agreed to represent you before the Senate. I will do everything I can to prove your innocence, Ahsoka, Barriss. There was a man who attacked us wearing Ventress, mask and using her lightsabers, Barriss said to them. We fought, but he got away. Didn't any of the clones see anything? No, none of the clones reported seeing anyone at the scene. Anakin sighed before looking at them. And you said Ventress left before you went into the warehouse. Yes, the person was using her mask but they were too bulky for it to be her. Well, if that's our only lead, then I know what I have to do, Anakin said as he and Naruto left. Wait, where are you going? You can't leave now. Padme said to them. Yes, we have to find Ventress and get to the bottom of this, Naruto said before they left. Lower levels. A cloaked Naruto and Anakin dropped down behind Ventress and took her to an alley. Tell us what happened, Naruto said as he put a hand on her shoulder. When I heard your little brats were on the run, I thought they might bring a large bounty. What stopped you? Anakin asked as she turned to look at him. At first, I admit, I was just interested in the money and a little bit of revenge, but then I realized you're fallen Padawan and I had a lot in common. How dare you compare yourself to Ahsoka? It's true. My master abandoned me, and that's exactly what you did to her, you and your precious Jedi Order. No, we haven't, Naruto said, getting her to look over. That's why we're here, looking for answers to prove their innocence. After I left the warehouse, after I left your little Padawans alone, I was walking away, and I thought one came up behind me to talk more. But I was wrong. Someone came out of nowhere and hit me from behind. Not just anyone can sneak up behind me. It had to be another Jedi. I don't believe you, Anakin said, narrowing his eyes. Believe it. Whoever you're looking for has my lightsabers. That's how you'll know you've found the criminal. Well, this leads us to a dead end. Anakin sighed. You're the only one they talked to. That's not true, she said as Naruto looked over. What do you mean? Your Padawan contacted the temple. She spoke to that Zool. That's why we knew to go to the warehouse in the first place. It was her that told us to go there. If you're telling the truth, you'll be rewarded, Naruto said as she smiled. Hopefully from you, Tilda, she winked and walked away with a sway in her hips. Republic Trial. Ahsoka Tano, Barriss Offee, you have been charged with sedition against the Jedi Order and the Republic itself. This court will decide your fate. Palpatine said as the Padawan stood in the large room with the Jedi and Senate on the sides. Prosecution, you may begin your arguments, he said to Tarkin, who stood beside them on a catwalk. Former Padawan Tano, Offee, I shall prove that you two were the mastermind behind the attack on the Jedi Temple and that once your accomplices carried out your orders, you eliminated them one by one. When you are found guilty, I ask the court that the full extent of the law be brought down upon you, including the penalty of death. Look at the facts. Letta Termond called Ahsoka and Barriss to her cell to reveal the name of the true mastermind behind the bombing of the Jedi Temple. Padme said from her spot on the other side. Letta told them she was afraid. She told them the mastermind was a Jedi, and before she could reveal the Jedi's name, Letta Termond was strangled to death by way of the Force. Why would Ahsoka or Barriss kill Letta with a method that would so obviously tie the murder to them? A Jedi may be responsible for the murder, but that Jedi is not Ahsoka Tano or Barriss Offee. Members of the court, you are prosecuting the wrong Jedi. Tarkin clapped at that. Well said, Senator Amidala. However, if they are innocent, then why were they seen conspiring with known separatist terrorists? Asajj Ventress. Ventress is a bounty hunter and went after us after the Senate set one up, Barriss spoke as Padme nodded. Yes, and at the bounty collection, they confirm that Ventress has been working as a bounty hunter after she fought Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi some time ago. Outside, Naruto came up to Zul as Anakin walked up. I've been looking for you, she said to her master. I just found some info about the case. I scanned security feeds of the warehouse area before the incident and I saw Atari Vrel entering the warehouse the day before the bombing. 1. Pong's Padawan. Naruto sighed before turning. Later, they went to the male Basilisk's room and saw him meditating. He also has green skin and is in the Jedi robes. Atari, we need to talk to you, Anakin said as Atari opened his eyes and stood to face them. Master Skywalker, Master Uzumaki, how can I help you? I would like to know why you were at the warehouse on the lower levels the other day. Naruto said as Atari looked at him. I wasn't in any warehouse. Funny, we got footage that you were, Naruto said before turning his saber on to attack. And had Atari pull not only his blue and green ones up to deflect, but Ventress, as well. Funny. Those belong to Ventress. You should have gotten rid of them. Anakin yelled as he attacked. The three fought to the hall before Atari threw his hand out to push them back. He then ran and jumped out of a window as the two Jedi gave chase. As they got outside, Naruto used the Force and picked up Atari before slamming him against a tree and walking over. In the trial, one of the members stood to look at the room. The members of the court have reached a decision. Moss then took the paper and handed it to Palpatine, who read it and stood. Ahsoka Tano, Barriss Offee, by an overwhelming count of Chancellor. They looked to see Naruto and Anakin walking up with a group of guards behind them. I hope you have a reason for bursting into our proceedings, Master Skywalker, Master Uzumaki, Palpatine said as Naruto nodded. We're here with evidence and a confession from the person responsible for all the crimes Barriss and Ahsoka have been accused of, Naruto said before moving to let a handcuffed Atari walk forward. Atari Vrel, member of the Jedi Order and traitor. I did it because I wanted to strike a blow to the Republic that betrayed my master. I chose Ahsoka and Barriss because of their connection to Naruto and the 501st. Because they were the ones to kill my master. Take him away, Palpatine ordered the guards who took him away. Council. Ahsoka, Barriss, I am so sorry about everything. Anakin said to the two before Kun nodded. You have our most humble apologies, Barriss, little, Soka. Snort. Ahsoka glared over at Naruto snorting at her nickname before Plo Koon finished. The council was wrong to accuse you. You have shown such great strength and resilience in your struggle to prove your innocence, Saci said to them. This is the true sign of a Jedi Knight, Mundi said, arms behind his back before Mace spoke. This was actually your great trial. Now we see that. We understand that the Force works in mysterious ways, and because of this trial, you have become a greater Jedi than you would have otherwise. Back into the Order, you may come, Yoda said as Anakin walked up holding her Padawan braid. They're asking you back, Ahsoka, Barriss. I'm asking you back. Ahsoka looked down before closing his hand as Barriss walked to be beside Naruto. I'm sorry, Master, but I'm not coming back, she said before leaving. Outside, Anakin stopped her as she got to the staircase. Ahsoka, wait. Ahsoka, I need to talk to you. Why are you doing this? The Council didn't trust me, so how can I trust myself? What about me? I believed in you. I stood by you, he said to her. I know you believe in me, Anakin, and I'm grateful for that. But this isn't about you. I can't stay here any longer, not now. The Jedi Order is your life. You can't just throw it away like this. Ahsoka, you are making a mistake, he said to her as she looked down. Maybe, but I have to sort this out on my own, without the Council and without you. I understand. More than you realize, I understand wanting to walk away from the Order, he said as she turned to walk down the stairs. I know. Battle for Ringo Vinda. Republic forces are locked in heated combat with the droid armada on a massive space station that encircles an entire planet. Anakin Skywalker and Naruto Uzumaki valiantly lead their men against the onslaught, which has lasted several rotations, with neither side gaining any ground. Aided by the twin sister Jedi Masters, Tipali and Tiplar, the Republic now mounted a desperate offensive to break the deadlock. Space Station. Push forward. Naruto yelled to the clones around him as they fought in a hall. Stay to my left. A clone behind Naruto yelled out before seeing another about to be shot by a downed B-1 droid. Fives. Watch out. He tackled Fives out of the way as a clone shot the droid. Thanks, brother, I owe you one. You owe me a lot more than one, Tup said as they started making ground. Up ahead, Tipali and Tiplar are blocking shots. Tighten our flank, Tiplar said as Tipali looked back. Shields up. Yes, sir. Commando droids dropped down and started firing as clones brought up riot shields to block their blasts. Naruto threw his Shoto having it spin and hit several droids before bringing it back to him. In another hall, Tipali and Tiplar cut through droids as clones fired at them, some holding riot shields. They ran into a large storage room and attacked the large group of droids and fought their way to another door. Droidekas rolled in, taking the clones from a wall with their shields. Tiplar used the Force to raise them as the clones rolled EMPs under them before she dropped the droids. And had them fall as the EMPs went off, having them continue. In the third hallway, Anakin sliced a super droid and ran forward as his men followed. Up ahead, Naruto got into a control room as the others joined up. Don't get too comfortable. This battle hasn't been won yet, Anakin said to his clones as Tipali walked up. Master Skywalker, we must get to the command post. Admiral Trench has sent for reinforcements. We must take this post before they arrive. Naruto had BD run up and had a map come up as Anakin explained the plan. It's time for Phase 2. We're in this position. Tiplar, you'll take your men down this passageway. Tipali, you'll move along here. And Naruto, here, we'll have to spread our clones for each group as it'll be harder to move around with one large group for each. They'll have to divide their forces to counter us. And when they do, Rex and I will press through the middle. If we time it right, we'll all converge on this spot at the same time, and the droids won't know what hit them. My men are severely depleted, Fordo said as Anakin nodded while Alpha walked up holding a rifle. Fives, you and Tup take 10 of your best men and support Master Uzumaki. We're on it, sir. Fives nodded at that. They stood as Tup held his head for a moment. Hey, you alright? Yeah, I just. Come on, this is a textbook battle. We've run through this a million times before in training, Fives said, putting on his helmet and tapping Tup's shoulder. Yeah, I know. I don't feel like myself. What do you mean? Fives asked before Tip looked at Naruto, who gave an order for the clones with him to follow him. Jedi. Tup, what's the matter with you? No, nothing. I'm fine, Tup replied, putting his helmet on, and they followed after the ninja. Come on, brother. Don't want to be left behind. The assault progressed down the hallways and into the large open room, as starfighter combat raged outside the space station. Trench ordered his droid forces to hold their ground, as the Republic advance pressed them back. However, as the fighting raged, Tup began to feel unwell, hitting his head in an attempt to clear it, before he became fixated on Naruto and started muttering. "Good soldiers follow orders. Hey, Tup!" Fives yelled out as Tup walked behind Naruto and held a blaster to his head. Naruto turned to see the pistol before moving his head to Tup's left and had the left side get hit. "Tup, no!" Naruto fell as blood fell from his head to the floor. Fives tackled Tup to the floor as destroyers rolled in. "Destroyers! We've lost our momentum. Fall back," Anakin said as a clone with Naruto's red colors picked Naruto up and started running back. "Fives, I don't know what's going on, but you are responsible for Tup now. Get him back to base. I want answers." Fives, who held Tup, nodded and walked back as well. Alpha started firing his rifle as Fordo used his pistols and both walked backward to cover the three who ran back. Up in the control room, Trench was watching the footage of Naruto being shot before his droid walked up to him. "The Jedi have withdrawn their forces. Contact Count Dooku immediately. I have something he'll be very interested in," Trench said before chittering. Later, Trench called Dooku via hologram. "Count Dooku, the Republic forces are in full retreat. But this is not why you have contacted me, is it?" Dooku asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, Count, in truth, the Republic had pushed my droids to the breaking point, when they suddenly turned and fell back. It seemed that at the height of the conflict, a clone turned on his Jedi general and executed him." "Intentionally?" Dooku asked, keeping the surprise from his face. "I saw it with my own eyes. I have studied clones and fought against them in many battles. This action is unlike anything I have witnessed in their behavior as soldiers. So, there is a traitor in their midst. It's rare, but such things have been reported in the past." Trench shook his head at that. "Not a traitor, this was different. It seemed." "Yes, Admiral. It seemed as if the clone could not help himself, as if he was entranced." "Thank you, Admiral. I will take this under advisement," Dooku said before signing off. The Jedi, Skywalker, Tiplar, and Tipali and their forces retreated to the room where they had initially planned their assault, sealing doors and setting up turrets behind them to delay the droid forces. Why would he do this? Anakin turned to see the sisters at Naruto's body before looking at another room where Tup was handcuffed and Kix was looking him over with Fives and Rex. "I'm about to find out." He walked over and looked at Rex. "How's he doing, Rex?" "I'm not sure, General. It seems like he just snapped," Rex replied before kneeling to speak to Tup. "Tup, can you hear me?" "Yes, Captain." "What happened?" "What do you mean?" Tup asked, looking over as he panted. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Rex asked before they heard a gasp. Turning, they saw Naruto shot up as his wound started healing. "How are you alive?" Tiplar asked as Naruto stood. "Just a flesh wound, I've had worse." He then turned to the clone that carried him out, who took off his helmet and had 99 on the side of his head. "Thanks 99. Naruto heard chanting before looking to see Tup's eyes roll in the back of his head. "Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders." "What is he talking about?" Anakin asked Kix, who shrugged before looking down and checking the clone out. Who started chanting another phrase. "Kill the Jedi." He lunged at Naruto, who held him back with the force. "We have to get him back to the medical bay before he hurts anyone else," Anakin said as Naruto nodded. "Dooku. My lord, I have received a report that leads me to conclude we may have encountered a grave complication with one of our assets." Dooku spoke to the hologram from his desk. "Assets?" "Yes, sir. A clone trooper has executed one of the Jedi generals." "And you believe this is indicative of our programming?" Sidious asked his pupil, who nodded. "I do, my lord. But I cannot be certain. It is pertinent to ascertain if this is an isolated event, a failure in this particular clone's programming. Otherwise, my plans may be ruined. Seize the clone immediately," Sidious ordered as Dooku nodded and stood. "Yes, my master." The Jedi. Tup was strapped to a bed in the ship as they got ready to go back to Kamino. "Fives, what's happening to me?" You don't remember? Fives asked him. No. You attacked General Uzumaki. Fives explained as Tup started looking around and thrashed. What? No, that's not possible. I would never. I could never. Tup, you did. I don't understand. How could this happen? What's happening to me, Fives? Tup asked before a med droid used a sedative on him. Ah, no. What do you think happened? Rex asked as Anakin looked at Kix. Did you check all of his scans? Well, all of his scans are clear. As far as I can tell, this is combat-related stress. It seems he's had some sort of breakdown. Kix, you should know better, Rex said to his fellow clone. We were designed to withstand any stress. I agree, Fives said as he turned to them. We've been through a lot together. He doesn't seem to remember what happened. It's like he's sick, or drugged. Well, it could be a virus, a toxin. I can't be certain, Kix said before Naruto looked at Tup as his wound continued healing. Let's talk outside, he said bringing them out. You mean the enemy could have made him do this? Naruto asked Kix once the door closed. It's a possibility, Tipoli said, getting Naruto's attention. There have been rumors that separatists have been trying to develop an anti-clone virus. Biological warfare. Listen, we aren't equipped for this type of situation, Kix said to them. He'll have to be taken back to Kamino. Only then will you have your answer. Later, Naruto walked with Anakin and Fives who stopped Tup's gurney. Wait, Tup, it's gonna be fine. I promise. They'll fix you up real good. We'll be having a drink together in no time, Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders. You are a good soldier, Tup. Fives said as a clone walked up. It's time to go now. Be careful, Anakin said to him as they took Tup to another ship. Yes, General. With the group, one pilot spoke up. We are tracking clean, calculating hyperspace jump in 5, 4. Oh, wait, the co-pilot said from behind him, scanners indicate incoming craft. Abort jump. An hemp droid gunship with 5 B-2 super rocket troopers ambush the convoy. The rocket troopers disable the escorting fighters, while the gunship fires a Discord missile and the resulting buzz droids kill both pilots, but one of them manages to send a distress signal before he is killed. The clones guarding Tup soon realize they are under attack and grab their blasters to defend Tup. While one of the medical officers manages to take down 2 of the super battle droids, all of the clones are eventually killed. The remaining droids then free Tup from the medical table and place him into a container before departing back to Separatist space. Later. In the Resolute, Wolf was talking to Anakin who was on another ship going to the ambush. General Skywalker, you are nearing the coordinates where we lost contact with the shuttle. We can see it now. It doesn't look good. Up with Anakin's team, Fives looked at the wreckage. Looks like some buzz droids got on the hull and opened her right up. Strategically, this attack doesn't make any sense. Rex mused, crossing his arms. Unless they were after something specific, Anakin spoke looking back as Fives glanced over. Tup. I'm going over there. Anakin turned to go to the hatch with the 2 following. We're coming with you. In their suits, they walked through the wreck and past the dead bodies of clones. Over here. This is Tup's gurney. Fives turned as Anakin spoke and then floated to the empty gurney. The restraints have been cut. The clankers took Tup. Why? Rex asked before Fives looked over. They must be responsible for whatever's happening to him. It's possible. All I know is they went to great lengths to capture him. And that means something, Anakin said before turning to leave. We have got to get him back. Fives spoke as Anakin looked over his shoulder. Don't worry. We'll find a way. Space station. We have captured the clone, Count. Trench said to the hologram of Dooku. Good work, Admiral. Send him to me immediately, and under all circumstances, keep him alive. Yes, sir. Trench nodded before looking at the droids with the box Tup is in. Get him on the next shuttle out of here. But the Republic blockade. See to it personally, Commander. Trench interrupted the droid who nodded and left. Outside, Anakin, still in his suit without the helmet, looked at the 2 clones. It will be just the 3 of us going in. The shuttle will drop us off just short of the main hangar, then we spacewalk from there. Are you picking anything up on Tup's locator? Rex asked Fives, who held a tracking device. I've got a faint signal, but it's hard to track. It's moving. Then we better hurry, Anakin said, putting his helmet on. They went to the spoke and spacewalked to the opening before Fives spoke again. I've got a better signal. Tup is heading this way. They're moving him to the hangar, Anakin said as they started to walk on the sides and got to the door. There, they saw a large group of droids before looking at them with their scopes as Fives looked at Anakin's. Are your scopes Jedi issue, sir? He asked, having Anakin glance over. Stay focused, Fives, he said as the clone chuckled. They looked at the hangar before Fives saw Tup being loaded onto a ship. There he is, sir. We'll have to work fast. There must be 100 droids in that hangar, not to mention the starfighters. This is stretching it, even for you, sir, Rex said to Anakin, who smiled. Rex, you're beginning to sound like Obi-Wan. You got a better idea. Look, I don't doubt you could pull it off, but I'm just not sure Fives and I would be around to see it happen. I've got an idea, Fives spoke, getting Anakin's attention. Well, let's hear it, quickly, he said as Fives pulled his grappling gun. Grappling gun. Good thinking. Get ready to hold on. That's why he's the ARC trooper. As the ship went by, the two clones shot onto the ship and pulled Anakin before they walked to the door and opened it to see commando droids and B-1s. Anakin dived in with his saber, slicing droids as the clones shot the others. After dealing with the tactical droid, Anakin looked at Fives, who was checking on Tup as Rex flew the ship. How's he doing? Not well. Not well at all. I think he's dying, sir. We have to get him to Kamino. The Resolute. I'll want a full report from Kamino, Anakin said to Rex as he stood with Fives. If Tup is the victim of some separatist plot, we have no idea of how widespread it already is. Anakin finished before walking off. Permission to come with you, sir. Fives spoke up as Rex started leaving with Tup. He's my best friend. You may need help. But everything must be done by the book, Rex said to Fives, who nodded. Understood, sir. You're to stay by his side at all times. I don't want any more slip-ups. Yes, sir. Good. Let's go, Rex said before getting on the ship with the group and left. A flaw in the plan. While in the middle of a heated battle, clone trooper Tup lost his senses and attacked a Jedi general. Seeming to have no awareness of his actions, Tup's health began to deteriorate rapidly. Fearing the illness was linked to a separatist plot, Anakin Skywalker has dispatched Captain Rex and ARC Trooper 5555 to escort Tup back to the cloning facilities on Kamino for an intensive evaluation. Kamino, Tipoca City. You will have to say goodbye to your friend now, Nala Se said to Fives as they walked the halls. Yes, Doctor. Rex took off his helmet as Shaak Ti walked up to them. General Shaak Ti. Captain Rex. She nodded as Nala continued walking with Tup and looked at Fives. Fives, am I correct? Yes, General. You've served with Tup, she asked as he nodded, and they walked down the hall. Yes. You must come with me. With all due respect, General, I can't abandon him now, Fives said as she looked over. You must let the doctors do their work. Do not be afraid. Your friend is in quite capable hands. Dr. Nala Se is the chief medical scientist at Kamino. She was one of the primary engineers of all the clones. Now, we must take care of you. Me. There's nothing wrong with me, General. I'm perfectly fine. We can't be sure of that until we've completed a full exam. If a virus was the cause of Tup's breakdown, you have more than likely been exposed to the contagion. You haven't entered the advanced stages yet, as Tup has, but any information we can gather from you could help to find a cure for Tup. Shaak Ti explained as they stopped at the room beside the one Tup went into. All right, General, if it'll help Tup. Captain Rex, General Skywalker has ordered you back to the war zone. You are to leave immediately, Shaak Ti told Rex, who nodded and looked at Fives. I'm sorry, Fives. I wish I could stay, but duty calls. It's fine, sir. Fighting a virus is a nice change of pace from all those clankers. Take care of yourself, and Tup. Rex put his helmet on and placed a hand on Fives' shoulder before leaving. Shaak Ti walked into Tup's room, who was out of his armor, before looking at Nala. Let's begin the tests. Administer the stimulant, Nala said to the medic droid who nodded. He then stuck a thick syringe into the clone's chest, causing him to start to struggle. Remove his mask. They removed his mask as he took a gasp. In the next room, Fives, who was lying on a table also out of his armor, heard the sound and got up. What are they doing to Tup? He asked the floating droid who was looking him over. Remain calm. Out of my way. Oh. Fives got up and pushed the droid away as he went to the window, looked at Tup, and saw him struggle. Please return to the examination table. In Tup's room, Nala looked at the screen and looked at Tup. His reactions are normal. What's going on, General? Shakti looked at Fives, who was muffled by the glass before she used the force to turn the window shade on. General, Fives yelled as the window turned to black before hitting the button on his side. And had nothing changed before he banged the glass? No, no, no. Please return to the examination table. The droid spoke, floating over. Come on. In Tup's room, Nala looked at Shakti before speaking. His reaction will subside. The patient must be awake for the next round of tests. I am not fond of these hyper tests. Yes, but they do give us all the information we need in a timely fashion, Nala said before looking at the results. There does not seem to be any sign of infection in the blood. How curious. The subject has tested negative on all accounts. This clone seems to be in perfect health. We must be missing something. Why am I here? Tup spoke as he woke and focused on Shakti. Is he conscious? Follow orders. Kill Jedi. Kill Jedi. Are you finished with your tests? Shakti asked Nala, who nodded. For now. Sedate him. Nala told the droid who nodded and placed the mask on Tup again. Yes, ma'am. Orders. Follow orders. Follow orders. Follow orders. It appears this clone has orders to kill a Jedi. Shakti mused, hand on her chin. Perhaps the separatists found a way to brainwash him. In the other room, Fives turned to the droid. Look, is Tup going to be alright? Have they found anything out? Please, sit down. The droid said as Fives walked back to the table. We are using hyper tests, so we should be getting the results very quickly. We need to complete more procedures for you. Sorry. The droid finished pulling a syringe out. Why ow? Fives yelled as he was struck in the neck. Hey! The droid had a flashlight light up from his left eye as he went to the computer. I said I was sorry. You must understand, organic beings are so much harder to analyze than droids. The droid said, putting the syringe in a device and turning it on. After a moment, Fives looked over. Well. Everything seems normal. Oh, great. Well, that means they can let me out. I am afraid that is not possible. You must remain quarantined until we have pinpointed the exact cause of the other clone's breakdown. We cannot risk any further casualties. The droid explained, looking over. Look, I am not a threat, and neither is Tup. Fives yelled at the droid who floated over. Are you certain? You're just a droid. You don't know about real duty, about what it's like to have a brother. I am sorry. I always wanted to have human feelings, but I do not. Goodbye. The droid flew out at that as Fives looked on as the door closed behind the droid. In the other room, the droid flew in and hovered around the table Tup was on. Maybe whatever is causing his aggression is psychological, Nala said as she was given a datapad. It seems to be an isolated case. The other clone has yet to display any symptoms. The machines started going red as alarms went off before Tup violently struggled against his restraints. I need an answer now. This isn't just a physical manifestation of psychosis. Shakti said to her. You must have missed something. Might I suggest a second brain scan, an atomic-level brain scan? The droid, AZI-3 said as he floated over. This is unnecessary. The Phase 1 and 2 scans we did are sufficient. He's too weak for a Phase 5 atomic-level scan. Nala replied that AZI stopped at her. I calculate the beneficial knowledge we could gain from a Phase 5 atomic scan is worth the risk. The only way to discover what has happened to this clone is to terminate him and do a full-scale autopsy on the molecular level. We must be cautious, Shakti said, gaining their attention. I do not believe this is a physical ailment, but a mental condition caused by possible separatist brainwashing. I do not agree, Nala said looking at her pad. This is a virus of some kind. I am in charge of this examination and I will decide what is best for my patient. Since the Republic and the Jedi commissioned the clones, it is our responsibility to oversee their care. Every clone and their genetic makeup is property of the Kaminoan government. Now, as a client of ours, I will respect your wishes, but as to the fate of this clone, I will speak to our Prime Minister, Lama Su. Nala explained as Shakti nodded. And I will advise the Jedi Council on the atomic brain scan and see how they would like to proceed. Very well. AZI floated back to the other room and waved at Fives. Hello. What's going on? CT-5385's condition seems to be deteriorating. Tup. His name is Tup, Fives said to the droid who went to the computer once again. Tup. What is a Tup? Tup is my friend. He's not a number. Yes, he is. We all have numbers. AZI replied, not looking back. My number is AZ345211896246498721347. His number is CT-5385. Wrong. He has a name. No clone uses a number. Not anymore. But you are a number, CT-5555. No, I am Fives. Call me Fives. Fives replied, holding his hand up with all 5 fingers. But 5 is a number. No, not 5. Fives. Oh, the difference is minimal. Not to me. And not to any clone. Fives said, turning as he sat on the table. Nala say. It appears there has been a preemptive execution of Clone Protocol 66. Nala said to Lama, who was seated in his chair. How did this happen? I do not know as of yet. However, I recommend we terminate the clone and do a full autopsy to discover how the inhibitor chip was activated. She explained as he looked up. And what of the Jedi? The Jedi Shakti is proposing an atomic-level brain scan. She has gone to the Jedi Council to seek their approval before proceeding. We must contact Lord Tyrannus, Lama said, standing up and walking out of the room with her. Going to another, they called Dooku as the room went dark and had him with his hood up appear via a large hologram. I've been expecting your transmission. I have heard of the malfunctioning clone. How widespread is the problem? It seems to be an isolated incident. However, this is a delicate situation. We need to terminate the clone as soon as possible to extract and analyze the inhibitor chip that you provided to us. Lama explained, having Dooku nod. Very good. Terminate the clone immediately. However, send the chip to me for analysis. And what if the Jedi ask for the chip and the results of the autopsy? You must remember, the chip is a safeguard against betrayal from rogue Jedi. Master Sidious was the only Jedi who knew of this. But with his passing, we alone know of this secret and you must keep it that way. Yes, Lord Tyrannus. Lama and Nala bowed as they ended the transmission before he looked at Nala. These Jedi are a curious cult. Too spiritual for my taste. I will terminate the clone immediately. Shakti. The Kaminoans have suggested that we terminate the clone and do a rigorous molecular autopsy to discover the virus. I believe this solution is ill-advised. My belief is that Tup has been brainwashed by the separatists using some new process we do not yet understand. Shakti said to the other holograms around her as Mace put a hand on his chin before speaking. Brainwashing. How could that be possible? General Skywalker reported Tup missing on Ringo Vinda, but after 5 rotations he turned up again. That event preceded this episode. Perhaps he was compromised at that point. She explained as Mace looked at the others. We must find the truth behind this situation, or we could find many more clones turned against us. I would like to implement a level 5 atomic brain scan, to see if his thought processes are still functioning normally. She said before Obi-Wan spoke. And what do the Kaminoans think of that? They feel Tup is so weak, that the level 5 atomic brain scan would damage his neural tissue and possibly kill him. Their approach would be to terminate him, thus leaving the brain fully intact for the autopsy. Bring clone trooper Tup back to the Jedi Temple, Obi-Wan spoke up as Yoda nodded. Yes, examine him with the Force we shall, and unravel this mystery we will. Yes, Master. I'll bring him back immediately. She bowed before turning the transmission off. Fives. No. There's too much procedure and protocol here. Tup is a soldier. He risks his life every day, and I know he would risk it now if it meant finding a cure for what's wrong with him. Fives said to AZI, who nodded before he spoke. I recommended an atomic brain scan, but that request has thus far been denied. Then we have to get the results of that brain scan ourselves. Fives said, standing up at that. But that is against protocol. Think about it. It's your duty to save the patient, right? Fives asked the droid, who nodded. That is correct. And you recommended this atomic brain scan as the best way to save the patient, right? That is correct. So, by not performing this scan, you are letting the patient die, willingly. Fives argued as AZI shook his head. Impossible. That is against my programming. That's not the way it looks to me. I cannot perform the atomic brain scan without disobeying orders. Check your programming, Fives said, walking to AZI. I thought saving the patient at all costs was fundamentally your highest order. You are correct. Right. Then let's get to it. They both went out of the room and up to Tups. Quickly. Fives went in as AZI stood to guard against the gray armored clones. As they left, Fives pulled the droid into the room. Okay, let's get to work. The droid then started the scan at that. Later, he was typing on the screen of the MRI device. The scan is almost complete. Everything appears to be normal. Wait a second. He turned to go to the computer as the scanner started beeping. What is it? It appears this clone has developed a tumor. Is that even possible? I have never witnessed anything like this in your kind, Azzy replied as he turned to look back before looking at the screen to the red dot. Well, then, what is it? I cannot be sure without a biopsy. You're gonna take it out of him? Fives asked as he turned and knocked a tray over. Do you think anybody heard that? The probability that somebody heard that is high, yes. AZI moved Tup back out of the device as Fives cleaned up and hid just as Nala walked back in. Hello, doctor. What do you think you're doing? I was only following protocol. Save the patient. Doctor, I have found something unusual in this scan. It appears to be a tumor. Perhaps you should take a look. You performed a second scan without my authorization, she asked after getting her attention. As I stated, I was following my programming. Then you are like this clone, defective. You will be put on report for deactivation. Nala said, typing on the console and having Tup and the equipment move around. But this tumor seems to be blocking neuro impulses from communicating within the brain. We should scan the rest of the clones to see if this is a problem with their base genetic model or a mutation with the current models. There is no tumor. Your scan is incorrect, she said, having everything turned off. But this clone clearly has a virus that remains undetected, but I will find the cause once he's terminated. Now leave. AZI left and met Fives outside. I can't believe it. They're going to kill him. In a case like this, it is the logical course of action, Azzy said as they got into the other room. No, we were not created to be disposed of this way. Perhaps you were, Azzy stated, having Fives slam his hands on the table at that. CT-5385 will be terminated so that others like him can survive. There aren't others like him. Tup doesn't have to die. You found a tumor. I'm sure that's the cause of all this. It's the only thing that makes sense. But how can we proceed? Do your biopsy. I'm sure what you find will prove Tup does not have to die. Fives said, walking to the door. But Nala Se does not believe. We're not going to Nala Se with whatever you find. We'll go to the general, to Shakti. She helped me once, as a cadet. I know she values the life of a clone. Too bad General Uzumaki isn't here. Even with what happened, Fives trailed off as AZI floated over. But we will be disobeying direct orders. Yep, for the second time today. Can you hack into the medical center's mainframe? I do possess that ability, yes. AZI nodded. Alright, well, here's what you need to do. In the other room, Lama walked in as Nala looked up. It will be a painless death. Soon all our questions will be answered. You may proceed. Suddenly an alarm went off. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. All non-essential personnel report to a safe room for lockdown. Awoo. Outside, Lama called Shakti up on his communicator. Master Jedi, status report. Scanners have picked up an intruder in Section C6, but we have no visual confirmation. It could be the enemy looking for our patient, Nala said as she caught up. I'm on my way. Please report to a secure room. In the room, Fives pumped his fist. Ha! Good work, Aziz. You better get started before they figure out it's a false alarm. Right away. Azi cuts through the window and floats into Tup. You might want to turn away for this part. He finished bringing a spinning blade out and went to Tup's head. Down with Shakti, she looked at one clone on a computer. I want a report. It appears to be a false alarm, triggered from the medical bay. Medical bay? She asked before turning. It's Fives. Come on. Up ahead, Azi picked up a biochip that looked organic and placed it in a slide. Is it done? It is now. The door opened to show Nala walking in. What have you done? We've saved my friend's life. This tumor is the cause of his illness. Nala grabbed it as Fives picked up the syringe in his other hand. Give me that. You can't be trusted. Stand down, trooper. Shakti ran in and stopped them with the force. General, I have evidence, it's right here. I'm free. The mission, free. Tup. Fives let go and turned to Tup at that. The mission, free. The mission. What is he saying? Shakti asked as Fives looked down. Brother, what mission? You know the one. The mission, the one in our dreams, never ends. The one in our dreams, oh, brother, this is the end. Forget the mission. Oh, the nightmare, I'm free. Tup lay down as his monitor flatlined. No, I thought I saved him. Later, Shakti was talking to Palpatine with Nala. Sir, the clone CT-5385 has died. Such a tragedy. I recommend we do further tests on this tumor at the Jedi Temple, to see if it is the cause of the problem. Or even better, have the tumor sent to the Grand Republic Medical Facility here on Coruscant, Palpatine said to her as he sat in his chair. The Jedi Council requested the clone. I think the Chancellor is correct, Nala spoke, interrupting her. The Grand Medical Facility is state-of-the-art. If we are to find an answer to this puzzle, we will find it there. We are in agreement then? He asked as Shakti sighed. Yes, sir. Cause of death unknown. Kamino and Dr. Nala say was unable to find the cause of an illness in clone trooper Tup. In a desperate attempt to save his friend's life, Fives located and removed a tumor from Tup's brain with the help of the medical droid AZI-3. Immediately following the procedure, Tup died, and Fives was placed under arrest. Now, the tumor is the only hope of finding answers to Tup's mysterious illness. Kamino. General, what did the Chancellor say? Fives asked Shakti, who was walking in the room holding the tumor with Nala. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine wants the tumor and all of the intel gathered sent to the Grand Republic Medical Facility on Coruscant. So, then I'll be going to Coruscant as well. Fives asked before Nala spoke. You were not a part of the Chancellor's request. I'm sorry, Fives, but this is a matter best left to the medical professionals. There is still so much we do not know. Shakti explained, putting the tumor in a case and locking it. Perhaps we would know more if this clone had not taken matters into his own hands. Listen, I was trying to save my friend. Fives pointed at Nala as he glared. And yet perhaps by removing this tumor, it was you who killed him. What do you care? You were going to kill him anyway and dissect him, too. He's a soldier. He deserves better. Stand down, Fives. Doctor, there is no proof of your claim. Shakti said to Nala before continuing. I want this specimen and all the data prepared for transit to the Jedi Temple. The Chancellor said the tumor and data were to be sent directly to the medical facility on Coruscant, not the Jedi Temple. And it will get there, but after the Jedi have run an analysis on it first. Shakti nodded at Nala and handed the case to a droid. I protest. I must personally deliver the tumor to the Chancellor as ordered. You can protest all you want. My word is final. Shakti said before looking at Fives as another doctor walked in. You have one more physical to pass. If you are cleared, you will be sent back to the 501st. Thank you, General. Fives said, standing and leaving. It will be good to put this entire incident behind you, Trooper. I agree, Nala said as Fives glanced back. and saw the droid pick up a different suitcase while leaving the other on a table. He walked with the clone guards and saw AZI. AZI-3. Hello, ARC Trooper 5s. I regret that we were unable to heal your friend. Yeah, me, too. Are you going to be reprogrammed as well? The droid asked the clone. No, AZI, I'm going back to the front. That is not what I heard. I heard your mind was going to be wiped and that you would be reassigned here and placed on sanitation detail. We can still be friends, assuming we both remember each other after our memories have been erased. Let's go, CT-5555. The doctor said before Fives attacked him and the guards. He punched one away before grabbing the gun of another and knocked him out before throwing the weapon at another. He dashed over to grab the rifle from the third guard and knocked him out as well. Look what you did. I cannot believe what you did. AZI said as Fives panted. I am not getting my mind erased, and neither are you. AWOO. Get out of here. Are we escaping? Why are we here? AZI asked as they ran back to the room. Fives opened the case and saw the tumor. I knew it. Nala Say switched the cases. She's trying to hide something. Oh, the tumor. So we are going to continue our research. AZI asked before they ran out. Yeah, the research, that's it. Now come on. Later, Fives went to the hangar and saluted a clone walking out of one. I'm sorry, sir. All ships are locked down during the emergency. Oh, what about that one? Fives asked pointed then knocked the clone out. He pulled him to a box and ran to the ship with AZI as Shock T and clones ran in. Hey, there they are. The ship then flew out as they ran over. I want him brought in alive. Have that ship tracked. Yes, ma'am. Up ahead, Fives looked at AZI. Can you float? I am buoyant and have several survival modes. Ah, survival, he asked, putting the ship into autopilot and opening the doors. Autopilot engaged. Navigation and orbit set. Wait, what are you doing? I thought we were escaping. AZI asked as they got to the doors. Nope, this is a diversion. I need them to chase this pod while we go back and investigate the cause of Tup's death. Any more questions, Doctor? Actually, yes, now that you mention it. AZI screamed as Fives tossed the bot out and jumped in the water. Az. Fives screamed over the waves as he surfaced with the bot. Now what? We're going back to figure out why Tup died. Fives replied swimming back. I can get us there much faster, Az said as he changed into a speeder design. Oh, you're just full of surprises, aren't you? Fives asked, getting on and leaving. This is one of my various survival modes. Nala Say. Lord Tyrannus, you summoned me. Nala asked in a room as Dooku was on via hologram. Prime Minister Lama Su tells me there has been a complication. What has happened to the inhibitor chip? It was stolen by a renegade clone. What does this clone know? Dooku asked Nala. Nothing as of yet. He is just a soldier, after all. However, he was a friend to the clone which malfunctioned. This behavior is unsettling. First the malfunctioning clone and now a renegade. Are you certain these soldiers will live up to your design in the end? Nala nodded at that. I am certain. The malfunction to the inhibitor chip is an aberration. And how do you explain the renegade? I'm afraid the Jedi have inspired creative thinking in some of the clones. That is the cause of this type of divergent behavior. Will this interfere with Protocol 66? Dooku asked again, narrowing his eyes. No, I am certain of that. Find the renegade clone immediately and make sure you recover the chip. The true nature of the inhibitor chip must not be discovered by the Jedi. Yes, Lord Tyrannus, she replied bowing as he ended the transmission. Outside, Fives came under the station to a ladder and started climbing as AZI went back to normal. Once we're inside, I need you to get me a change of clothes, Az. Inside, AZI went to one of the guards. Trooper, I think I saw the renegade clone head into the storage room. Alright, let's check it out. AZI led him into the room and they looked around. I think he was over there. Fives attacked the clone and knocked him out. We need to get the tumor analyzed, he said, putting the armor on. Follow me. AZI took them to the record room before looking at Fives. This is the genetic records hall. It contains data on the original DNA of every being we have ever cloned. We will compare the tumor's DNA versus that of Jango Fett, the original donor. If any tumor like this has been noted before, we will find it. The tumor, please. AZI asked, bringing up Jango's DNA. Fives gave him the tumor and AZI typed on the computer. Nothing, he said after a moment as Fives turned to look at him. What? The sample doesn't match anything found in the Jango Fett genotype. Furthermore, it is not even completely organic. It is foreign to the body. Someone implanted it there. An implant? Do you mean this isn't an accident? Someone did this to Tup? Fives asked, taking his helmet off. Precisely. In the control room, a clone looked at Shakti. There have been no unauthorized ships leaving Kamino, General. I sense we are looking in the wrong place, she said, turning as a group of 3 clones walked in. We have a report from the Genetic Records Hall. Explain. Someone is accessing the Jango Fett genotype. It's them, Nala Se said to Shakti, who turned to another clone. Evacuate that room quietly. In the room, Fives noticed the others leaving. Is there another way out of here besides the door we came in? Yes, there are emergency access hatches in every major room in case of flooding, Aziz replied, pointing. Good, let's get moving. Fives nodded and put his helmet on. And AZI put the tumor in a slot on his back. Shakti, Nala, and the clones walked in and saw them on the other side of the room. There. They shot with stun blasts as Fives followed suit, aiming back every now and then. They then got to a ladder and started climbing up. They got through the hatch before Fives locked it and AZI welded it shut. It's no good. They've sealed it from the inside, the clone that climbed said before sliding down. Station your men at every access point back into the main hallway system. Nala ordered the clones, who nodded. Yes, ma'am. In the ducts, Fives looked at AZI as he climbed a ladder. Did you get all the information you needed? Mostly. We know that the tumor is a foreign material and was implanted for an unknown reason. However, there is still so much we do not know about it. For example, at what stage was it introduced to clone Tup? And why? AZI mused, a hand on his chin. What is this thing? Why would someone put it in Tup? Fives asked as AZI looked at the tumor. I believe this is an organic chip built out of cells. What's it for? I do not know. Ah, thanks. I need to find out if what was in Tup's head is in mine. Fives said as he got to a higher level and started walking. We have already done a scan but it was missed in Tup, and it could have been missed in me, too. Fives interrupted the droid. You have to take it out. We cannot be 100% sure if the chip is even there. I know it's there. It is a dangerous surgery, Aziz trailed as Fives turned to face him. Look, you got it out of Tup, you can get it out of me. He died after I removed the chip. Maybe it is connected. You may die, too. It's a chance I have to take. I trust you. Fives looked down as they got to a hatch. All right, I will do it. Let us go to a sterile facility. They dropped down and went to another room. Hold still. This will not hurt a bit, AZI explained before sticking the clone in the neck with a syringe. Ah, you sure you know what you're doing, right? Why, yes. I have been programmed to perform over 100. All right, Sai, let's do this. Fives laid down as AZI started the operation. You will only be unconscious for a few minutes. In the control room, Nala Se says they must have left Kamino by now, but Shakti thinks they are investigating, not escaping. Fives awakens from his surgery, and AZI-3 confirms that he also had a chip, genetically identical to Tup's chip, which had malfunctioned. Determined to establish if every clone was implanted with a chip, they head to the embryo room. One of the Kaminoans in the training room they pass through reports them to Nala Se, who leaves the room, watched by Shakti. As Z3's scans discover that the chips are implanted into every clone embryo at stage 3 of their development. Suddenly, Nala Se enters the room, and Fives aims at her. Don't move. Why are you doing this? I know what you've done. What is it that you think I have done? Nala asked, walking up, hands in the air before Fives grabbed her and pulled her to the screen. How do you explain this? That is a structural inhibitor chip, which is supposed to prevent you from being aggressive, like your source, Jango Fett. Jedi Master Sidious instructed us to implant them during your growth cycle. The Jedi? Fives asked, eyes widening. The Jedi had this done to us. It is not uncommon to have inhibitors placed in a clone. I have analyzed this one, and apparently it has failed, Aziz said, holding the chip up. Up until this point, there has never been a problem. Well, you have got a big problem now. Fives said before Shakti walked in with clones. Don't move. Drop your weapon, Shakti said holding her saber as Fives held Nala in front of him at that. Master Jedi, I know what's going on. I have the evidence. The Jedi instructed that inhibitor chips be implanted in us at birth, but Tup's malfunctioned. That's what made him lose control. Where is the evidence? I have it right here. As you can see, the chip taken from clone trooper Tup is black and rotting, indicating a malfunction of some sort. Azi explained, floating over as Shakti looked at Fives. What caused the malfunction? It doesn't matter. The fact is Tup's chip malfunctioned and it drove him insane. These chips have to be removed, otherwise, the entire Republic army could be compromised. There's no proof of that. This is an isolated incident, Nala said from her spot. Besides, when you removed Trooper Tup's chip, he died. Well, that's not going to happen to the rest of us. And how do you know that? Nala asked as Fives were aimed at her. Because I removed mine. Here is Clone Trooper 5's chip. As you can see, there is no sign of malfunction in either him or the chip. Azi said, holding another up. By removing your chip, you are a threat. Master Jedi, we must terminate this trooper immediately. I am not a piece of hardware. I'm a living being. You were created in our laboratories. You are Kaminoan property, Nala said as Shakti turned her weapon off. Correction, technically, he is property of the Republic. That does not change the fact that he is a danger and must be terminated. I believe that's for me to decide, Shakti said to Nala before looking at Fives. Fives, you are coming with me to Coruscant. I think it's time you told your story to the Chancellor. Master Jedi, I beg you to reconsider. The Chancellor wanted all the data on Tup to be sent to Coruscant. Shakti explained to Nala. We're sending the data, the tumor, and Fives along with it. Then I am going with you. As you wish, Doctor, Shakti said as a gurney came up to Fives. Thank you for believing in me, General. It is not a matter of belief, Fives, it is simply the right thing to do. She replied as Fives lay on the gurney. It looks like you got what you wanted, Aziz said to the clone who looked up. Thanks to you. I'll see you on the other side. The other side of what? Ha ha ha. Ah, droids. Fives laughed as the clones pulled the gurney. Clone crisis. After the mysterious death of his friend Tup, ARC Trooper Fives embarked on an investigation, which led to the discovery of a hidden chip that is placed inside clone troopers when they are still embryos. The Kaminoan scientist Nala Se claims the chip is harmless and is meant to restrain the clones from violent unpredictable action. Fives claims otherwise, and has convinced Jedi Master Shakti to allow him to plead his case directly to Supreme Chancellor Palpatine on Coruscant. Coruscant. The shuttle bearing clone trooper Fives, Jedi Master Shakti, and Kaminoan scientist Nala Se arrive at Coruscant. While Shakti is not watching, Nala Se injects the sedated Fives with an unknown drug. The shuttle lands at the Grand Republic Medical Facility, where they are met by Mas Amedda and escorted to meet the Chancellor. Fives pleads his case that the chips are part of a separatist conspiracy to cause aggression in the clones, rather than inhibit it as Nala Se claims. Palpatine suggests that he discuss the matter with Fives alone, and Shakti objects. He assures her he will be safe with his security guard. As they wait outside, Palpatine calls for help, and Shakti rushes in to see Fives overpowering Palpatine's guard and taking his rifle, which he points at the Chancellor. She throws Fives aside with the Force and he flees from the room with Shakti in pursuit. Palpatine rises calmly and hands the chips to Nala Se. Fives races through the center's reception hall, and barely manages to leap through the blast doors as Shakti orders them to be closed. At the Jedi Temple, Shakti tells the Jedi Council what has happened in a conference with Yoda, Anakin Skywalker, Mace Windu, and Plo Koon. Skywalker cannot believe that Fives would try to assassinate the Chancellor and finds it odd that the Jedi have not been asked to assist in the search for the rogue trooper. Windu suggests they investigate discreetly, and Skywalker volunteers to lead the investigation, as Fives will trust him and Captain Rex as his commanding officers in the 501st Legion. Fives, lower levels. Here you go. Thank you, ladies. Fives who were leaning over a railing turned to see two Twi'lek dancers get out of a cab in front of Oola's bar. Have a good time on Coruscant, now. Thank you, one said to the driver before Fives walked over and got in. Hey, pal, where to? Take me to 79's. The clone bar, the alien driver asked before looking back. Oh, you're a clone, Look, just shut up and drive. Okay, you got it. The driver shrugged and flew towards the bar. So, heading out for a little fun in the town, I didn't know clones could have fun. There's a lot you don't know about clones. No one knows. Fives replied looking out the window. Ooh, very mysterious, I like a good mystery. Yeah, you ever hear the one about the people engineered to kill their best friends, their leaders, and they don't even know it? I'm a cab driver, pal. I hear stories like that all the time. The driver replied before chuckling as he stopped at the bar with various clones outside before Fives got out. Hey, are you paying for this ride or what? Ah, bill it to the Republic. Bill it to the Republic. Good one, brother. One drunk clone officer said as he put a hand around Fives' shoulder. Lousy cheap clones. It's your credit, pal. You're paying for this. Another yelled as the man left while the clones tossed bottles at the cab. Ah, your mother's a droid. Come on, brother, let's go inside. Corporal, that's a nice hat you got there. Mind if I see it? Fives asked as they walked inside. Oh, sure, yeah, sure, you got it. Fives put it on once getting inside and saw more clones with other aliens mingling. He then recognizes fellow 501st Troopers Kix and Jesse. As a squad of shock troopers from the Coruscant Guard arrive and begin to check IDs, Fives approaches Kix in the refresher and gives him coordinates to arrange a meeting with Anakin Skywalker and Captain Rex. He evades the shock troopers and steals a Flitnot speeder bike to escape from the bar, but is followed by a probe droid to a warehouse on level 1325 of an underworld portal. Later, Anakin and Rex without his helmet walked into the warehouse. Anakin turned his saber on as Rex pulled his pistols out. Fives, we're here. Come on out, we just want to talk to you. General Skywalker, thank you. Thank you for trusting me. Fives said from the darkness. Have you come without troops? We have. Put down your weapons, then. I don't think so, Fives, Anakin replied, looking around. Please, sir, please, I'm unarmed. Fives said before Anakin sighed and turned him off before Rex followed suit. All right, I'm putting my pistols down. What are we here for, Fives? Anakin asked. I need your help. I know you do. We know you're not well. It's been rough for you these past couple of days. I'm not crazy. Fives yelled out at that. Please, just hear what I have to say. We're here to help you, Fives. Just come with us. Let us take you back to the temple. Anakin said, walking towards Fives, voice with Rex. And was trapped in a ray shield. No, I just need you to listen to me. Please. I'm not really sure we have any other choice, Anakin said as Fives walked up to them. I was framed because I know the truth. The truth about a plot, a massive deception. By whom? Rex asked, walking over. Well, there's a sinister plot in the works against the Jedi. I have proof of it. I can prove that everything that I know is true beyond a shadow of a doubt. Show me the evidence, Anakin ordered as Fives pointed to his head. The evidence is in here. It's here. It's in all of us, every clone. What is it? Organic chips, built into our genetic code to make us do whatever someone wants, even kill the Jedi. It's all in here. Let's just get you some help first, then we can review everything, Anakin said after crossing his arms. It'll be okay, Fives. We'll sort this out. You don't believe me. Fives, we are listening to you. We only want to help. Rex said as Fives turned towards him. How do I know you're not tricking me? How do I know it won't be a trap? The Chancellor will try to kill me. I promise you that. The Chancellor? Anakin asked, raising his eyebrow. He's in on it. I don't know to what extent. But I know he orchestrated much of this. He told me in the medical bay. He told you, when you tried to assassinate him. Anakin asked as Fives walked around. You have gone too far, Fives. The Chancellor is incapable of what you claim. He is. I swear to you, General. You have no idea. Stand down, soldier. Stand down. Get on your knees. Fives turned to see Fox running up to him with his squad. No, no, no. Stay back. Fives yelled, picking up Rex's pistol. Don't do it. Don't do it, soldier. Get away from me. Fives, no. Rex yelled before Fives was shot by Fox in the chest and fell over. Fives. Get this ray shield off. Anakin ordered, having Fox shoot the top and had Rex go to Fives. Fives. Brother. Call for help. We need a medic. Gasp. Rex. Fives. It's bigger than any of us. Fives struggled to speak as he raised his hand. Than anything I could have imagined. I never meant to, I only wanted to do my duty. Brother. Fives, stay with me, Fives. Fives. The mission, the nightmares, they're finally over. Fives then went limp at that as Rex started to shake him. Fives. No, Fives. Come on, Fives. Don't go. Stay with me. Stay with me. Fives. Fives. Don't go. No, oh, no. Later, Palpatine's office. A tragic situation, indeed. Palpatine said to May, Yoda, Shakti, and Anakin, who were sitting on the couch. About the clones' breakdowns, have we discovered any new evidence? Mace asked Palpatine. I've had my own personal doctors examine both bodies. It appears Nala Se did miss something in her examination. Another cause your doctors found? Yoda asked Palpatine, who nodded and paced. A parasite, native to Ringo Vinda. Probably in a canteen of water, they both shared. It did cause the inhibitors to decay, once the parasite had taken hold. It is very rare. However, just to be cautious, we have prepared an inoculation for every clone trooper in our army. So, I guess it's over, then? Mace asked, looking at him. Yes, we can finally put this whole wretched situation behind us, Palpatine said as he turned to the window. We must direct our attention back to the war at hand. Each day we grow closer and closer to victory. He smiled at that as the Jedi stood, missing it. Dooku. Dooku shut off Nala's transmission as he held both chips in hand before calling Sidious and knelt. Our plan has gone undiscovered, Master. The clone in question is now dead and the Jedi still suspect nothing. Good. Destroy all evidence. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop our plan to execute Order 66. Coruscant, Naruto's quarters. Smack. Rio, wearing only white panties, jumped as Naruto smacked her on her ass while walking to the bathroom before BD beeped. Walking over, Naruto patted his head as Tsunade came up via hologram. Yeah, Granny. Tsunade gained a tick mark at that before speaking. I need you to come back. I found something with that tumor we found in 99's head. Okay. Naruto stood and ended the transmission and put on his pants as Oola groaned from the bed. Konoha. This is a little embarrassing. Naruto said as he walked with Rose Lai, right hand on her right ass cheek. I'm just catching up with her, Rose said as Ayla was on his left, having his left hand on her left ass cheek. But you are going further. I think you shrunk that leotard to make it a thong. The Twi'lek bit back at her newest sister. Sigh, I wanna facepalm but I don't want to move my hands. Naruto sighed as they made their way to the tower. Later, he stood in front of Tsunade, who had several folders on the desk as Fordo, Alpha, and a new clone walked inside. So, what do you have? The tumor we removed from 99. We found something strange about it. After studying it, we found out that it wasn't a natural tumor and instead seemed to be some kind of organic chip that releases chemicals, signals into the mind of the person it's implanted in. Yeah, apparently it's supposed to curb clones' aggressive side as the person they're cloned from was way too aggressive, Naruto said, crossing his arms. No, I found commands, Tsunade said, having Naruto quickly look at her. What? Yeah, there seem to be multiple commands, one is to kill Jedi. She explained, handing Naruto a file that he opened and read. Shit, please tell me this is an isolated thing. I won't know unless I scan more, Tsunade said as the three clones raised their hands. Alpha, Fordo, Shiner, take off your helmets, Naruto ordered, as Tsunade. Shiner hit his head on the door as it was rising and got a black eye, Naruto said, answering Tsunade's question. As Tsunade walked over and used medical chakra to check their head, she confirmed she was getting the same reading from 99. The three opted to have them removed as Naruto stayed and read the files. Later. I got some more news, brat. What? Naruto asked, looking up from his seat by the desk as BD was looking at the file as well. Boop. He stood and missed the door opening. The Cloud has arranged an arranged marriage to save Yugito. I don't like where this is going, he said before hearing a female voice behind him. It's not cool to judge before meeting someone, Naruto-san. Blinking, Naruto turned to see Samui walking up, breasts bouncing slightly. So, you're the kunoichi tasked with this? Yeah. Who's the guy? Naruto asked, turning to a grinning Tsunade. Really? Yeah. You okay with this, Samui? Don't you have a boyfriend? No. Naruto blinked at that. Really? Even Tsunade had a boyfriend. Ignoring the pen that hit him in the head, he continued. Okay, I would like to let you think this over as I gotta go and talk to the Jedi about this. If you still wanna, he trailed off as she kissed his cheek. I'm sure, Naruto. Okay then, be back in a day or two then. Naruto nodded and left. Coruscant Jedi Council. Okay, I've got news. Naruto said in a meeting room with Yoda, Obi-Wan, Plo Koon, Windu, Anakin, and Ayla beside him, and finally Tipali and Tiplar. And that is? Mace asked as Naruto dropped a file down. BD got up and opened it before scanning it and had a large hologram come up. The chips have commands in them, one is to kill Jedi. What? Anakin put his hands on the table. Are you sure? Naruto nodded at that. Yeah, Tsunade found the same in the ones she removed from 3 of my brigade. It seems Fives was right. Anakin mused as Yoda looked up. Do something, we must. I agree, Obi-Wan said, stroking his beard. Well, I'll be having my men get the chips out, I think you should as well, we'll need to be discreet about it so you could do it in my world as the hospitals could be bugged. Naruto said before Plo Koon spoke. Should we alert the Kaminoans? Mace shook his head at that. No, with what happened with Fives and Nala doing her best to keep this under wraps, I think they should stay out of the loop at least until we have more evidence. And it wouldn't be possible to have all our clones suddenly go to Naruto's world to remove the chips. Obi-Wan mused as he glanced over at the shinobi Jedi. Maybe slowly do it while informing small groups of clones and fake going in with another injury. I guess you're right. Naruto sighed at that. Then be very discreet here, go to doctors you'd trust with your life, keep Tsunade as a backup if you feel someone's watching, or maybe for the clone directly under your command to be safe. Naruto finished before walking out with another file. Naruto. Naruto stopped as Tipali and Tiplar walked up. Yes. We're ready to be with you. Really? Yes, Tiplar nodded. After you got shot, that was when we cemented our feelings for you. It wouldn't be weird? Naruto asked as they looked at each other. Maybe at first, Tiplar replied. But I heard our men saying that sisters are a turn on. Naruto blinked at that before both kissed his cheeks at the same time. Later, he read up on a mission that Mason Jar Jar did while he was away. Queen Julia of Bardata addresses the Galactic Senate via a hologram to request assistance. Palpatine offers to send Senators Bail Organa and Padme Amidala to Bardata to aid them in the crisis, but the Queen is adamant that there is only one person in the Republic she will meet with. Palpatine informs the Jedi High Council of the Queen's request, and of her specific request for Republic envoy, Gungan Representative Jar Jar Binks. Several of the Dagoyan masters, Bardatan mystics with a strong but passive connection to the Force, have disappeared in mysterious circumstances. The Chancellor wonders why the Bardatans did not want the Jedi involved in the investigation, and Yoda explains that the Dagoyans saw the Jedi's induction of Force-sensitive Bardatan children into their order as kidnapping. Despite the Queen's request that Binks travel to Bardotta alone, Mace Windu sees that as unwise and volunteers to accompany the Gungan. When Windu and Binks arrive at Bardotta, neither their guard escort nor the Queen are pleased about the presence of a Jedi, so Binks tells them that Windu is his servant. Windu is sent to the antechamber, while the Queen tells Jar Jar about a prophecy that appears to be transpiring. If the Dagoyan Masters are not returned, a great darkness will fall upon their planet. The Queen empties the room so she can speak to Jar Jar alone. She asks him to meditate with her and kisses him. Later, Binks re-enters the Queen's chambers, but Windu and the guards follow him when they hear him screaming and wailing that the Queen has disappeared. The Dagoyans convene the Bokhtov Council, where High Seneschal Pedine informs them that according to the prophecy, if the Queen is not found in 3 rotations, she will be gone forever and an era of darkness will rise throughout the galaxy. Council member Savat tells them that the prophecy originated from the Frangal cult, whose shrine to the demon Malmural was underneath the Dagoyan temple. Savat leads Windu and Binks through the catacombs underneath the temple, but Binks wanders off and finds a piece of Julia's headdress. As he stands up, a glowing blue powder is blown into his face, and Jar Jar begins to turn invisible. Windu sends Savat back to the surface to report to the council and pursues the Gungan alone. Later the cult members place Jar Jar in a cage suspended above a lava pit, and he becomes visible again. The caged Dagoyans tell him they are to be sacrificed to the demon. Binks contacts Windu with his comlink and the Jedi uses it to track his location. However, the Gungan drops the communicator when his cage is moved and it is destroyed by the Frangal leader. Jar sees Julia, who tells him that the cult members are stealing the Force from within the Dagoyans. The leader places one of the Dagoyans in a trance and pushes him down a ramp to a stone edifice where his Force energy is drained into a glowing sphere. Windu senses the disturbance in the Force and finds the temple as the cult is about to sacrifice Jar Jar. As they fight off the cult members, the leader escapes with the Queen and they leave the planet in a starship. As the council bemoans the consequences of the prophecy, Jar Jar promises them he will rescue the Queen with the help of his Jedi friend. As Windu and Jar Jar Binks leave Bardotta in their T6 shuttle, Windu asks Binks what he saw in the cult's chamber and the Gungan describes how the cultists sacrificed one of Dagoyan masters, then extracted the living Force from his body which they stored in a glowing sphere. Windu deduces that the cult will extract the Force from Julia as well, but ponders as to the purpose of the cult's actions. Jar is more concerned about Julia's fate, and Windu assures him that he should be able to sense the location of the collected Force energy. The cultists' starship arrives on the moon Zerdasa Styx, where it lands in a city and is greeted by cult members based there. Queen Julia regains consciousness and demands to know where she is. She begins calling for Jar but is subdued with a sleeping powder by the cult leader. The Zerdasan cultist informs the new arrivals that the Great Mother has sensed that the Jedi and the Gungan have determined their location and will be arriving shortly. The cult leader says they must hurry and sacrifice the Queen. Once her living Force is transferred to the Great Mother, she will be able to deal with the Jedi. Windu and Binks arrive at Zerdasan City. Binks is eager to start searching immediately, but Windu says they must remain calm and focused while he tries to sense their targets with the Force. Windu meditates and describes what he sees as crowded city streets, a market square where the sphere and the Queen are located. As they arrive at the market square, Windu counsels Binks not to focus on his anxieties but to remain alert. As Windu leaps to a rooftop to get a better view, Jar Jar hears Julia's calls for help and sets off in pursuit. A Zygerian cultist throws her Tuka into a herd of Eope, triggering a minor stampede to slow the Jedi down. Jar Jar rounds a corner to find himself surrounded by cultists. As Windu gets clear of the Eope herd, Jar Jar runs screaming past him with the cultists in pursuit. Using his lightsaber and their own weapons against them, Windu fights and defeats the cult members. Jar Jar hides in a cantina, then pursues the group carrying the Queen. With Windu under attack from another group of cultists, he loses track of Jar Jar, who dives for cover as a cultist opens fire with a heavy repeating blaster. Hearing the blaster fire, Windu arrives just in time to save Jar Jar as he charges towards the blaster. The cult leader orders a Ming-Po animal trainer to stop their pursuers. The trainer summons 2 Gundarks, then relieves Mace of his lightsaber using a whip. Windu manages to stun the Gundarks, then uses the Force to pull the trainer towards him, until the Gundarks attack him once again. Jar Jar punches the trainer who drops the lightsaber, which Jar Jar grabs with his tongue and spits towards Windu. Armed once again, Windu kills one Gundark, leaving the other to flee. As Jar Jar heads off in pursuit, Windu questions the trainer who says that the shadow will fall and the Great Mother will deal with the Jedi. With the cultists escaping in 2 speeders, Windu pays a local trader for an EOP and a Dalgo to continue the pursuit. The cultists arrive at the Temple of Malmoral, and discuss that although the Jedi is unyielding in his pursuit, he will arrive too late to prevent the sacrifice of the Queen during an upcoming planetary alignment. A shuttlecraft arrives at the temple, and the cult members bow down as its occupant disembarks. The Great Mother is Mother Talzin, the leader of the Dathomirian Night Sisters. They give her the Force Sphere and state that the temple's stone guardians will halt the Jedi's advance while the ritual occurs. Talzin explains that she intends to use the planetary alignment to combine the Queen's spirit with her own dark magic and the collected Force energy to give her more power than any Jedi or Sith. As he and Jar Jar approach the temple, Windu sees that the ritual has already begun. Jar clumsily activates the temple's stone guardians, but by throwing the Gungan around using the Force, Windu manages to get the guardians to destroy each other with their own weapons. Windu leaps onto the ritual platform to confront Mother Talzin, who summons a flaming sword using her magic. As the Jedi and the Night Sister duel, Jar Jar uses one of the stone guardians' weapons to blast the cult members and free the Queen from her bonds. As the cult leader attacks Jar Jar, the planets align, and a beam of energy blasts through a series of lenses. Julia pushes Jar Jar out of the way, and the cult leader's spirit is torn out of him. The Force Sphere falls from its pedestal, shatters, and releases the Force energy which unleashes its fury in a huge explosion. Windu gets to his feet to see Talzin screaming as she disappears. Queen Julia thanks Binks and Windu for rescuing her and suggests that these events could begin a new era of understanding between the Bardottans and the Jedi. Moon of Obadiah. Can anyone hear us? Come in please. A group of clones in various vehicles drove in a dust storm before another spoke. We're not getting anything over here. We're off. We must be way off. A HAVWA-6 Juggernaut drove by them with Commander Wolf who spoke via comms. Negative. It is here. The data specifically states. It has got to be. We've scanned the area 3 times. This is a wasteland. There's nothing. All of our information pinpoints that it is here. Inside, Wolf held his helmet as a clone replied. I don't know what to tell you, sir. We're getting no visuals, and no recognition on the scanner. We must locate the source of the signal, Commander, press on. Plo Koon said looking ahead before there was a beeping. Wait, I think I've found something, Sinker said from the computer. It's very faint, sir. That is it. They then stopped and walked out in the storm before coming to a wrecked ship as Wolf with his helmet on walked inside with a flashlight. The hull shows substantial scoring and wear. Whenever it crashed, it wasn't recently. He walked to the front before scanning parts. General Plo, the scans check out, it's a T-6 shuttle all right, serial number 775519. Plo Koon walked in with a cloak and then hit something with his foot. Looking down, he knelt and picked up a lightsaber. I want the entire area cleared. We're taking everything back to Coruscant. Everything. Everything. Night Coruscant, Jedi Temple. In the Master Council room, Plo Koon via hologram was showing the others what he found. Then it is the lost ship of Master Sidious. Mace asked from his seat. I found this at the crash site. Plo Koon replied, holding the lightsaber as Yoda brought a hand to his chin. The lightsaber of Sidious it is. Never found when he died. Master Kenobi, remind the Council of what you discovered regarding Master Sidious before the start of the Clone War, Mace said, looking over at Obi-Wan. My investigation of the bounty hunter Jango Fett led to Kamino. The Kaminoans recounted that it was Jedi Master Sidious who ordered the production of a clone army. Without the consent of the Council or the Senate, he did this, Yoda spoke up after Obi-Wan before Mace looked over. Prior to the blockade of Naboo, Sidious sat on this council until we judged his ideas to be too extreme. Plo nodded at that. Indeed. He said he foresaw a great conflict, and that the Republic would need to raise an army. At the time the Council rejected those ideas. Well, it's not the first time we've been wrong recently, is it? Obi-Wan asked before Yoda looked over. The creation of the clone army kept secret from us, Sidious did. How this was done we know not. Yet now, a new piece of the puzzle we have, perhaps clarity, it will bring us, yes. Later at the library, Mace, Yoda, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and a hologram of Plo Koon stood at a hologram table with Jocasta. Our records definitively state that Master Sidious died on Felucia. In the 5th quarter, a small skirmish broke out between the native Felucians. Master Sidious was assigned to negotiate peace talks between the tribes. The negotiations failed and Sidious was killed. What became of his body? Plo asked as Jocasta looked at the hologram of the Jedi before a file of him came up that turned red. I am afraid I cannot answer that. Any further information on this incident has been sealed. On whose authority? Mace asked as Jocasta looked over. By the office of the Supreme Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Jocasta. Jocasta bowed before leaving as Yoda closed his eyes. To Felucia Skywalker and Kenobi will go. A trail long cold it is, yet still lay hidden there a clue might be. Question all who were present the day of Sidious' death, you must. And what of the sealed file? Mace asked Yoda who gripped his cane in both hands. Speak with the Chancellor personally I will, to see what part in this the politics of the Senate have played. Later, Yoda was in Palpatine's office explaining what they just learned. Master Sidious, forgive me, I'm afraid I am not familiar with that name. Palpatine said as Yoda turned to face the Chancellor. Died some time ago, he did, on Felucia. Investigating his death we are, and yet sealed by the Chancellor's office some of his files were. And what is the nature of your investigation? A Jedi matter it is, Chancellor. Add to your troubles I would not. Yoda replied as Palpatine sat down. That is very considerate, Master Yoda. May I at least ask when Master Sidious? Yes, Master Sidious, may I ask when he was killed? Palpatine asked. Over 10 years ago it was. Well, that explains it. I'm afraid this was before my time. 10 years ago, I was a humble senator serving the planet Naboo. Only my predecessor, Chancellor Valorum, would have the answers you seek. I suggest you speak with him. Palpatine said to Yoda who nodded and left. Very well. Thank you, Chancellor. As Yoda got out, he looked back at the closed doors in thought before a beeping caught his attention. He then brought his holocron out and brought up Anakin and Obi-Wan. I have spoken with the tribal leaders on Felucia. They use a very ancient dialect which is hard to understand, but from what I can make out, when Master Sidious died, he was not alone. There was a second Jedi here with him. Obi-Wan explained as Yoda looked at him. And the name of this second Jedi? Either I don't understand them or they won't say. It's hard to tell. This is a primitive people we are dealing with. After his death, they cremated Sidious' body and I'm afraid the trail goes cold there. Did you have any success with the Chancellor? Sigh, as much success as usual, I am afraid. Pointed in another direction I am now, to speak with Valorum I go. Yoda then turned the hologram off and walked away. He then walked outside and found Valorum. It's been a long time, my friend. What can I do for you? A file sealed by your administration the Jedi Council has come across. The subject of the file. Jedi Master Sidious. Yoda replied to him. Sidious. When I was Chancellor, I sent him on a mission to deal with a flare-up in the Pike Syndicate. The Pikes. A powerful part of the Spice Cartel, Valorum explained. Their criminal activities had allowed them to almost completely control the production of raw spice used to create a powerful drug. We were facing a full-scale war underneath the surface of Coruscant. Knowing of his expertise in the underworld, I contacted Master Sidious to stabilize the problem. Know of this, the Jedi Council did not. Yoda looked down at that as Valorum turned to look at the city. The Senate committee assigned to the matter feared that open discussions with such a criminal element could legitimize their activities and give strength to opposition leaders within the bureaucracy. Secrecy was our only choice. The timing of these negotiations, when were they to take place? I cannot remember the precise timing, I'm afraid. It was so long ago. I do remember that the talks were postponed not long after our delegates arrived at Obadiah. Something about a flare-up of activity on Felucia. Yoda nodded at that. Yes, intervene on Felucia, the council insisted Sidious did, but tell me, Chancellor, who was the other Jedi you sent with Sidious? Other Jedi? I know of no other Jedi. Valorum replied. There was only my personal aide, Silman, and Sidious. I'm afraid they were both killed on Felucia. Personal aide, Silman? Yoda asked, raising an eyebrow. Dooku. Dooku knelt in front of a hologram of Sidious. Tell me, why do the Jedi look for Sidious? What trail are they following? If there is a trail, it is unknown to me, Dooku replied looking up. Retrace your steps, find this loose end, and eliminate it. I understand what is at stake, my lord. I will go to the pikes and take care of it. This is not the first time you have proven to be clumsy, Lord Tyrannus, Sidious said before Dooku started to choke and was lifted before being dropped. You know the price of failure. Coruscant. Plo Koon walked in the mission room with Yoda as well as holograms of Anakin and Obi-Wan with Sidious. The Felucians know nothing of this Silman. No one there seems to know anything about him. Obi-Wan said as a picture of a man with fair skin came up before Anakin focused on a necklace. What's that symbol he's wearing? The symbol of the High Chancellor before the war, Chancellor Valorum, Yoda answered as he stood at the door. So, we have one dead Jedi with no physical evidence of a body, a second Jedi who appeared on Felucia that we have no record of, and now this Silman, personal attaché to the Chancellor, is missing. Obi-Wan asked as Anakin looked over. Yet, now we know Sidious and Silman were both on Obadiah, according to Chancellor Valorum. The crashed shuttle I found was located on a moon which orbits the Pike planet. Plo Koon said as he brought a hologram of the planet up before zooming in on the moon. To the Pikes you must go, to Obadiah, yes. Yoda said as the two Jedi nodded before ending the communication. Obadiah. Obi-Wan and Anakin walked out of their ship and up to the large building with two Pike guards. They then walked inside passing rooms of various species smoking before coming up to the leader. I cannot remember the last time a Jedi came here. Many years it has been. Funny you should say that, Obi-Wan said. We're looking for a Jedi that got lost here. His name is Sidious. Oh, the Jedi Sidious was here, but that was a long time ago. Master Sidious' ship was found crashed on a moon orbiting this world, Anakin explained, arms crossed. What you found, we know nothing of. Would the Jedi like to join us for a refreshment? The Pike's offer is kindly accepted. The leader snapped his fingers and a Twi'lek server walked up with a tray having both Jedi take the offered drinks. To friendship. 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 The two said before Obi-Wan noticed Silman's necklace on the leader. What an interesting necklace that is. May I have a look? Obi-Wan asked as the leader looked at him. Perhaps the Pikes have taken enough of the Jedi's time. Oh, no. It's no bother at all, the Jedi are happy to know all the Pikes' secrets. Anakin then pulled the necklace to him. We have no quarrel with the Jedi. Maybe you should tell us why you're wearing the crest of the Chancellor's personal advisor. The leader sighed and stood at that. I am confused. Is the Jedi looking for a Jedi Master or someone else? Stop playing games. Sidious was traveling with an advisor. They were sent here to negotiate with you. Anakin replied, narrowing his eyes. Well, it looks like you have finally put the pieces together. The man you were looking for is here, the leader said, sitting down. Later, he took them to the jail and walked down a hall of cells. The Pikes wanted to gain an advantage over the other crime families, so alliances were made. One alliance was with a man named Tyrannus. I've heard that name before, Jango Fett mentioned it during my Camino investigation. Obi-Wan mused about his meeting with the former bounty hunter. Tyrannus wanted Sidious dead, the Pikes were well paid to shoot down his ship. However, any man who is willing to pay to have a Jedi killed is dangerous and unpredictable. The Pikes inspected the crash, to retrieve the Jedi's body for proof. But, with the dead Jedi, the Pikes found another, still alive. The leader said to them as they stopped at a cell. Silman, the Chancellor's aide. The Pikes gave Tyrannus Sidious, but the Pikes did not tell Tyrannus of Silman. The Pikes needed insurance. Insurance? Anakin asked him. Yes, and now the Pikes can bargain. We give you Silman, you forget about the Pikes, treachery against the Jedi. They walked into the cell and saw it was empty. Hello. Who's there? We are Jedi sent to find you, Obi-Wan replied to the voice. Jedi. To find me. Why me? I was betrayed, and forgotten. Long ago. No one knew you were alive, Obi-Wan explained. Quick, maybe you have some food. Have you any food? Anakin nodded at that and pulled up a supply bar. Silman, with long hair and a beard, ran over on all fours at that, startling the Jedi. Of course. Oh. Silman took the bar and ran back to the middle of the room to sit on a sphere. Thank you, my friend. A supply bar. Delicious. You see, I was so frightened I would have nothing to serve, he said after eating the bar and then laughed. Serve. My babies, they get so angry when I have nothing to serve. We might have a problem here, Anakin whispered to Obi-Wan. Outside, Dooku with his cloak walked up to guards. Tyrannus, you are no longer welcome here. Dooku then threw them off the bridge via the Force and continued walking to the building. Back inside, the Jedi looked at Silman before Anakin spoke up. I think you've been cooped up in here too long, old man. We've come to take you home. Home? No, this is my home. I can't leave my friends. Silman said to them. You were traveling with Jedi Master Sidious. Tell us what happened to him. Obi-Wan said as Silman started to laugh at that. Sidious. He died. Tricked we were. The Pikes are not to be trusted. Oh, no. Oh, no. But the Pikes were not the ones. No, the Pikes were not the reason. Who was responsible? Anakin asked as Silman broke the bar. Someone powerful, someone who wanted to be Sidious. Why? Obi-Wan asked him. All is deception, can't you see? Because, he stopped as he was lifted in the air choking before collapsing dead. The two turned to see Dooku taking his cloak off and turning his saber on. Dooku, for once you actually came to do your own dirty work. Sometimes things are just that important. They then attacked as they fought their way outside on a bridge. Dooku kicked Obi-Wan to the ledge and then used the Force to try and push him off. Only for Anakin to stop him with his own Force push. Dooku attacked Anakin, forcing him to let go of Obi-Wan, having him fall to catch the ledge. He got up and ran to the other two as the Pikes ran out from the other side. You have no business left with the Pikes, Tyrannus. Tyrannus, you are the man called Tyrannus? Obi-Wan asked Dooku. I told you everything you needed to know on Geonosis all those years ago, Kenobi. You should have joined me. Sidious understood. He saw the future, that is why he helped me. You lie. Minister Lom, if you are going to help us, now is the time. Kill Tyrannus. Lom ordered, having the Pikes fire before the Jedi both used a Force push. The Sith jumped up, having the push hit the Pikes before dropping down as more ran out. He turned his saber off and jumped off the bridge as the Jedi ran over to see he landed on a ship that flew away from them. I'll give you a push. Obi-Wan pushed Anakin over and had him continue the fight before Dooku hit the ship, causing an explosion and knocking Anakin down. Dooku then jumped on his ship and left. Coruscant, Jedi Council. No, now, we do, that guide the creation of the clones from the beginning, Dooku did. Yoda said as Anakin and Obi-Wan stood via holograms. Our enemy created an army for us. If this was known, public confidence in the war effort, the Jedi and the Republic would vanish. There would be mass chaos. Mace said from his spot. Cover up this discovery we must. No one, not even the Chancellor, may know. Valiant men, the clones have proven to be, saved my life and yours they have many times. Believe in them, we must win the war swiftly, we must, before our enemies' designs reach completion, whatever they may be. Are you sure we are taking the right path? Mace asked Yoda, who sighed. The right path, no. The only path, yes. Designed by the Dark Lord of the Sith, this web is. For now, play his game, we must. Coruscant Yoda's quarters. Yoda was meditating before hearing a male voice. Yoda. Hear you, I do. Who are you? He asked, opening his eyes and looking around. My imagination, it must be. No. It is I, Qui-Gon Jinn. The voice said again as Yoda closed his eyes. That cannot be. Dead you are. No. I am part of the living force, Yoda. Yoda turned and opened his eyes to see candles being blown out before he and everything in his room were lifted. Impossible. Later, he was in the council room before Ki-Adi-Mundi spoke. I am not sure this council is admitting how grave our situation is. What are you saying? Mace leaned forward in his seat. That Dooku is not the Sith Lord, merely an apprentice. That, like many things, remains unclear. Master Yoda, what are your thoughts on these revelations? Mace asked Yoda, who was lost in his thoughts. Oh, yes. Forgive me, deep in thought I was. You were saying. Master Ki-Adi-Mundi is worried. Yes, worried we all should be. Yoda nodded as Mace continued. Lies and mistrust surround us in the Senate and perhaps even within these walls. On the precipice we are. Yes, the growing dark side endangers us all. La approached Obi-Wan, Ayla, Luminara, and Appo. Excuse me, everyone. Master Kenobi, may I speak with you in private? Of course. Obi-Wan nodded and walked to the side. There is great turmoil within Master Yoda. Yes, we all sensed it. For something to affect Yoda, this deeply concerns me. We must keep an eye on our old friend. Mace explained, turning to him. The war has taxed all of us to our limit. I suppose we're just surprised that Master Yoda has won. I hope it's that simple. But I feel the shadow of something greater on our horizon. Outside in the garden, Anakin was walking before hearing Qui-Gon. Yoda. He looked around before seeing Yoda under the tree. Oh, Master Yoda. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Is everything okay? Encountered something difficult I have. Difficult? For you, Master? Anakin asked as Yoda looked over his shoulder. Spoke with Master Qui-Gon Jinn on Mortis, did you not? Sigh, yes, so did Obi-Wan. However, since he's dead, we don't think it was actually him. Rather an illusion. A mind trick formed out of our memories. That's what Obi-Wan believes. Why do you ask? He asked Yoda, who closed his eyes. Perhaps nothing it is. Everything that we know about the Force tells us that an individual retaining their identity after death is impossible. Everything that we know, yes. But what about what we know not? Yoda turned to Anakin at that. Sight, Master Yoda, are you suggesting that you have spoken with Master Qui-Gon? Suggest this, I am not. Rest I need. Yes, rest. Then speak with the council I shall. Later, Yoda was standing in the meeting room with the other masters. Sense something that I have not before. Impossible, it seems. Trust my feelings I do not. The voice I hear does not come from within but speaks from beyond. Know I must if I am alone, or if any of you can hear it as well. Then we shall meditate together, Mace said as they all stood and gathered before kneeling to meditate. Several hours later, they opened their eyes before standing. Hear the voice I did not. I also sensed nothing, Mace said, crossing his arms. Answers, we will not find. Tired, I am. Rest I must. We have to consider that this may be a deception by the Sith, Mundi said as Mace looked over. Surely you are not suggesting. Is Master Yoda susceptible to such manipulation? Master Yoda, you are older and wiser than any living Jedi, but this does not mean you are beyond the corruption of the dark side, Mace said to Yoda, who nodded. Agree, I do. A possibility we must consider it is. Clouded so much of our vision the dark side has. Deceived I may be. Later, the doctor looked at Yoda's scan in the medical room before turning to Mace, Mundi, and Obi-Wan as Yoda slept on a bed. All I can tell you is I have scanned Master Yoda 3 times and I find nothing wrong with him. I am not an expert on his biology, but from my point of view, he is in perfect health. And his mind? Mace asked her. No signs of any degeneration. She replied before tabbing on her pad. This section of the brain is particularly active. More than I have seen in any other Jedi. Probably what happens when you approach 900 years old. I think we are overlooking an obvious threat, Mundi said as the others looked at him before Obi-Wan spoke. Which is? Count Dooku was Yoda's apprentice. And Count Dooku has fallen to the dark side. All of us have apprenticed to Master Yoda. He cannot be held accountable for Dooku's descent. Obi-Wan argued as Mundi stroked his beard. But they are connected. Profoundly. Whoever the Sith Lord is, he may be using this relationship as a direct link to Yoda. Impossible. Are you so sure? If the Sith Lord wanted to attack the Jedi Order from within, Master Yoda would be the perfect choice. I fear we are more vulnerable than we think. Mundi said to Obi-Wan before the doctor spoke again. I would like to suggest something. A deprivation ritual. It is a dangerous procedure, but one that will without question allow Yoda to go to the source of this voice. Whoever it may be. I am sorry to bother you, but the Chancellor's requesting that Master Yoda attend an emergency meeting. They turned to see Anakin walking in. I will go, Mace said, walking over before stopping as Obi-Wan spoke. What about the treatment? Ask Master Yoda what he wants to do. Only he can decide now. Later, Yoda was held above a tank via a harness as Mundi, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Plo Koon stood before the doctor walked over. The chamber works to deprive the patient of any stimulation except from within. Master Yoda will be taken into an induced meditation. This allows the patient to go deeper than anything we can achieve by ourselves. Master Yoda, you don't have to do this, Obi-Wan said looking up. Solve this puzzle I will, Yoda replied, holding onto the wires. But it could be more dangerous than you realize, Anakin explained to Yoda. The danger is not to know the truth. See clearly I must. Help this will. He was then lowered into the tank and he put on a breathing mask. Life signs are normal. Beginning the procedure. The doctor said as bubbles formed in the tank before she lowered the oxygen. What are you doing? By reducing the flow of oxygen the body will be forced into a deep meditative state. It will take him as close to death as possible. I don't like this, Obi-Wan said as they looked at Yoda. Mindscape. Yoda looked to see he was floating in a swamp before hearing Ki gone. Yoda, no. This is not the way. Come to Dagobah. The answers you seek are here. But why? He asked, looking around. You must complete what I could not. Speak of this to no one. Trust no one. Come to Dagobah, alone. Outside Mindscape. His vital signs are dropping too low. Obi-Wan said to the doctor. But the test. I want him out of there now. Master Yoda, wake up. Come back to us. Master Yoda, wake up. Obi-Wan pulled Yoda out before he coughed as he woke up. Welcome back, old friend. Thought we lost you there. Speaking to the dead I was. Friends are long gone. Good friends. Later, the others are talking in a room as Mace was there via a hologram before speaking. How did the procedure go? We're not certain. Yoda seems to be under the impression he contacted the dead and spoke with them. What are your thoughts on this, Doctor? Mace asked her after a moment of thought. Medically, Yoda seems fine, but I cannot speak to his spiritual balance. What Yoda claims is not possible, Mundi said as Anakin looked over. As far as we know. The dead are part of the cosmic force and lose their individuality. I fear Yoda is under attack by the Sith, though how remains unknown to us. Mundi finished before Mace looked over. Until what's going on is clear, I want temple guards placed in the medical bay. Later in Yoda's room in the hospital, the doctor looked at the master. I'm prescribing nothing but bed rest for you now, Master Yoda. She said as both Naruto and Anakin walked in. BD jumped off Naruto and onto the desk beside the bed. I will leave you three alone. You asked for us, Master. Anakin asked as Yoda nodded. Yes, friends, we are. Of course. Sure. A choice you must make. Worried for you, I am. Yoda said as the two looked at him. Why is that? Anakin asked Yoda. Do something for me you must. Blamed, you will be. What? Help me to escape. Yes. Escape? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrow. But you're not in prison. No, perhaps. But perhaps I am. Already, all around us, the cage may be. A journey I must make, alone. Yoda said, looking up at the ceiling. The council will not want you to travel at all, alone even less, Anakin explained as Yoda sat up and pulled his cane to him. Disobeying the council, your expertise is, that is why I ask for your help. It is the spontaneity you find so easily which others do not. That is what sets you apart. Now, a walk you will take me on. Come, come, Yoda said, jumping down and walking away. Where are you going? Naruto asked as Yoda glanced back. Some fresh air I require, Yoda said, getting to the door as two guards stopped him. It's okay, he's with us. We'll watch him, Anakin said before they walked out. Later, Anakin and Yoda are in the hangar before Anakin looks at the droid. Hey, R2, I have a mission for you. Dr. Nema is going to notice Yoda is missing any minute now. Get him to his ship as fast as possible and get him out of here. Trills. They got to a ship and stopped as they heard people scream and run before seeing green smoke coming out of several windows of the temple they could see. Outside, Naruto was walking down the sidewalk as smoke shot out of windows via explosions. He stopped as the explosions did before turning and held up a detonator. He hit a button only to see nothing happened. He raises an eyebrow before looking at the device. He hit the button several times before sighing, and jumped as smoke covered the area in front of him before getting into a shuttle as he heard retching. He looked to see Yoda's ship fly out before smiling as he sat. Dagobah. Yoda landed the ship in a swamp before getting out and looked at R2-D2. Yes, stay with the ship you may. This task, for me alone it is. R2 started shaking as Yoda walked into the fog of the swamp. Got to a clearing and knelt. Here I am, ready for my next instruction, Master Qui-Gon. Yoda, my old friend, you have come at last. Qui-Gon Jinn, really you, it is? He asked, looking around. It is. Losing my mind, I am not. No, my friend, no. Why have you brought me here? Yoda asked as light bugs flew to him. Follow the light will be your guide. Yoda then followed them. Strong this planet is with the Force. It is one of the purest places in the galaxy. How are you here? Yoda asked, looking around as he walked. I am a manifestation of the Force. A force that consists of two parts. Living beings generate the living force which in turn powers the wellspring that is the cosmic force. Show yourself, can you? Yoda asked before swinging over a swamp. I cannot. My training was incomplete. All energy from the living force, from all things that have ever lived, feeds into the cosmic force, binding everything and communicating to us through the midi-chlorians. Because of this, I can speak to you now. See the future, you can. Yoda asked as he continued walking. I exist where there is no future or past. Know you, who the Sith Lord is. I can only show you a place where the answers will be revealed to you. Be wary, give power to that which you fear and it will show itself to you. Qui-Gon explained as the lights showed a cave. Yoda walks into the cave and then, he experiences a vision of Jedi fighting clones, and the Sith Lord, Darth Sidious, cutting down a group of Jedi Masters. As the vision ends, Yoda stumbles out of the cave and collapses. Yoda, come back to us. Yoda. Qui-Gon spoke, waking Yoda. Such darkness. Such evil. When will this happen? It is happening right now. It has always been happening. With each day the clone war wages, evil is growing in its power. What you felt in the cave is merely a portion of what the dark side now holds. Such power. Any hope that the Jedi can prevail, is there. There is always hope, my friend. Though it often comes in forms not looked for. The key is knowing how to see it and seizing that opportunity. I have been tasked with guiding you forward. There can be many outcomes. But your path is clear, Yoda. You have been chosen, as I was before you. Qui-Gon explained to Yoda who watched the lights float away and followed. For what, chosen am I? You will learn to preserve your life force, and so, manifest a consciousness which will allow you to commune with the living after death, Qui-Gon said as Yoda walked. How? Yoda asked, pushing vines away. Dark times are ahead and forces of light must remain. This is the path of only a few Jedi. You will travel to one of the origins of all life in the galaxy. This place is where the Force will be your guide. Goodbye, my friend, Qui-Gon said as they got back to the ship and R2 beeped once seeing Yoda. Beeps. Yes, my friend, all right I am. Trills. No, back to Coruscant, we are not going yet, Yoda said, getting back in the cockpit. Boop. Afraid, only begun, our long journey has. He finished before flying off. Blinded by the dark side. The Jedi Council has begun to unravel the mystery of how the clone army was created. And now fearing the Sith Lord, Count Dooku was behind it. Master Yoda searches for answers. During deep meditation, he can contact the spirit of Qui-Gon Jinn, who reveals to Yoda that he must manifest his consciousness after death if he is to preserve the Jedi Order. Now, we find Master Yoda deep in space searching for a path to ones who will teach him all he does not know of the Force. Unknown planet. Yoda appears in the area of a planet in the middle of a small, glowing, golden nebula. The place Qui-Gon spoke of, I believe this is, he says as R2 looks around. Beeps. So, blocking our scanners the gas is. But inside a planet may be. Sense it I do, he said before pulling off the ring and going down to the surface. He started to shake as R2 trills. Controlling this are you. Yoda then closed his eyes and took a breath. Let the Force guide, I will. As he landed, he saw the golden sky with golden energy shooting up from various craters before landing as R2 shook and beeped. Awake again you are, my little friend. Where we are I'm not sure. But strong with the Force this place is. R2 then scanned before beeping. Boop beep. They then got out and looked around. There you see. From inside the planet, life emanates. Here, nothing your scanners can see. Need this, I will not. Yoda gave R2 his saber as the droid turned to grab it. Trills. No, wait here you must. This is a journey for me alone. Safer here you are, my friend, Yoda said before walking back to the ship as R2 beeped nervously. He went down into a crater and then came to floating islands underneath the surface. Landing, he walked out as he heard animals before seeing the mushroom plants and hearing a female call out. Yoda. Who is there? Yoda. Traveled far, I have, looking for those who can teach me. He said before a gold energy ball came to him. The question is, are you worthy of being taught? He was blinded as an alien came out with a gold and white mask and black cloaks before hopping over, their step creating a plant. You are late. We have been waiting for you, Master Yoda. Late. How did you know, coming I was? Yoda asked the alien. We watch and study all who are strong with the Force in the universe. Now come, if we are to begin. She took them through the forest having the plants move out of their way. Then they went to a trunk that opened and revealed the room that glowed yellow. Cousins, I have a guest. More women in cloaks and masks appeared as one with an angry mask spoke. You should not have brought him before us. One with a happy expression then came up. Nonsense, he is full of the Force. Can you not feel it? One with a puzzling look appeared next. Why is he here? Why are you here? Told I was to learn too from you. That shows me you could, how to manifest my life after death. Yoda replied as a sad masked female came up. That's impossible. He will fail the great gift. He will disappoint us. He will disappoint himself. The joyful one then spoke again. No, I do not see that. One with a serene mask floated over to speak. His destiny is already set. It is not for us to decide. But why him? The Ad Priestess asked, looking over as the Serene One answered. He is to teach one that will save the universe from a great imbalance. For this, the great gift will be his. He has no idea what he seeks. The responsibility he will have. The angry one spoke up floating around Yoda with the others. Understand I do not. Guide me, I know you will. And do you realize what you must do? What you must face? The angry one asked Yoda, who shook his head. No. Good. Then you won't be afraid. They all started to laugh before the Serene spoke. Do I have our blessing that the training can begin? It is so. We are one and one is all. Do you come to us with only good intentions and light in your heart? The Serene One asked him. I do. Yes. Then the blessing I give, and the training will begin. Disappoint us not, little green one. The angry one spoke before they all started to spin and Yoda was blinded by light. He then woke up outside with the Serene Priestess. What is this place? All that surrounds us is the foundation of life. The birthplace of what your science calls midi-chlorians. The foundation of what connects the living force and the cosmic force. When a living thing dies, all is renewed. Life passes from the living force into the cosmic force and becomes one with it. One powers the other. One is renewed by the other. This I know, Yoda said before she floated off. Come with me. At death, for you to preserve your identity, you must know yourself, your true self, and then let go. She then pointed to an island ahead of them as Yoda jumped on mushrooms that floated. On that island dwells all that remains unconquered, what in your existence some call evil, otherwise known as fear. All of which must be finally overcome before the journey can be taken. Free yourself, you must. A Jedi Master, I am, Yoda replied to her. Know all that dwells within I do. Mastered my weaknesses and conquered my fears, I have. Have you? You must face your evil on that island and defeat it. She disappears as he jumps over to the island as lightning strikes. Crack. When he arrives, Yoda is confronted with a dark side shadow of himself. The dark side fights Yoda, but Yoda says that the shadow is not part of himself and rejects it. The more Yoda rejects his shadow, the more he seems to become it. Only when Yoda says that the shadow is indeed a part of himself, but that he would not let it go, does the shadow begin losing its power. Yoda then vanquishes his dark side. The priestesses awaken Yoda and give him his next trial. In the Valley of Extinction, Yoda will be challenged by temptation. He is shown two scenarios. The first is inside the Jedi Temple, where he finds the dead bodies of Mace Windu, Petro, and a dying Ahsoka Tano, who asks him if she'll still be able to become one with the Force even after leaving the Order. Then Katuni brings Yoda to another scenario, a utopia where the Clone Wars never occurred, and everyone Yoda knows is still part of the Jedi Order, including those who lost their lives and those who left betrayed the Order due to circumstances connected to the war. Yoda soon realizes that this is an illusion, since Jedi like Adi Gallia and Qui-Gon Jinn are dead, and Dooku has become a Sith Lord. Yoda, realizing that this is another vision, denies Dooku's request to join them, and Dooku turns into a savage Sith Lord. When Dooku attacks Yoda, the entire vision disappears once more. Yoda wakes up and wants to see the true face of the priestess. When one of them removes her mask, she disappears, leaving the mask and cloth behind as they reveal that they only exist in the living force and the cosmic force. A final test Yoda must overcome would be held in Moraband. Darkness on Dagobah. All attention is focused on Yoda, who claims to hear the voice of a long-dead Jedi. Convinced that he is guarded by Qui-Gon Jinn, he finds 5 priestesses, who will teach him how to manifest consciousness after death. After many trials, Yoda travels to Moraband, the ancient home planet of the Sith. For now, he must face the true evil that may be his undoing, and one that seeks to control the galaxy. Ellipsis. Yoda, Moraband. Careful, we must be. Yoda said to R2 as he piloted to the surface of the planet. Deserted the planet was long ago after many wars. After getting out of the hyperspace ring he flew down to the desert planet and came to ruins. Trills beep. Again, leave you I must, my friend, Yoda said to R2 as they both got out. Guard the ship you will. If return I do not, by 3 nightfalls, take the ship to Coruscant you shall. Tell them of where I went. He then walked off as R2 looked around. He then traveled a ways ahead before sitting to meditate before night fell. He opened his eyes to see a shadow snake form. We are the Sith. Afraid of you I am not. We shall see. A group of masked and cloaked beings formed around him and started to spin around the Master. There is no life after death. Only nothingness awaits you, Jedi. One spoke as Yoda stood. Your fear feeds our hunger for power. They will know you are here. We will tell them. Multiple spoke as they flew into Yoda. You will die and be nothing. Yoda then started to walk away as the winds picked up and came to a temple. The door opened as he used his saber for a light source and walked inside. All of a sudden, a specter appears of a man in armor with glowing eyes. Why do you come to my tomb, Jedi? To learn, Yoda replied to the ghost. Do you know who I am? Yes, Yoda nodded. Darth Bane, the ancient Sith Lord, you are. And know why I am not forgotten. Created the rule of 2, you did. Darth Bane nodded and flew around Yoda. The Sith killed each other, victims of their greed. But from the ashes of destruction, I was the last survivor. I chose to pass my knowledge on to only one. I created a legacy so resilient that now, you come before me. He chuckled before continuing as he stopped in front of the Jedi. Have you come to be my apprentice? You must kill me to gain my place. Dead you are already. Then what stands before you? An illusion, Yoda replied. Real, you are not. You do not fear me. No. Exist you do not, anymore. Yoda took a step forward as the ghost was sucked back into his coffin, which opened a staircase and a female called out to Yoda. He walks down and is met by the priestess. A warning I must give you. Yes. All the trials you have faced have been our doing. And you have passed them all. But inside, there is a place where we have no control, for it is a place of absolute darkness. The Serene One said as Yoda looked at them. What happened here? It is the chamber where the Sith would sacrifice Jedi. The Sith of your time will find you there, and you will find them. Be careful, for what they may offer will certainly feel like an answer. They floated away as Yoda then walked in a door. Coruscant. Dooku's ship appeared in a hangar as Sidious walked up. I sense we have a great opportunity to strike a deadly blow to the Jedi Order. But we must act swiftly. He then took the two into a chamber where there were statues surrounding a plate with a knife. Only the presence of someone significant to you would allow you to sense this ripple through time and space. My old master, Yoda. Yes, Sidious spoke before looking at him. Master Yoda has come to Moraband, although why, I do not know. We shall, however, use the strong bond that once existed between you and your master to allow us to see things that we otherwise could not. How can this be done, master? Dooku asks him. It is an old art of the dark side. Now, hold out your hand, apprentice. Dooku did, and Sidious grabbed it and cut into it, having a drop of blood hit the water on the plate. I only need a drop. With Dooku's blood, Sidious creates an illusion that is fed by the Force lightning of both Sith Lords. Moraband. In the temple on Moraband, Yoda meets a dying Sidious. Sidious begs Yoda to free him and tells him that he knows the secret identity of the Sith Lord. Sidious challenges Yoda to admit to his desires, but Yoda refuses, believing the illusion of Sidious to be a temptation created by the Sith. Sidious then morphs into Darth Sidious, and Yoda finds himself aboard a gunship with Anakin Skywalker, Rex, and the other clones of the 501st Legion. Yoda is confused by this and asks Skywalker what is going on. The young Jedi states that a mysterious ship, possibly of separatist origin and carrying Count Dooku, was discovered landing in the works. Yoda realizes Dooku is meeting with the Sith Lord, whom Yoda is determined to unmask. When the Jedi and clones arrive at their destination, they encounter Count Dooku and Darth Sidious. Dooku disables the clones with Force lightning, and Anakin engages him in a lightsaber duel. Yoda pursues Darth Sidious, but he turns around to see Skywalker injure Count Dooku on the leg, making him kneel and take the Sith's lightsaber. Anakin beheads Dooku despite Yoda's objections, and Yoda continues his hunt for Sidious. On an outdoor walkway, Yoda and Darth Sidious duel. Yoda is soon joined by Anakin, but the young Jedi is incapacitated by Sidious's Force lightning. Yoda continues to fight. Things take a turn for the worse when the section of the walkway supporting Anakin begins to collapse. Yoda uses the Force to prevent the unconscious Skywalker from falling. Sidious suggests that Yoda let Skywalker die, thereby allowing Yoda to defeat him and stop his plans. Willing to sacrifice everything, including himself, Yoda suffers direct hits from his opponent's deadly Force lightning to save his friend. When the portion of the walkway Yoda and Sidious are standing on begins to collapse as well, Yoda throws his lightsaber in Sidious's direction to fully break it, preventing the Sith from climbing to safety. Yoda and Sidious both fall to the ground below, but when the Jedi Master finally removes the Sith Lord's hood, he finds himself holding nothing but Sidious's empty robes. His final trial complete, Yoda awakens from his nightmarish vision, and the Force priestesses state that he will train with Qui-Gon Jinn and learn to retain his identity in the future. Yoda begins to see the future and hears a voice that sounds like his. There is another Skywalker. Yoda returns to Coruscant, where he finds Mace Windu and Obi-Wan Kenobi waiting for him. They state that the Jedi High Council is looking forward to hearing what happened to Yoda during his journey, but the elderly Jedi Master says there is very little to report. Not willing to share his experiences, Yoda expresses his newfound belief that perhaps there is a better way to achieve victory than the Clone Wars. Yoda then claims that the act of the Jedi fighting the Clone Wars has probably already caused the war to be lost, but that there is a path unknown to the Sith that could lead to a long-term victory for the Jedi Order. Coruscant, night. Naruto smiled as he sat across from Oola in a restaurant and ate. This is nice. she said as Naruto smiled. Yeah, it's a great place. We could have done it at my place, she said as he chuckled. Don't need you closing early or the teasing of the dancers. Later, as they were eating dessert, Naruto saw cream drop in her cleavage before groaning as she scooped it up and put it in her mouth. Naruto's apartment. Naruto sat on his couch as Oola straddled him and made out with him. She then pulled back and smiled as she played with her zipper. Do I have to do all the work myself or are you going to undo this for me? Let me help you. He smiled before grabbing the zipper and started to pull it down very slowly. Are you trying to tease me? Is it working? The Jedi ninja asked with a smirk. She smacked his hand away and pulled down the zipper all the way down to reveal her cleavage, abs, and that she wasn't wearing a bra. Oola then stood up and walked away backward as she beckoned for him to follow. He complied as he came up to her and slammed his lips onto hers again. Naruto grinned into the kiss as one of his hands went to her rear and squeezed it softly. This made her open up her mouth from the action before it was assaulted by his tongue, which fought for dominance. He then picked her up and slammed her against the bedroom door before kicking it open while he went to her neck to start nibbling on her pulse point. Later. 1. Oola panted as she lay on top of Naruto. That was amazing. You weren't too bad yourself. He chuckled as she pinched him. She then got up to straddle him, flashing him her body. Up for another. Coruscant. Ahsoka, wearing a blue short-sleeved coveralls, rides a Joban T-85 speeder bike over Coruscant's works district. Descending into an underworld portal, the speeder bike begins to malfunction, leaving her hanging on for dear life as the vehicle flips over and continues on upside down. Ahsoka annoys a few other drivers by running on their vehicles as she passes in an attempt to gain momentum, but the bike swings out into the center of the passage and heads toward a collision with a Gozanti-class cruiser. She manages to avert a collision by throttling the bike's accelerator, flipping it over, and regaining her seat on it, but knocking off the cruiser's communications dish. Ahsoka takes a moment to catch her breath, thinking the worst is over, but the bike malfunctions again, sending her plummeting into the Coruscant underworld. Ahsoka manages to regain control in midair and crash lands on the edge of a platform. She narrowly avoids falling over the edge and manages to drag her bike up. As she does, a woman wearing goggles sees her and walks over. She introduces herself as Trace Martez and explains she's a mechanic and would fix the bike. Only for Ahsoka to say she'll fix it only to be charged for the tools by helping her out in her repair shop. Later, after they work on a ship and Ahsoka her bike, she finds she needs a part that Trace has used up for her ship. As Ahsoka walked out to look at the ships, she turned to see Trace working on her bike having the engine turned over. She walked over and lied about what she did before talking to Trace about the Jedi as an alien with 2 bodyguards walked in for money before Trace attacked with a pipe. Ahsoka helped out with her martial arts training, scaring the alien away. Later, Trace took her to meet her sister Rafa, to introduce Ahsoka and a job Rafa has found. Suddenly a male Twi'lek walked in for help in building droids. Later, Trace and Ahsoka worked on building 3 binary load lifters. Trace says that it has been a while since she has built a droid but opines that it is not too difficult. Ahsoka reminds Trace to attach a restraining bolt to the droid before starting the power cycle. When Trace asks why she is worried, Ahsoka says that she had several run-ins with droids. While the majority are fine, Tano says that some are cross-wired from the start and remarks that this is no astromech. Trace thinks Ahsoka is knowledgeable but Tano replies that she still does not understand people. Trace replies that there are some good people and some bad people and that others are cross-wired like this binary load lifter. Suddenly, one of the droids goes rogue and tries to attack Tano. Ahsoka manages to disable the droid with a remote. She tells Trace that Type 2 binary load lifters are repurposed demolition droids that are prone to violence. Trace says that they have put restraining bolts on the droid. However, a second droid breaks free before they can install the restraining bolt. Meanwhile, Rafa is walking the street when she sees several Tukas running down the street. Rafa then sees the second binary load lifter running amok through the streets. Trace and Ahsoka run after the droid. Rafa is upset that her plans have gone wrong. They chase the droid onto a bridge but it jumps off the bridge into the streets of level 1313, scattering several civilians. The repurposed demolition droid goes on a rampage, destroying several vehicles and damaging property. Trace sends Ahsoka back to Rafa's garage to get the tracking device for the droid. She tells Ahsoka that she will get a speeder. Back at the garage, Ahsoka finds the tracking device and leaves with Trace, who has obtained a speeder. Rafa is upset that their droid building venture has gone wrong. In the streets, Trace and Ahsoka catch up with the demolition droid, which leaps over their speeder and runs down an alley. As they tail the droid, Ahsoka tells Trace that the off switch is on the droid's face. Trace tries to use the speeder's forklift to trap the droid. Following a chase, she manages to pin down the demolition droid, but they are unable to stop the powerful droid. Ahsoka convinces Trace to let go of the fork and to stop the droid. Trace climbs onto the droid's chassis and tries to switch off the droid's button. She wipes the droid off before it can harass a child and a woman. However, the droid falls off the edge. Ahsoka manages to attach the speeder's crane to the droid. Since the droid is too heavy, Ahsoka uses her force powers to pull up the speeder, Trace, and the deactivated droid. Later at the garage, Rafa refuses to dismantle the droids, though Ahsoka doesn't want to due to the danger the droids are in. The sisters then go through with Trace walking out with Ahsoka to a restaurant. Later, Rafa comes up saying she charged double to pay off the alien that came earlier, then paid for the meal and left. Crossroads. After leaving the Jedi Order, Ahsoka Tano finds herself far away from the life she once knew. Here in the underworld of Coruscant, she meets Trace Martez, an aspiring pilot, and her older sister Rafa, a streetwise gambler with lofty aspirations. In their short time together, Ahsoka realizes not everyone sees the Jedi as heroes, a lesson she only recently learned herself. Ellipsis. Rafa's garage. Ahsoka was helping Trace work on a ship, lying that she went to an academy, talking about Trace's life goals and trying to get Ahsoka to stay. Ahsoka agrees and says that things could not get worse for her than they already are. She agrees to stay longer as long as Rafa doesn't mind. When Rafa asks if she has any skills, Ahsoka replies that she only has useful ones. Rafa tells Trace and Ahsoka that she is in a difficult predicament because she hired a starship and crew for a job. Rafa planned to do a job, make some money, and get back. However, the pilot backed out and took his ship with him. Trace is upset that her sister did not consult her first. Rafa replies that is why she needs her help. Trace agrees to help, but only as a backup. Ahsoka joins the Martez sisters in the cockpit of the Silver Angel. They fly out of the underworld into the skies of Coruscant. Trace enters a military lane despite Ahsoka's warning. They are soon hailed by an orbiting Venator-class star destroyer. Trace wants to answer it, but Ahsoka advises against it, warning the sisters not to do anything suspicious. Trace answers the comlink anyway and is hailed by Wolf Yularen, who asks what she is doing in military airspace. He threatens to confiscate her star pilot license, which Trace doesn't have. Rafa takes over and claims that she is teaching her younger sister how to fly. Ahsoka switches off the comlink and tells Trace to get into the transport lane and fly. As they pass the ship, Ahsoka feels Anakin through the Force as he smiles slightly in his ship as they get to the atmosphere and then go into hyperspace. Kessel. Exiting hyperspace, they arrive above the stormy atmosphere of Kessel. When Ahsoka notices their destination, Rafa replies that she is taking them to fame and glory. While Rafa has heard legends of Kessel, Ahsoka points out that the planet is legendary for its corruption. She asks what they are doing there, and Rafa replies that they are picking up medicine. They fly over the forested southern hemisphere of Kessel, which Trace finds beautiful. Rafa tries to reassure Ahsoka that they have nothing to worry about. They land at the hangar of a beautiful castle in the middle of the forest, where they are greeted by a red Twi'lek who is flanked by several guards. The Twi'lek introduces himself as Kinash Locke, King Yaruba's majordomo. He tells Rafa that the king has prepared a banquet to thank her for her services. Kinash explains that their job is to deliver 3 containers of unrefined spice. He promises that if they are successful, they will be given a full delivery and contract to transport for the king continually. Rafa and Trace are eager to be working for a king, but Ahsoka is skeptical, opening that not everything made out of spice is good. One of the servants drops a tray. Rafa is uncomfortable and the majordomo claims that their spice is refined into medicine. He claims that the Yoruba family has always been a promoter of health and happiness across the stars. Kinash leads Rafa to load spice into the ship. Later, Ahsoka tells Rafa and Trace that running spice is dangerous because the transport ships get attacked often. Rafa claims that the pirates only target the bigger Kessel transport ships and that the king hired them because their ship does not meet the usual profile. Ahsoka suspects that there is more to the king's business deal. Rafa remarks that Ahsoka knows a lot more about Kessel than a mechanic usually would. Ahsoka replies that she has only heard the stories. Rafa quips about Trace's flying abilities. Ahsoka tries to warn Trace that running spice is no simple transport business. Trace still believes that her older sister looks out for her. When Ahsoka asks Trace how many times Rafa has run a job like this, Trace says that this is the first time. Ahsoka asks Trace to consider the danger that Rafa is putting them in, but Rafa counters that there is a first time for everything. They climb aboard the Silver Angel, which takes off from the Kessel Palace. They fly over the forested southern hemisphere into the northern hemisphere, which has been designated as a mining zone. Due to the extensive mining, the northern hemisphere is barren and treeless. Ahsoka is familiar with this side of Kessel. Rafa responds that spice mining has made the people of Kessel wealthy and that there is always a price to be paid. Trace flies the ship to a platform. As they approach the mine, Trace thinks that there are thousands of droids below, but Ahsoka points out that those are people. Later, the trio are on the ship in hyperspace. Rafa explains the job was for the Pikes to get Ahsoka to argue about them before Trace, fearing for her ship, ditches the spice they had, getting Ahsoka to explain that was a bad move as now they'll owe money to the Pikes, while Rafa says they could sell the ship for the credits. Obadiah. The Silver Angle flies through rocky terrain and lands on a platform after several minutes of flying. They are greeted by several armed Pikes who surround them. Mard Krim asks if they had any trouble transporting the spice from Kessel. Rafa claims that they had no trouble. Krim warns that if anything had happened, it would have been very unfortunate for them. He tasks one of his lieutenants with paying them. Before Rafa can take the briefcase, he insists on looking at the cargo. When Rafa expresses apprehension, Krim counters that he doesn't trust anyone who isn't a Pike. Ahsoka raises her hand and uses a Jedi mind trick to convince Krim to pay them the credits and let them go on their way. Rafa is pleased with Ahsoka, but Krim's majordomo Fife is suspicious and convinces his boss to let him check the shipment. While unloading the cargo, Rafa sends Ahsoka to power up the hyperdrive. Fife demands the code to unlock the bins. Rafa claims that she transmitted it to Fife already. However, Fife shoots it open and discovers that the crates are empty. Meanwhile, Rafa closes the docking ramp. When Fife demands to know where the spice is, she claims that Kessel must have double-crossed them. Fife orders patrol ships to intercept the Silver Angel and his men to engage the tractor beams. Trace powers up the Silver Angel as several Pike patrol ships converge on it. They try to escape but are trapped by the tractor beam. Realizing that they are trapped, Rafa tells Ahsoka that she is blaming everything on her, but Trace counters that there is plenty of blame to go around the three of them. Prisoners of the Pikes. Ahsoka Tano has teamed up with the Martez sisters, who live in the underworld of the city planet Coruscant. Struggling to make ends meet, Rafa Martez scored a job running a spice shipment from the planet Kessel. Tempers flared when Ahsoka realized the spice was being sold to the Pikes, a powerful crime syndicate. As Ahsoka and Rafa argue, Trace Martez dumped the spice, hoping to end the dispute. With no shipment to deliver, the three attempted to deceive the Pikes and failed. We now find them imprisoned deep within a fortress on the planet Obadiah. Ellipsis. Prison. The trio are in a cell. Rafa reminds her sister that she dumped her spice. Ahsoka counters that they wouldn't be here if she had not taken the job with the Pike Syndicate. Rafa retorts that if Trace had not dumped the spice, they would already be on their way and gone. Tano responds that the Pikes turned spice into something that would ruin people's lives, arguing that she cannot profit from people's suffering. Rafa quips that Ahsoka is a regular Jedi. Ahsoka suggests that she might be a Jedi. Trace tells Ahsoka this is not a joke. Rafa explains that there is a reason she and her sister keep away from the Jedi or any topsiders. She is not willing to let Ahsoka lecture her about morality. Rafa recounts that a couple of years ago, there was a prison break on the surface of Coruscant when a gangster named Zero escaped. She had watched as the Jedi had pursued Zero and his gang down the portal, leaping from speeder to speeder. A red-eyed alien, protecting Zero, had blasted the engine of an ascending transport, causing the ship to spiral out of control. The Jedi tried to regain control of the ship and managed to avoid a populated platform but steered it right onto the other side of the portal, which was the home of the Martez family. Trace explains that her parents managed to get her and Rafa out but were killed during the collision. Rafa recalls that the Jedi failed to capture Zero and that the accident had allowed the Hutt crime lord to escape off-world. Later, a female Jedi with green skin and dark robes visited the Martez sisters and told them that she had to make a choice but that the Force would be with them. Rafa was upset that she and her sister had been orphaned and left homeless without any assistance from the Jedi. She explains that she has devoted her energy to building a new life for herself and her sister, not dependent on anyone else including the Jedi and criminals. Rafa blames Ahsoka for all the trouble that they have gotten into. Later, after Rafa got questioned, Trace was taken next before getting out and grabbing a pistol. She ran back letting out several prisoners before meeting up with Ahsoka and her sister who had escaped and ran out with the guards shooting. They got to the catwalks before running and came to a closed part before jumping, Ahsoka secretly using her force to help and her force jumping ability. As they got to the factory, they were caught as Mandalorians in cloaks watched from the rooftops. Prisoners in peril. Former Jedi apprentice, Ahsoka Tano, befriended two sisters, Trace and Rafa Martez, who grew up in the underworld of Coruscant. After learning that the sisters blamed the Jedi Knights for the death of their parents, Ahsoka must decide if she's willing to reveal her Jedi past and use her skills to aid in their escape. Fearing her new friends will feel betrayed by this revelation, Ahsoka is left with a difficult choice. Prison. Rafa and Trace Martez think of plans for another escape attempt. Ahsoka Tano suggests they look at how they got there in the first place, and Rafa says that they are in this situation because Ahsoka convinced Trace to dump the spice, and if they had followed her original plan they would be back on Coruscant counting their money. Ahsoka retorts that Rafa's plan was the problem, and Trace agrees. Rafa is very upset that her sister has sided with Ahsoka against her. When they have finished arguing, Ahsoka says she has a plan, but says they should not know what it is. Rafa is skeptical, but Ahsoka says they need to trust each other if they're going to get out. Pike guards summon the three prisoners to Marg Krim's throne room. Krim tells them that they have to make a choice, to pay their debt or watch their friends die slowly. Ahsoka says she wants to make a deal. Alone. To the Martez sisters' horror, Ahsoka tells Krim that they hid the spice off-world but she doesn't know where. She suggests the Pikes send them to retrieve the spice, giving them one rotation to return or Ahsoka will tell them the location of their family. Krim asks what she will get out of the deal, and Ahsoka replies just a small percentage of the value of the spice shipment. Krim agrees and tells the Martezes they have one rotation to return the spice, or he will torture the information out of Ahsoka, and kill her, them, and their family. As they leave, Rafa turns to Ahsoka and says, "I won't forget this." As the sisters leave, Ahsoka breaks out again and gets to the armory stealing grenades. Ahsoka makes her way through the refinery, placing detonators on the silos. She hears Marg Krim's voice and looks up to see the Pike leader speaking to a hologram of Maul, assuring him that they can proceed as planned despite the delay. Maul says that although the Pikes are a small piece of the mechanism he has designed, their failure jeopardizes everything. Krim responds that the Republic is cracking down on his operations, and had recently raided a shipment on Coruscant. Maul asks if the Jedi were involved, and Krim says none of his men made it out, which Maul says means that they were. He tells Krim that if there are any more delays, Crimson Dawn would love to take over their operations. Through the hologram, Maul senses Ahsoka's presence. She notices this and ducks out of sight just in time. Before Maul can do anything more, a guard arrives and tells them the prisoner has escaped. Ahsoka makes her way to the control room where she accesses the transmission log, which reveals that Maul is on Mandalore. The Pikes return and surround Ahsoka, who uses the Force and her Jedi training to fight them off, although she is eventually outnumbered and overwhelmed. Krim asks if the other two were Jedi as well, which Ahsoka denies. He says the Jedi Council will regret sending her here, and they stun her and return her to the cell. Later, she is being interrogated by Krim as the sisters return explaining they brought the spices. Krim says he knows they are working for the Republic and the Jedi Ahsoka. The sisters are shocked to learn Ahsoka is a Jedi, and demand to know why she kept it from them. As they argue, the detonators explode, shaking the room and stunning the Pikes. Ahsoka, Rafa, and Trace race to the landing platform and board the Silver Angel, but are pursued by 3 Pike patrol ships. Ahsoka says she is sorry for not telling them she was a Jedi, and Rafa says she might as well use her powers and skills to shoot down their pursuers. Ahsoka takes control of the gun, shooting down 2 ships, but several hits from the last one destroy the cannon and rear deflector shields. Trace pilots the ship around to fly towards the last Pike ship head-on, and it swerves to dodge them, crashing into a mountain. The Silver Angel heads into space, followed by a Mandalorian Kamerk-class fighter. Coruscant. After confirming she's not in the Order anymore, Ahsoka and the sisters walk into the garage before being met by Bo-Katan. Ahsoka tells the Martez sisters to back away, and Bo-Katan removes her helmet, telling her not to worry as Death Watch is gone. She tells Ahsoka they have a common enemy, and activates a hologram of Maul. She says they need Ahsoka's help, and she has 5 minutes to decide. Trace says she can help the Mandalorians as she has helped them, but Ahsoka is reluctant, saying she is afraid of the path it may lead her down, back to the Jedi. Rafa says maybe that is who she is meant to be, and Ahsoka agrees, leaving her bike with the sisters, just in case, and then boards the Mandalorian ship. Asanin has fallen ill. Orochimaru's body is failing him, forcing him to get Sasuke's body sooner than he thought. Sasuke though has come to the conclusion that he's learned all that he can before deciding to kill the Sannin in his weakened state. Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru is lying in bed as his current host body begins to reject him, leaving the Sannin to cough up blood and consider initiating his Fushi Tensai living corpse reincarnation. Kabuto, who is mixing medicine at a table in the room, muses how Orochimaru is the only person he'd always be loyal to and faithfully serve, recalling Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, how he managed to kill the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Cage, and the fact that he was able to go up against both Jiraiya and Tsunade before leaving. Just then, Sasuke walks in and he uses his Chidori sharp spear to go through the door in an attempt to impale Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru manages to block the attack with his forearms and marvels at the perfect use of both shape and nature transformation as Sasuke uses his sword to slice through the door. He tells Orochimaru that the Sannin has nothing left to teach him and reveals that he had all intentions of giving up his body but does not wish to do so now that he is stronger than Orochimaru. He notes that he was always aware that all Orochimaru wanted was the power of the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan but was no match for Itachi, and thus chose to go after the baby of the clan. Enraged, Orochimaru reveals his true snake form to Sasuke and attempts to steal his body, only for Sasuke to activate his cursed seal to the 2nd stage. He tells Orochimaru that the latter is like a snake who was confined to the ground and wishes to fly, and thus nurtured a baby bird in his own nest, only for the baby bird to grow into a hawk that will hunt the snake. Orochimaru then lunges at Sasuke in a rage. Sasuke manages to use his sword to slice through Orochimaru's snake form, wondering if the battle is over and stating that it was a disappointment. As his curse mark recedes, Orochimaru laughs as the toxic fumes emitted from his body paralyze Sasuke. With Sasuke weakened, Orochimaru initiates his immortality jutsu, intent on finally taking Sasuke's body for his own. Kabuto, who had been elsewhere preparing medicine, notices that Orochimaru's door is destroyed and peeks inside to see Sasuke's body standing up while the white snake is on the floor. He wonders whether the Sasuke in front of him is the real Sasuke or Orochimaru, only for Sasuke to use his Sharingan on Kabuto to show him what had happened. Konoha. Tsunade is told by an Anbu that the squad sent to the lake has disappeared and that the 3 tails are no longer there, prompting the Hokage to dispatch another squad. Later, Shizune reported that the 2nd squad was gone as well as the 3 tails. Outside, Naruto is walking Samui home now that she moved in before seeing a blood-red sunset. Shit, that's not good, sigh, I hope Enko's alright. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade was looking out her window and seeing the sunset as well. Enko. Achoo. Enko sneezed before shivering. Naruto must be thinking naughty thoughts about me. She then turned to throw a kunai behind her, killing a white snake before reaching up for her mark. A few days later, Sasuke in a lab destroyed a tank before a young man formed from the water. He is lean-built and average height, has straight white hair, almond-shaped purple eyes, and pointed teeth. Suigetsu Hazuka. He then put on a purple, sleeveless shirt with blue pants, sandals, and a belt around his waist with water bottles attached to it. Sasuke tells Suigetsu that he is the first member to be added to a team he is forming, along with Karen of the Southern Hideout and Jugo of the Northern Hideout. Suigetsu shows no desire to join Sasuke's team at first but decides to join under the condition that Sasuke helps him find Kubikiribocho, the sword of Zabuza Momochi. Land of Waves. Sasuke and Suigetsu head to the Land of Waves, where Sasuke notices that the name of the bridge is called the Great Naruto Bridge. Suigetsu asks whether Zabuza is tough, and Sasuke recalls his first encounter with Zabuza, as well as when Zabuza trapped Kakashi inside of his water prison technique. Sasuke is snapped out of his reverie by Suigetsu and merely crosses the bridge and enters the village. Later, Suigetsu and Sasuke walk out with the large broadsword shaped like a butcher knife on Suigetsu's back in a strap. Southern Hideout. Suigetsu uses his Kubikiribocho to break down the door of the hideout and the pair enter, walking by prisoners, who were discussing whether the rumors of Orochimaru's death were true. After seeing Sasuke walk inside without Orochimaru, they begin to believe in the validity of the rumors, although some refuse to believe it. Sasuke and Suigetsu run into Karen. She has crimson eyes, fair skin, and red hair which she wears in an unusual hairstyle. Her hair is short and spiky on the right side, while longer and straight on the left side. She has brown narrow glasses, and her outfit consists of a lavender uniform that exposes her navel, short black shorts, and long black thigh-high stockings with black sandals. They decide to talk in a separate room where Karen refuses Sasuke's offer, claiming that her place is to be the warden of the prison, and asks whether Sasuke had truly killed Orochimaru. Sasuke confirms her doubt, and Suigetsu states that word of Orochimaru's death should have already reached the prison, and Sasuke reveals that he had noticed freshly dug graves outside as he was walking in. Suigetsu pieces together that Karen had a spy located in the cells and was killing off any prisoners who were discussing Orochimaru's fate. Sasuke then asks Suigetsu to free the prisoners. As Suigetsu leaves, Karen locks herself inside the room with Sasuke. Karen removes her glasses and changes her tone to a seductive voice, attempting to nuzzle next to Sasuke and agreeing to join his team. She recalls their first encounter, in which Orochimaru had tasked Sasuke to retrieve escaped prisoners and had ordered Karen to use her special chakra sensing ability to assist him. As Sasuke tells Karen not to get too close to him, Suigetsu uses his water release, great water arm technique along with his Kubikiribocho to break down the door. Sasuke alerts Suigetsu that Karen has accepted his proposal, but with the arrival of Suigetsu, Karen puts her glasses back on and reverts to her old, cold tone, telling them that she had never agreed to do such a thing. However, with no prisoners to keep watch over and her growing attraction towards Sasuke, she tells them that she is headed in the same direction as they are and thus would be joining them for part of the way. Northern Hideout. Karen warns them that Jugo is an individual with repressed maniacal urges who becomes homicidal when he snaps and that Orochimaru extracted fluids secreted from his enzymes to create his cursed seals. At the hideout, they discover that the guard is missing and are subsequently attacked by a prisoner, who is in the second stage of his cursed seal. Having killed all the guards, the prisoner decides to attack Sasuke, only for Sasuke to cut him down with his sword. As they enter the hideout, they are faced with various other prisoners also in the second stage of their cursed seals, and Sasuke asks Suigetsu to deal with them without killing them. As Jugo sits in his cell, he recalls how he once cooled off during a murderous rampage by Kimimaro, who had promised him that he would be there for him. Musing that Kimimaro is no longer with him, Jugo constantly states that if a man were to walk through the door, he would kill him, only to continuously state that he would do the same if it were a woman. As Sasuke's team makes their way through the hideout, Karen sends Suigetsu down the wrong hallway to be alone with Sasuke and leads him to Jugo's cell. As Karen unlocks the door, Jugo states that if it is a woman, he would kill her. However, just as she is about to open the door, Jugo claims that he would kill whomever if it is a man, and is greeted by Sasuke, who opens the door. Jugo enters into a partial transformation and attacks Sasuke, who also undergoes a partial transformation into the second stage of his cursed seal. Repelling Jugo's attack, Sasuke tells Jugo that he is not here to fight but to merely talk to him. Jugo claims that he cannot leave the northern hideout without Kimimaro and continues to attack Sasuke. Suigetsu arrives and is told by Karen that Jugo is bipolar and relies on Kimimaro to help him, and thus joins Orochimaru willingly to find a way to repress his urges. As Sasuke attempts to avoid Jugo's attacks, Suigetsu interferes, blocking the strike with his Kubikiribocho. Jugo retaliates with his destroying axe fist, but the pair are stopped by Sasuke's binding snake glare spell, asking them if they both wish to die. The restraint causes Jugo to revert to normal and he rushes into his cell, asking Sasuke to lock the door and leave, as he does not want to kill people anymore. Sasuke tells Jugo that he would not kill people as he would protect Jugo and act as his cage, mirroring Kimimaro's words. When Jugo reminds Sasuke that he cannot leave without Kimimaro, Sasuke tells him that Kimimaro had died for him. Jugo then opens his cell door and exits. Outside, Sasuke tells them that his goal is to murder Itachi Uchiha of the Akatsuki and that they are to help him reach his goal. However, he offers them all the choice to join him. Karen tells Sasuke that she has nothing else to do, while Suigetsu chides her for hiding her true feelings about wanting to be around Sasuke. However, he too agrees to join as he wishes to fight Kisame Hoshigaki and claim his Samahata. Jugo joins the team as well, wanting to see what kind of shinobi Sasuke is, as his best friend Kimimaro considered Sasuke his reincarnation. Sasuke then dubs their team, Habi. Later, they make their way to a Uchiha clan munitions base, run by an old woman who goes by Nekoba. Nekoba expresses her thoughts over Sasuke and Itachi fighting each other to the death, as she had known both of them since they were young. Konoha. Naruto walked into the Hokage office and saw Jiraiya, Tsunade without her jacket, Shizune, and Sakura. This isn't an intervention, is it? Because I can quit anytime I want. Or is this for Tsunade's gambling and/or drinking? He dodged the paperweight that was thrown at him. Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke. Really? Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Seems unlikely that any of you could be killed by anyone but the other two. What's the plan now? What do you mean? Sakura asked her teammate. I mean, now he'll want to go after Itachi, but now what if revenge has consumed him? If he does kill him, what if he still feels empty? He could use that hatred to kill the sensei who trained Itachi, the Anbu, or hell, the village as a whole for forcing Itachi to break. Since Orochimaru's dead, our best bet is to get Itachi to get Sasuke before he does anything to look bad on us. Tsunade sighed out as she sat on her desk and crossed her legs. I've got an idea for that, if you'll hear it out. They turned to see Kakashi at the door, arms crossed. Unknown location. Itachi and Kisame walk into a cave where they see a large turtle before dropping a man down by it. Holograms of the others form as their leader summons the demonic statue of the outer path and the members take their respective places. Before they begin the sealing process, the leader and Zetsu notify the Akatsuki members that Orochimaru has been killed. Deidara voices his discomfort over the news, as he wants to be the one to kill the Sannin. Kisame claims that Orochimaru's death is not their concern as he left the Akatsuki 10 years ago and that he did not care for the deaths of Hidan and Kakuzu, and wonders who finished them off. Zetsu tells them that it was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and his team who defeated Kakuzu and Hidan and that it was Sasuke Uchiha who killed Orochimaru. The leader also adds his fear that Sasuke may wage war against the entirety of the Akatsuki soon, while Zetsu notifies them that Sasuke has formed a team, whose members include Suigetsu Hazuka of Kurigakure. Knowing that Sasuke is after Itachi and that Suigetsu is after Kisame, the leader tells the pair to be on their guard. They then begin the sealing process of the two-tailed beasts in their possession. After the sealing process is complete, Deidara contemplates who his target shall be, claiming that he wishes to settle the score with Naruto as well as Kakashi for having removed his arms and that he wishes to take out Sasuke as punishment for robbing him of the chance of eliminating Orochimaru. Konoha. Rain poured down as Naruto in a cloak stood at the gate with Hinata, Kakashi, Yamato, Sakura, and 2 others with a dog also wearing cloaks. Alpha, Fordo, and the other Moonalinced 10 were checking their weapons and speeders. The first is wearing a jacket that's hanging down to his knees with a hood that obstructs his face with sunglasses and a satchel on his back. Shino Aburame, Chunin. The next has a wild appearance. While human, he has several physical traits more akin to animals. He has messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails. He also has the distinctive red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks. Kiba Inuzuka. Beside him is a full-sized adult large breed dog. His size is such that Kiba could ride on his back comfortably. Akamaru. I'm impressed, you planned this well, Tsunade said to Kakashi. Sure this'll be enough, Naruto asked Kakashi. I mean we are going up against Itachi. This'll be ideal, too much will give us up. Okay, men, let's go. Naruto spoke to his men. I think the rain's perfect for cooling the hotheads, Kiba said with a grin. Naruto's eye twitched at that before smiling. Kiba, say hi to your mom and sister for me, I forgot to say goodbye this morning. Huh, you weren't at the house. I didn't hear the door. Who says I used the door? Naruto smiled at Kiba's enraged face before they got in speeders with one having a hover cart for Akamaru. Naruto smiled as he got on his while Hinata got on back and pressed her large bust on his back. A few days later. The Konoha group stopped by the edge of a building before Kakashi spoke. Starting now, our main mission is to find Itachi and take him into custody. The group nodded before he continued. Akatsuki's goal is to round up the tailed beasts. It is believed that they already have the Biju. According to the data obtained by Jiraiya, it's possible they have infiltrated the Land of Fire and will target Naruto. Itachi, in particular, is originally from the Leaf Village. 3 years ago, he returned to the village and attempted to take Naruto. So he's headed for the Leaf Village again. Shino spoke up before Sakura leaned forward. As well as Sasuke who is after Itachi. Here's the search plan. Using this as the central point, we'll search all 4 directions for 5 kilometers. If we find nothing, then we'll move the central point and spread out 5 kilometers from there. And we'll keep repeating this strategy. 5 kilometers. Our wireless radio will be out of range. And if we're separated, it'll be dangerous. The rules state that all patrols must be done by 2-man cells. If we encounter the enemy. Sakura stopped as Yamato interrupted her. Sakura, don't get so worried. Just watch, Kakashi did hand signs then slammed it down. Pakun and several other dogs, one large one, appeared in smoke. Our voices which travel even farther than the wireless radios, and our noses that can instantly sniff out danger, will protect you, Pakun said to them. Alright, let me explain the patrol team formation. This time, 2 ninja hounds will be assigned to each member. Kakashi said as they all got off the speeders. 2 dogs, Sakura asked as the dogs started walking to the others. But get along, all of you, he said as 2 dogs went to Sakura. Hello, Sakura. You're such a snappy female as usual. Sakura narrowed her eyes at the one dog as 2 went to Shino. I'm partnering with Shino, one said before the other spoke. Ah, you stink of insects. You stink like a dog. Hello. What about me? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. Naruto, you're the Jinchuriki they're targeting. Just in case you're attacked, you'll be with Yamato and Sensory Scout Hinata. And Big Bark Bull, Pakun said as the large bulldog walked over and barked. And being ninja hound users, Kiba and I will each have 1 dog. Kakashi said as Akamaru barked. So we're all set. Listen up, everyone. Above all, you will track Itachi and Sasuke's scents. If you find either one of them, verify their location, then return to this spot. Especially you, Naruto. Don't go running off ahead of us. I know. Alright then, let's head out. Scatter. They jumped as the clones used speeders to go to the town. Deidara and Tobi. Deidara and Tobi begin their search for either Naruto, Kakashi, or Sasuke. While riding on one of his clay birds, Deidara claims to have spotted one of them, although he keeps the identity of them a secret from Tobi. While Suigetsu locates Kyoya and Ginji, the accountant and banker of Akatsuki member Kakuzu, Karen is sent to a village to find a clue to the Akatsuki's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to her, Sakura is in the same village, with Bisuke and Shiba managing to locate Sasuke's scent, which is coming from Karen. However, Karen and Sakura pass each other and the scent is lost. Naruto, Hinata, Yamato, and Big Bull. Naruto tilde. Naruto smiled as he groped Hinata's ass before looking to the left as BD looked over his shoulder. You can come out. You found me, after all. Kabuto walked out in a cloak with the hood up showing only the right side of his face. Kabuto Yakushi, you've got guts approaching us by yourself, Yamato said to him. I wanted to have a chat with Naruto. You're not getting away this time. We're taking you in. Kabuto. Is it true that Sasuke killed Orochimaru? Naruto asked Kabuto, who smiled. Yeah, it's true. More importantly, I brought you a present today. Kabuto pulled out a black journal to present to them. What's that? Information our organization has gathered regarding Akatsuki, Kabuto said to Naruto before tossing it in front of them on the ground. What of it? It's yours. You can have it. Now that Orochimaru is dead, you're trying to negotiate with us? Yamato asked, having Yamato shake his head. Nope, I don't think it's as easy as negotiating with something like this. Especially with the Leaf Village. Then why? Unlike Orochimaru, Akatsuki isn't after you. It's a simple gift to Naruto. A token of my gratitude. Plus, Akatsuki is pursuing you. Gratitude. Naruto raised his eyebrow at that. After Lord Orochimaru died, I lost sense of who I was. I never knew my parents or my homeland. The enemy found me, and from the time I was little, I moved around the lands and villages as a spy. Lands and villages didn't mean much to me. That is until I began serving Lord Orochimaru. But now, he's gone too. The agony of not having an identity you can understand, can't you, Naruto? Kabuto asked Naruto. Like I'd understand anything you say. Humph, I wonder about that. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Or are you the Nine Tails? In the past, you were shunned and regarded with loathing. You must have questioned yourself about who you really are. However, you had faith in your strength and told yourself that you were Naruto Uzumaki, and you boldly overcame their views about the Nine Tails. Kabuto explained before Hinata glanced over to Yamato. What does he intend to do with Naruto? I can't figure out his intentions. And that's why you are sure of your identity and you found friends who accept you. But instead of overcoming Lord Orochimaru, I desperately clung to his power. Kabuto turned to the side and took off his hood and glasses. I'm really able to understand how you feel now. You made me realize that I want to be like you. He turned and smiled crazily as the left side of his face was white scales and Orochimaru's eye. So now I'm going to surpass Lord Orochimaru, whom I absorbed, and discover a new, stronger self. I'll find my new self, and you have given me a hint to finding it. That's why I'm grateful, Naruto. Lord Orochimaru is the symbol of reincarnation. He continues to live on inside me, as an existence that I must overcome. You took him into your body? Naruto asked as BD scanned the ninja before going back behind Naruto's back as Kabuto revealed his entire left arm was scaled. Well, it was just a small segment of Lord Orochimaru's corpse after Sasuke killed him, which I transplanted into my own body. But, his life force is amazing. It's now steadily trying to take over my body. He said before Hinata had veins appear around her eyes. Byakugan. White eye. She then saw his entire left body was taken over. 1/3 of his body has already been taken over. But I've been fiercely resisting this takeover. I can feel this part of me that's trying to overcome Lord Orochimaru. If that's it, we'll let you go this time in return for the info. Naruto raised a hand when Yamato went to speak to silence him. When I'm able to fully control Lord Orochimaru's power, I will fight you again, Naruto. But you come later. First, it'll be Sasuke who brought down Lord Orochimaru. Until we meet again. Kabuto jumped away before Naruto crouched to pick up the book. Why'd you let him go? We don't know what he's capable of now that he altered his body. We need all our strength to get Itachi. Sasuke. In a clearing, Sasuke senses Toba's presence and notices Deidara flying above him, the latter dropping 2 C1 bombs on him. Believing they have killed him, they realize that Sasuke summoned a snake to shield him from the damage. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke glares at Deidara, who stares back. Using his sword, Sasuke rushes at Deidara and Toby. Deidara leaps on a tree branch to evade the attack while Toby is sliced through, although he is unharmed by the attack. Using his explosive clay to create C1 clay spiders, he attacks Sasuke, who uses his Chidori Senbon to take out the spiders. Deidara then ups the ante by using his clay dolls. Sasuke attempts to impale them with his sword, only for the sword to get stuck. Sasuke applies his lightning release to his sword to slice through both clay dolls. However, the bisected dolls begin to re-emerge as smaller versions, all of them chasing Sasuke through the forest. As they envelop Sasuke, Deidara detonates them, but Sasuke evades the blow with a body replacement technique. Deidara decides to use his C2 and molds his C2 clay dragon, regurgitating C2 landmines and taking flight. In an attempt to ground the bird, Sasuke attempts to impale it with his Chidori sharp spear, only to be out of range whilst simultaneously revealing its 5-meter limit to Deidara. Deidara accuses Sasuke of using Kakashi's technique, although he gives credit for the shape transformation Sasuke had applied to it. Toby, under Deidara's command, places explosive landmines all around the ground while the C2 dragon fires clay missiles toward Sasuke, forcing the latter to enter into the second stage of his cursed seal to use the wings it grants to fly away from danger. Deidara fires another projectile missile at Sasuke, who uses his left wing to shield himself from it, albeit losing the wing in the process. Seeing as Sasuke is unable to fly without his wing, Deidara lowers his altitude slightly while Sasuke throws 2 giant shurikens at him before he dodges them. Throwing his sword to impale the ground, Sasuke uses it as a foothold and then leaps into the air, using his Chidori sharp spear, successfully slicing Deidara's clay dragon in 2. Pulling the wire threads he had used to manipulate the 2 shuriken, Sasuke impales both of Deidara's forearms, pinning him to the dragon which then explodes. Boom! Deidara survives the explosion, having created a clay bird, and glares at Sasuke and his Sharingan. He recalls when he was coerced into joining the Akatsuki by Itachi, and how he had developed a hatred for both the Sharingan and Itachi since. Deidara then uses the most powerful clay in his arsenal, the C4, and fashions it into a giant clay version of himself before it dissolves. Suddenly every animal started to as well as Sasuke who was leaping away. Deidara unleashes miniature nano-sized explosive clay bombs that disintegrate cells from within, thus instantly killing the individual. He believes that he has killed Sasuke in that manner, only for Sasuke to have used Genjutsu, Sharingan to trick Deidara. Having entered into the second stage of his cursed seal, Sasuke strikes Deidara from behind with his Chidori, intentionally missing Deidara's vital spots to question him about Itachi's whereabouts. When Deidara inquires as to how Sasuke had evaded the attack, Sasuke reveals that his Sharingan sees chakra as colors and thus can see the nano-bombs. However, the Deidara Sasuke has in his grip is none other than a clay clone, while the real Deidara pops out of the clay bird and holds Sasuke's feet. Using his mouth to create another C4 Karura, Deidara has Sasuke trapped inside while leaping off the bird. Sasuke uses his Chidori to escape the Karura. Although the C4 nano-bombs are already within Sasuke's system, Deidara then denotes the C4, believing he has finally killed Sasuke. Only for Sasuke to punch him, revealing he used his lightning to defuse the nano-bombs in his system before collapsing after running out of chakra. Deidara proceeds to pull his shirt off and uses the teeth in his palm to pull apart strings located above his heart, revealing another mouth. Ingesting his C0 clay, Deidara decides to detonate himself, telling Sasuke that the range of his attack goes up to 10 kilometers and that both he and Sasuke would die as a result, taking gleeful joy that while he would be remembered for his explosive art, which would cause a crater in the very earth itself, Sasuke would be forgotten. Deidara then proceeds to detonate himself, claiming that true art is an explosion. As Deidara blows himself up with his suicide attack, the explosion is seen across the neighboring lands, prompting all members of the 8-man squad and hubby to rush towards it. Zetsu witnesses Deidara's explosion, and judging by the blasts, believes that Sasuke and Toby have died as well. Zetsu reports this to the other Akatsuki members and the Akatsuki leader asks them to mourn. Suigetsu, noticing that the snake on a scroll Sasuke had given him has disappeared, uses a drop of Sasuke's blood he has on his person to summon Manda, one of Orochimaru's snakes. Sasuke exits from the snake, revealing that he had summoned Manda and had jumped inside of it to escape Deidara's blast radius, although they both got hit before teleporting away. Suigetsu, who had been joined by Jugo and Karen at that time, retreats to a safe house, where Jugo tends to Sasuke's wounds. As Suigetsu and Karen get into a fight, Jugo's murderous impulses begin to manifest, only for Sasuke to use his Sharingan to eradicate the urges. Sasuke instantly passes out from his fatigue, as the other three members decide to stay on Hubby under Sasuke's command. A Megacure. On the rooftop of a large city, a man walked inside to see a woman, both wearing Akatsuki cloaks. The man has spiky orange hair, purple ringed eyes, 6 piercings, a metal bar through each ear, 3 studs through the side of his upper nose, and 1 spike stud on each end of the bottom lip. He also has 3 piercings on each wrist, at least 1 on the upper wrist, and some just under his neck. On his right thumb, he has a purplish-gray Akatsuki ring that has the kanji for 0. He also has on a necklace, and red nail polish. Pain. The woman has short, straight blue hair with a bun, amber eyes with lavender eyeshadow, and a black labrae piercing. Her eyelashes are a diagonal line at the bottom corner of her eyes. She has a large light blue paper flower clipped on her bun and has on the Akatsuki cloak and her Akatsuki ring on her right middle finger, the kanji on it meaning, white, with orange nail polish. Conan. And what of Sasuke? Pain asked as a man in the shadows replied in a deep voice. He's coming along nicely. He was using the Sharingan's power to his fullest. His eyes will surpass Itachi. The time has come. He must be ready as well. After all, he doesn't have much time. Then what about the 9 tails? You hunt it. As the leader, failure is not an option. The man said, crossing his arms. Naruto Uzumaki, he's no longer just a kid. He has now mastered a formidable jutsu, skills and has many comrades. It won't be easy. He even destroyed 2 of Kakuzu's lives with a single blow. To speak of the target as a threat has no meaning before Pain. He has never lost a battle. Well, that's true, the man said before looking at Pain. But Naruto has abilities never before seen and one that seems to act like yours, but he doesn't have the Rinnegan. We're done talking. Tell the other members to hurry with the remaining Jinchuriki. The man put on a cloak and started walking out of the shadows. I know. At last we are so close to the moment of achieving our goal that everything shall be restored to its rightful place, the true power of the Sharingan, the true power of Madara Uchiha. The man turned to them as he walked out into heavy rain. Crack. Lightning cracked as they stared at Toby before he jumped away. Konoha. Jiraiya arrives in Tsunade's office and tells the Hokage that he has managed to locate Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Tsunade decides to mobilize an attack unit until Jiraiya reminds her that they should not be haste, and offers to discuss the situation over a drink. Over a bottle of sake, Jiraiya tells Tsunade that Pain lives in a Megacure, an isolated hidden village wedged between the lands of Earth, Wind, and Fire, a place often used as a battleground by the 3 nations, thus creating numerous refugees. Jiraiya tells Tsunade that due to the isolated nature of the village, many nations do not know that a civil war transpired within AIM and that 1/2 of the village is run by Pain himself. Hubby. Karen, who was sent to fetch supplies, sensed the chakra of both the Konoha and their Ninken and ran to warn Sasuke. Sasuke orders Hubby to move out, claiming that the sheer number of forces would indicate that it is a Konoha unit and not the Akatsuki, as the latter move in 2-man teams. As Sasuke and Suigetsu head out, Karen asks Jugo to tie pieces of Sasuke's clothing to birds to disperse his scent, making it harder for the Ninken to track him. Later, Hubby manages to reach one of the Akatsuki hideouts that Jugo had found, telling Hubby to stay outside while he checks it out. Earlier, in the woods, the Konoha group rode through the trees before Naruto tensed up as Kakashi explained that Sasuke's moving away. What's wrong? Hinata asked as Naruto glanced back while BD stood on his bar. I was able to use the force to help with my senses, one chakra felt familiar, and not an, I met them before way, but it seems closer than that too. Naruto then turned his head before creating clones, then had one take over driving before jumping off. Be right back, someone's following. Naruto created multiple more clones before dropping in clearance to see Itachi. Is this another decoy? I just came to talk to you. Why should I trust you? Naruto asked, looking at Itachi's feet. I know that you're alone. So why don't you run? If I capture you, then we'll get Sasuke. Why are you so attached to my brother? He's a rogue ninja. Now it's more just getting him before he does something that'll make Konoha look bad. If he doesn't start a war with another, I'll give him a chance to surrender then fight to incapacitate, but I won't hesitate in killing him now if it comes to that. Suddenly the world shifted to red as crows flew around. I'll say it again, I just wanted to talk to you for a moment. Konoha. Tsunade worries over Jiraiya going alone, as she deems that pain must be strong to be the leader of formidably powerful individuals that are members of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya, however, reminds her that he is one of the 3 legendary Sannin and that he is more than capable of going alone. Tsunade reminds Jiraiya how their sensei, the 3rd Hokage, had wanted Jiraiya to succeed him as the 4th only for Jiraiya to refuse, and how Jiraiya felt despair after being unable to prevent Orochimaru's decline into darkness, hence why he had monitored his old teammates' activities for years. Jiraiya replies spitefully that he needs to worry about that no more, and Tsunade muses on how she never thought Orochimaru would die. Jiraiya recalls the past all 3 shared, how Tsunade went from a flat-chested girl to a woman with a full bosom, and how they've both grown old despite Tsunade holding all the memories of her loved ones inside of her ample bosom, causing Tsunade to blush. Later, he then leaves after getting her to gamble everything he would die to help keep him safe. Naruto and Itachi. Naruto fell to his knees before Itachi disappeared via crows. Suddenly, Kiba dropped down with the others. This one's a bust too. What's wrong, Naruto? Did something happen? Kakashi asked as Naruto shook his head. No, nothing here, just something that had that scent on it. I think Sasuke is leaving clothing around to confuse and slow us down.